But at some point you try to be mentally in the state that you keep telling yourself it's getting better, it's getting better,
Yeah.
better, and yeah, that's...
No, I don't. There was nothing that you could have done in the TDS race from what I saw and from what I heard. I mean, you really tried to push on forward, and when you get to that state, the only safe and responsible thing to do is what you did, which was to stop.
All we can do now is hoping for all these UTMB runners to have better stomachs and to cross our fingers because it will be a long night.
Yeah, indeed.
I will go to Courmayeur to crew a friend of mine who's running for Ultra. So
fantastic. What time are you planning on making it to Courmayeur?
I think I will start at 3.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. So pretty early. Oh, here we see Courtney.
And then will you be continuing on the rest of the course?
Yeah, the plan is to continue. And we still see Lucy and Courtney running together side by side.
I wonder how long they'll keep this up. That would be fun. And who do we have here at the front? Head of the race, and they're gone. Back with Josh Wade, 3rd last year. And then Zach Miller there on the right. Looks like he's reaching, trying to put something back in his pack.
Yeah, it looks like a headlamp in his hand.
Yeah.
There we are with Baptiste, I think. Might be.
Oh, just 11 kilometers into this course. As you say, normally they get a lot more daylight before they have to bring out their head torches. There, Antoine Chavelin. There on the left-hand side of your screen. What do we know about Antoine? Let's look up his stats here. Interesting. This year he's kind of got mainly a 50K race history. He did win TDS last year. So, frankly, if you can win at TDS, UTMB, it should be easy, right?
That's what they say. I don't know. But I think he's, very well experienced.
Yeah. Yeah, TDS just flies under the radar, but Martina Valmasoy, we've also been talking about on the live.
I think also a pretty good pick for the top woman.
Yeah. You know, she
had such a strong season. She was so strong in Val d'Aran, right?
Incredible. She was strong at Val d'Aran, and that was after she won, and I believe came in the top 10 at Trail 100 Andorra.
Oh, wow.
Because I thought I had a good time at Trail 100 Andorra, and I was hours behind Martina. She is so strong on very technical terrain. So what she was talking about in her pre-race interviews was, look, you know, Val d'Aran by UTMB, incredibly technical. We saw Kasia Dombrowska also say that this is way harder than UTMB. Andorra, very, very technical. So Martina was actually talking about UTMB as being like a much faster race that she would need to switch her skills for.
That's Rachel Atkin in the lead.
Yep.
I'm so curious to see what she's doing. I saw her 2 days ago eating tacos in town and being totally chilled. She's just such a great character.
Yeah, tacos would not be my pick for a pre-race meal, but
I'm not sure if she really had tacos, but it was a taco restaurant, so.
Yeah, she's had a experience not racing on the course, but training on the course. She was brought out, and I think part of this Vagabond Adventure Tours. So she was running with a tour group, but quite a fast group, she said. And it gave her a chance to test out different parts of the trail. And then when they would stay at refuges at night, she would actually go back out in the evenings and try to do parts of the course at night so she could get that experience, and ended up meeting some other British male runners along the way and went back and trained with some of them. So
that's what crazy tri runners do.
She does really high volume, I think, which is something you can get away with until you can't. And right now she's in the still getting away with it phase.
Yeah, I think 200 miles or 250 miles, this is for me, this is such a long distance. I cannot even imagine.
It's such a long running distance. That's
Yes.
what I can't imagine, because I've run that distance before, but with lots of hills and climbing, to run 250 miles. Because the Cocodona 250, as we've been discussing on the live stream, the one that she won outright, it might have similar vert elevation to UTMB, but it's over a distance 2.5 times longer than UTMB. So you don't get a lot of variation. You don't get a lot of that quote unquote rest, or at least change up by getting to hike the hills. And one of the factors during TDS, I don't know if you found this, but because it was so misty and it was so humid, that wearing the head torch really was difficult for the vision when you were kind of in the clouds, because the lights would light up a lot of the condensation right in front of your eyes. So I don't know if you do this. I had a waist torch, but I also took my head torch and held it down at my waist so that I could see more properly. And I don't know if this is going to be a factor here during the UTMB race, if they're going to have the same kind of cloud condensation fog. Did you have?
In the morning, it was so nice to just be above the clouds.
Yes.
Did
you struggle with visibility at all during the race?
It was okay. So I had a pretty new headlamp, and for me, it was totally fine all night. But I had it on the brightest possibility.
Yeah.
And it worked for all night, and also with all the rain. I wasn't sure about it before, but it was great. I think it's one of the most important things to have, just the best light and visibility during the night, because otherwise you run a bit slower just because you're scared.
Yeah, for sure, particularly on the descents. Wow, okay. As we are following the UTMB, we are expecting our women's leader, which we think is still Ingrid Kaspersen, on the CCC course in less than 20 minutes. So exciting to see all of the change-ups in the women's field on CCC. If you're just joining us, Ingvild Kaspersen passed Tony McCann and Yao Miao to surge into the lead, followed by Jen Lichter and Honoka Akiyama. Now on our screen, we are following the start of UTMB. There's Blandine Echendel.
Together with Lucy. And it looks pretty dark because some of the runners, they don't have their headlamps on yet, like Rachel.
Which for me is strange.
I think it's pretty hard for the eyes, and especially in such a long race, you want your eyes to be working until the finish.
Yeah, and I mean, it's only going to save you, 5 minutes of battery, 10 minutes of battery? For me, it's not worth it. And there we have locals and the kids out, maybe allowed to stay up past their bedtime to cheer on the runners. Again, Zach Miller there ahead, very distinctive outfit by the North Face. And who is this in yellow in front? If you recognize him, jump into the chat. Yeah, I'm being advised not to look at the chat. Never look at the comments, but happy to take your feedback, but please know that we do not have control over what you are seeing on the screen. I am awake. We are checking the chat. All we can give you are the updates that we see on the screen or see on the website. So we do not have control over what the production is showing us. So we're pulling together as much information as we can, but do bear with us.
But here we are on the CCC women's race.
There we go.
We see.
And we are following Tony McCann in second place. We saw earlier the replay of the pass by Ingvild Kaspersen, and Tony McCann at 1:03 kilometers. So she has 4 kilometers to go coming in to Chamonix. So there you go. And back with Ingvild Kaspersen in first, powering ahead. She is surging.
Yeah, she's looking so strong. It's incredible.
Have you raced against her?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so judging by the kilometer markings, it looks like they're about 600, 700 meters apart at the moment. So 600, 700 meters between Ingvild Kaspersen in first, leading the women's race in the CCC, followed by Tony McCann, both on the Adidas team. And then they will be followed by Yao Miao, who was leading the race for quite some time. We did see back and forth between Yao Miao and Tony McCann at the start of the race, but Ingvild Kaspersen kind of held back and really didn't make her move until Triumph, after Triumph. You're continuing to ask about hands, and we have told you if we have an update on hands, we will give it to you. We do not have an update on Hans Troyer. Hans Troyer finishing in third. There's been some questions in the chat over the last couple of hours of what looked like Hans throwing something off the trail, even if it's biodegradable, even if it's a banana, that is an infraction. So we were told that there would be a discussion with the race marshals after the finish to decide whether he would be officially in third. We do not have an update on that for you, but rest assured, we will give it to you when we do have an update. Okay, stand by, stand by. Okay, we do have an update for you that is hot off the press following discussions with the race marshals and a review of the situation. He has not been penalized and is officially in third at CCC. So there you go. Hans Troyer in third, officially a podium winner at CCC.
And this is such a great speed we see here in the uphill from Ingvild. It's crazy. She's running so strong. Already a 100K in the legs.
No kidding. And not to mention Tony McCann.
Yeah.
On those descents. And it looks like Tony is not phased at all. I mean, they are teammates. She's not phased at all by the fact that she got passed. Maybe it's better to be passed by your teammate than to be passed by Yao Miao.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they are cheering each other on. And they are both doing such a great race.
Yeah. Okay, and we will be going to a replay shortly. Coming up to give you more footage as we are seeing Ingvild Kaspersen on our screen. And now here we have a replay of Ingvild Kaspersen passing Tony McCann. That happened earlier this evening when there was still light out. The pass into first, teammate to teammate. And now back with Tony McCann. She is 103.7 kilometers into CCC, into this 107.2 kilometer modified course, charging her way to the finish. Now, in her head, she's probably thinking, I need to still hold off Yao Miao. I don't think she has any intention of trying to chase on Ingvild Kaspersen. That was a strong pass. Ingvild has charged ahead. And
they shake hands. We could see it in the slow-mo. But they are moving so well, both of them.
And again, just on the information on Hans, we are not making the decisions. on Hans. We are passing
You're
along.
not.
We are passing along the information. We are not making the decision on what is shown on the screen. But we are here to just increase the joy and hopefully a little bit of knowledge and insight. Sometimes we do get information, of course, before you get it, and then we pass it along. Right now, you know what we know. We are 11 hours and 51 minutes into the CCC course. And Tony McCann just has 3.2 kilometers to go. This is going to be a strong finish for her. She had a tough time last year. We saw that very tearful DNF after she unfortunately had a bad fall. Very tough coming back as a defending champion after winning in 2024.
I think there was a lot of pressure on her, and it's so nice to see her coming back with hopefully another podium.
Yeah.
It's so great.
I mean, it's unless something goes terribly wrong, she will have a podium here today. Ingvild Kaspersen already, just almost at 105 kilometers. So 2.2 kilometers to go. We are excited. The algorithm has her coming in about 10 minutes. So if you are local, if you are in Chamonix, head back to that finish line because the crowds for the women's race are going to be big and you want to get your spot. Yesterday, Ida, we had the largest viewership for the women's finish of the OCC race.
Yeah, I saw it. I was in the finish, or actually I was in front of the church, and I had the live stream on my phone, and it was crazy. It was, just crazy to follow.
Yeah, it's not often that you see 3 seconds separating first and second. There we see an overview of the course and the split, the distance between Ingvild Kaspersen and Tony McCann. Ingvild has really been able to put a bit of distance on Tony, and that is impressive. To be able to save that amount of energy in your legs, to be able to surge, maintain, and finish so strongly after 100 kilometers.
Especially with the pace Tony is moving. She's going so fast as well.
Yeah. I wonder how much training the two of them have done together. Have you raced against Ingvild Kaspersen?
No, I haven't.
Not yet.
I haven't. Or maybe in the Golden Trail series, but it's years ago then. No, she's such a strong runner. Also in the flat, she's pretty fast.
Yeah. And this is where she knows that she's going to be putting everything out on the table. She's pretty safe in first, but you're still running against the clock. You're running against yourself, and you want to be able to finish as quickly as you can. And now we're seeing a race recap of CCC. And we will say goodbye to Ida Sophie Hegeman. A good recovery.
Thank you.
And can't wait to see you on the start line of UTMB next year. Okay, back to the race recap of CCC. And we have Keith and Martin back with us on the mic.
What up, team? We're back. This is kind of like a recap of what did you do with your Friday? So yeah, gang, welcome back to UTMB World Series live coverage. We are jumping between the end of the women's race in the CCC and the start of the UTMB, the delayed start. So this is what was happening earlier today with Yao Miao and Tony McCann and Hans Troyer in the early day. This was getting down to La Folie in Switzerland. There's Tony and Yao Miao, the one of many times when they would jostle and take over from each other throughout the day. Hey, Martin.
Yeah, yeah. And sorry, I'm gonna just interrupt that because somebody in the chat was asking about Jeff Browning, and I think we did get a bit of an update. So he was taken to the hospital in Chambéry, and then his wife arrived, I think, yesterday.
Yeah.
And well, you know more, so you can go ahead with his. Like, I think people are really eager to hear. This is pretty good news.
Well, first of all, there's a GoFundMe page that you can find the link on the Jeff Browning Instagram channel. So I think Jeff's friends, I believe, are organizing that.
Set it up.
But I've also seen somewhere today that actually Jeff has woken up.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what I've seen. So there's some positive signs, but so Jeff Browning had a cardiac arrest on the TDS course. In some respects, luckily, he was in the aid station at that time and was able to get medical attention and then to be heli evacuated to the hospital in Chambéry, and where they operated on him. And his wife was flown in from the US. And so there's been a great outpouring of support from the trail running community, as you would expect, to Jeff, his wife and the family and all of the friends. And I think for now, that's all we've kind of heard, but I think the ultimate thing is the GoFundMe page is there now trying to help.
And I don't know if I heard it from you, but it sounded like, when he woke up, like he was able to recognize his wife.
Yeah, I'd heard that story.
Yeah.
And so these are encourage signs.
Yes.
Without, we've only getting snippets here, so we're not down there at the hospital and kind of in the live situation. But yeah, thoughts to Jeff, his wife and the family right now. And he's such a great guy.
Mm-hmm.
So we do wish him the very best in terms of that recovery. So yeah, Bronco Billy.
Yes, that's the man. And so meanwhile, drama was about to go down in the women's race at this point, where Tony McCann takes the lead in the CCC away from Yao Miao. Meanwhile, Il Minoggio comes into the finishing line, flies into the finishing line for a very special finish, Keith, because everybody was lined up to start UTMB.
Yeah.
To bring him home like this was fantastic. And look at this, giving it back to the crowds. What a finish. And then Miguel Arsenio took a very deserving second place. Look at him, all smiles. Took it away with style.
I was talking to the Italian commentary team, Marco Maurizio, Hans Troyer wrapping up the top three. So well done to Hans Troyer. Him and Miguel had a huge battle throughout the second half of the course. The Italian team said it was that kind of goosebumps moment for them. And there we go. There's your top three men. And
drama kept unfolding. Where Ingvild Kaspersen.
It was like in Trion, Ingvild was dropped out of the sky somewhere. We hadn't seen her all day, and there she was looking fresh.
And there we go. We are actually live, people, in the last kilometer with Ingvild Kaspersen taking on her way to a second win after her win at CCC in 2023. We had kind of the feeling she was back to her level when she finished second at Chianti by UTMB earlier this year, and she almost completed Western States, but had to drop out only a few miles away from the finish line. But then she's back here.
That's Tony. So we've got two cameras on. I was looking in the screen in the main room where the director is, and it's very hard to see. We just like a head torch and the light from our camera guy. But this is Tony McCann. We've got no idea of like saying, oh, Tony's such and such on the course.
No,
but
we don't know every gravel.
Yeah, but relatively close to their bridge, the big metal bridge that they got to climb over before they get to the last kilometer. And we already see that Ingvild has already into the last kilometer running alongside the River Lave. And now, here we go. We are at the finishing arch. There we go. Ingvild now. She's past the Alpina Hotel on the right-hand side. There we go, gang. There's two-time CCC champion from Norway.
What a rewarding win for her. She's had a couple of difficult years, and she's back at the top where we knew she belonged.
But also, what an incredibly smart race. She held back. She watched the leader. She watched Tony McCann and Yao Mao battle it out, and she knew when to make her move. She pulled a Lauren Gregory. Maybe not as dramatic, but she was able to surge through into first, maintain her lead, and now we have her coming into Chamonix, Ingvild Kaspersen, our new women's champion of CCC 2026. You deserve all of the attention and the praise. Well done, Ingvild.
Wow. Mic drop from Ingvild Kaspersen.
Wow.
Wow. What a race. What a
Look at
masterclass.
that.
Petter Engdahl.
and his soon-to-be wife Nora in the house. They know how much it means for Ingvild. And there we go, seeing everybody very positive in the chat again. We appreciate the goodies.
Wow. Another incredible women's race. 2 out of 2. The top 2, that was where the focus was on the camera, as it was yesterday in the OCC. And coming out of left field from Norway, Ingvild Kaspersen.
Yes, we had missed that smile.
So Ingvild's teammate, Tony McCann, yay! I think Ingvild should get down and get everyone to do the row, the Norwegian row. But
Actually, a question. Has a woman won CCC twice? I don't know. I'm trying to think really hard. It's
We are going to find the answer to that.
yep. Come back to you on that one, Mata.
Hey, sorry, I'm asking the stupid questions.
No.
But then I was like, yeah, it did feel like.
So, if we look through the winners of CCC on the women's side, I do not see a repeat. Nope. No woman has won CCC until this moment. Ingvild Kaspersen, 2-time winner of CCC, and she's doing the Norwegian row.
Yes. See? Kind of the Icelandic clap.
This is awesome.
That's good though. Yes. Yeah, Hayden Hawks has won it twice, but I think what we were saying is the first time that we've had a 2-time winner in the women's race. So yeah, Hayden Hawks twice for the men, and now Ingvild Kaspersen for the women. Tony McCann is on her way to the finish, as is Yao Miao.
There she is in the last kilometer.
Wow, so there you go. That's how close it was in the end, people.
Come on, team. Bring it up in the chat. We want to see
the South African gifts, the Norwegian gifts. And yeah, there we go. Team Adidas running 1 and 2.
Yeah, solid showing on this CCC.
And Tony is a darling of the crowds here in Chamonix. I actually think both Ingvild and Tony are coached by Tom Evans.
Ooh, that's a very good question. And I think, yeah, I think you're right.
They're both coached by Tom Evans. Tony, our 2024 CC champion. And She's going to be a great ambassador for South Africa in the World Trail Running Championships in 2027 in Cape Town.
Hopefully we will get to see her mom on the finish line, visiting from South Africa.
There you go. There you go. Yes, look at that smile.
And she's happy with that. She's previously won here, but last year had a tough year, and she has come back, getting second in a hard battle with her teammate.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, coming second to your teammate is just so special.
Yeah.
And it was a pretty powerful moment when Ingvild passed Tony, and she was kind of like, Tony was cheering her on as she did that. They even grabbed hands for a second. So yeah, wonderful.
It's so good.
Wow. I didn't predict that. I thought Yao Miao would come in the lead here.
Yep. And there you go. Bastien, who's been on the sidelines, knowing what to do when it mattered.
There you can see Tony stopping her watch. She's like, okay, we're having these emotional moments, but I need the stats. That must be her mom.
Oh, yeah.
So the official finishing time was exactly to the second 5 minutes behind Ingvild.
Yeah. Probably a good gang of from South Africa. Oh yeah, there was that been the people like wearing the whole like South African flag one piece coming out of Valenciennes. Yes.
Ingvild was the 29th finisher overall in this year's CCC, and obviously our champion.
I'm just so happy for Tony, and I know a lot of us here in the production studio are as well. Just a completely different mood, different finish from last year, and to see her just beaming with a second place after having won at this event before. It's not about the placing, it's about your performance, and it's about the battle. Wow.
We're about 5 minutes away, I believe, from Yao Miao finishing, completing our top three. And the top three are all former champions of the CCC.
There you go.
It's good.
Will we see Tony McCann at UTMB next?
That is
Probably not a question for today.
yes.
That is the worst question to ask someone after they've just finished a hard 100K.
I'm going to laugh over the weekend if Tony's walking through the streets of Chamonix and she gets stuck at the railway crossing, because there is one just at that end of the high street. It's like, oh my God, it's like deja vu from the race. So yeah, probably not a question for today. So Martin Gafuri, Martin, you are going to be live over in Courmayeur at 3:30 in the morning for the UTMB. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
You martyr.
Online from Courmayeur to give you a little bit of a preview of the aid station before madness hits. Interview with Alberto, our local legend, like who ran one of the first editions and has been coordinating this whole life base from the very early days all the way through to what it is now, and then maybe have an interview or two with people in the crew who will be looking after the runners coming in. And then after that, since we'll have people in the studio, I'll tune out. And because now there's been a 2-hour delay of the UTMB start, we were usually doing Arnuva aid station to try and keep covering the race outside of the darkness, but they're gonna get there early with the early morning lights, and we have 4 cam runners to cover the climb up to Grand Col Ferret. So after that, I will tune out, and they will be back to the studio, and we'll have live coverage in English, in French, Spanish, and Chinese, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so we've got, as Martin said, we've got multilingual coverage through the night.
Yes.
First time we do that, and that allows Steph and I to go and have a little bit of a lie down, and then we'll be back on air tomorrow morning about
6:15.
6:15.
Starting, I think, half an hour earlier than previously planned, due to the just the changes in the schedule, having a later start for UTMB. And there we have Yao Miao. Oh God, she is still fighting. Let's go.
She's carrying a lightsaber.
I was gonna say, like, she doesn't have the headlamp.
Yeah.
So to your point, Steph, you were saying that the waist, how would you call it? Waist lamp?
Waist belt, waist
belt?
lamp, waist light. It
With the
because
cap?
the angle is lower to the ground, it also lights up the shadows from the tree roots and from the rocks a lot better. So if you have any problem, maybe, especially because we know that Yao Miao has vision problems, if you have any vision problems, you want as much visibility as possible when you are running downhill. And that actually requires you to wear a light lower on your body. So either a waist light or taking your head torch and holding it lower in your hand. But it looks like she's holding a flashlight.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but it could just be a head torch that she's holding in her hand. But
anyway, she is getting it done. She took it out hard in her true fashion. And today, 2 women were faster than her, but still she'll land on the 3rd spot of the podium here at the CCC. And I hope she'll be happy with that, because this is still an outstanding performance from Yao Miao. She is minutes away from the finish line.
Hey guys, keep it clean in the chat, please.
I've given up looking at the chat.
Just even amongst each other. We've got thick skin here in the studio, but please know that this is supposed to be a positive space for everyone.
Yeah, and then these runners will eventually watch it again just to remind themselves of these great moments, and like if they start popping up the chat a bit.
Yeah. So former CCC champion, former OCC champion. So Yao Miao is almost home and dry. Big day out in the mountains, and she really, really pushed Tony all the way. And little did those two know that Ingvild was like, I've got a slightly different fairy tale ending to this race in a Lauren Gregory kind of format.
Just interesting stat here from one of our listeners. Thank you, Travis Lonkar, saying that Yao Miao will tie Ruth Croft with 5 UTMB finals podiums, second only to Lizzie Hawker.
Right.
I have not fact checked that, but if that is
Travis is that is bullet. That's
bullet. Travis.
Bulletproof.
Yeah, but the thing is, still, so we're talking about podiums here, but I think something else was done with wins, and Lizzie Hawker was still way up there with 5.
Legend.
Yeah.
And then, the question about the red light, it's only for one section of the course, and it is indeed to try and avoid disrupting wildlife.
For UTMB, and that is through the Contamine Nature Reserve, and none of the other races that is required for. Yeah, looking behind her. Wow. She fought so hard during this race. What grit. What absolute grit. I hope she is really proud of herself for this finish.
Oh, that flask is also celebrating.
Yao Miao.
Yes.
Now finishing the CCC course in 3rd. She was passed by Tony McCann and Ingvild Kaspersen, but she fought hard for this third place, and she should be so proud.
And straight to her husband, Joshua. His who is there?
Teamwork is the dream work. Oh.
I want to sit down or...
Yeah.
Somebody said in the chat, she's a warrior, and that is true.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He, launched 30 Ks away from the line, huffing and puffing hard on the climb from Martini, and then she hasn't let go of the gas pedal. But look at this. These two ladies just managed to scoop past Yao Miao. What a beautiful podium here on this OCC finish line.
And there's her coach, Greg Valle.
Quick body assessment.
Yeah. She's pointing her at her knee.
Yeah, knee, maybe lower quad.
I mean, that's literally 12 hours and 15 minutes of non-stop on your limit.
Very gritty performance.
I think we're just about to do the podium top 3 shot. Yao Miao first. There she is. She's become a crowd favorite here in Chamonix.
And an absolute rock star in China.
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah,
High fives. Go, go, go.
So, following our men's podium, Kristen Minogio, Miguel Arsenio, Hans Troyer. Yes, Hans is officially in third. We have on the women's side, Ingvild Kaspersen, Tony McCann, and Yao Miao.
Everybody, we got, while we're looking at this, our first athletes are over the checkpoint in the Col de Vosges. Zach Miller, Vincent Bouillard, Gauthier Bonnecarrère, Rod Farvard, Paul Cornu, Martin, how do I say that family name? Chavank? Okay, Ben Demon, Baptiste Chassin, Antoine Charveline, Chris Myers, and Joaquin Lopez. That's your top 10 men over that checkpoint at Col de Vosges. And we've already had Courtney, Blondine, Rachel, Lucy Bartholomew, Jasmine Lowther, Abby Hall, Kareth Arnold, Claudia Tremps, Maria Klakeg Fenr from Norway, and then Ekaterina Mitayeva. So they're already piling over the top of that first checkpoint. On the descent now down to the arena, the auditorium, the noise of Saint-Gervais.
Fantastic. Jasmine Lowther, I don't think we saw on the during the elite walk to the start line, but another one to watch in the UTMB race.
Who?
Jasmine.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But we are still following the CCC course. We will be with you covering the top 10 women finishing this race. So the coverage of CCC, of the women's field in particular, will continue.
We've got Jen Lichter. Jen should be our next athlete into the finish line. So, and also, don't forget, those 3 athletes have the option to take the golden ticket. This was the golden ticket race, so we'll find out, I believe, in the prize-giving ceremony tomorrow who will accept the golden tickets from the Western States for next year. There's 3 tickets for the women, 3 tickets for the men, and it rolls down to 6. So if the first athlete says no thank you, it will pass down the chain till 6. We've got an interview going on right now.
It's been a long day, but it's been a wonderful day. We left
Oh yeah, let's hear it.
flashing of rain. Tell us about your adventure. What a wonderful day it was. Congratulations.
Thank you. That was exactly what it was, an adventure. That was my goal today, to have fun, to enjoy it, and to see it as an adventure. I loved it.
Ingrid, it was an incredible race. We were all watching it all during the day. Now, I'm not too sure if you know, but the start of the UTMB was actually delayed by 2 hours because of the rain. So a lot of us didn't get to see the final hour of your race. Tell us about the final hour, 2 hours, when you made your move and went from third into second and into that champion position.
I felt like I ran pretty steady today, so I didn't do anything crazy. I was just holding a good rhythm throughout the race, and that helped today.
La quatrième
It was
dame.
very close, and yeah, I mean, it could have been anyone.
Ingrid, you won here before, a magnificent victory in 2023. How much did that experience stand to you today when you're up against athletes of the caliber of Tony, of the caliber of Yao Miao? It's fantastic to win a race, but to win a race against such champions must make it even sweeter.
I honestly didn't expect it today. Yeah, I'm very happy.
Two-time champion, super proud.
Thank you.
Final words for yourself. I'm sure you have a lot of friends and family back home in Norway. Into the camera, say hello, tell them that you're okay, tell them that you're a champion.
Well, I have a lot of friends at home that I know is backing me, so thank you for that. And thank you to my coach, Tom Evans, and to my work, my colleagues in my office. They're very helpful, so I know they're following the race.
Everybody, let's give a big warm round of applause for Ingrid Kaspersen from Norway, our 2026 champion. Superb.
Alors, juste une petite traduction, juste vite fait, par rapport à notre championne. Elle est partie ce matin à 9h de Courmayeur sous la pluie. Elle a dit vraiment...
So, guys, Dylan Bowman confirmed that Miguel and Hans have accepted the golden tickets, and Christian is a maybe.
There we go.
I don't know if Christian has ever done 100 miles.
Which is my way of said.
Right.
Yep.
Huh.
And I guess, and also Western States would love to see Ingvild back just to finish. She almost finished this year, 99 miles into a 100-mile race. So, yeah. The golden ticket, it's qualifying for next year's Western States 100. It's a very, very hot ticket.
I think
So,
this was sarcasm.
Well,
here we go. Talking about golden ticket and Western States, your current Western States winner and record holder, Jen Lichter, is in the last few 100 meters.
The women participating today were absolutely insane. And to be among them and to be remotely competitive against them is always such a pleasure. And to compete with some of my best friends, Ingvild, I'm just so happy for her. She had an insane race. So yeah, it was an absolute pleasure. The win would have been great, but second to her is even better.
Yeah. Tony, it's an incredible atmosphere at the finish line, and thanks to you guys as well for that. Tony, I saw in your pre-race video, you spoke about how no matter the result, you just wanted to be proud of the run that you did today. I'm sure you are. I hope you are. How do you feel?
I'm really proud of my run today. You know, I had a bit of a low between Martini and Triant, but I rallied and I fueled well, and the last few kilometers I'm really proud of how I ran. I think I pushed really hard. I knew I was chasing someone who was probably untouchable, but I also had someone really strong chasing me, so there was no letting up, and I'm really, really proud of how I handled that.
Tony, most of us will never get to experience a 100-kilometer race. There's physical challenges of the mountains. There's mental challenges as well, like when a train comes right across you and you've got to stop and wait for the next runner to come behind. How do you handle these challenges like that are presented to you?
à la 5e place.
It is super frustrating, but at the same time I used it as an opportunity to fuel, to look after myself. And yeah, I mean, these things happen. It's not making or breaking a race. It is what it is. And as frustrated as I was, I managed to rally, and I was chasing Yamia up that hill, and she absolutely crushed it. So yeah, it is what it is. It's all part of racing.
Tony McCann, a true champion. Congratulations, and thank you for showing us once again what a fantastic athlete you are. Bravo, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Alors donc pour l'interview avec Tony McCann, deuxième place.
Okay, as while that interview was going on, you would have seen and heard that Jen Lichter finished 12 hours, 24 minutes, our Western States champion from this year, coming in fourth. Fantastic effort and performance for a CCC debut. And then Caitlin Fielder, who had worked her way up. She was sitting lower in the field, worked her way up to sixth, and she has been able to finish in fifth. Honoka Akiyama, who was in fifth before, has obviously dropped back. We might expect Anna Stina Erkila to finish next.
Yeah, and just on Caitlin, she's a closer, but it was good to see her come across the line, and in her face light up even more when she saw that Ingvild won.
It's hard for me because my knee has my knee a little pain. Yeah, when running downhill, yeah, it's not good. So today I don't like downhill because it's difficult for me. Yeah.
A difficult day with the knee. How are the eyes? We've seen problems with the eyes in the past. Were the eyes okay today?
My eyes is good now. Yeah, today is no problem.
Yeah, it's been an incredible 8 years since we first saw you win here in 2018. 8 years of victories all around the world. How do you do it? What's the key to your consistency? Performance after performance, so good, so many wins, so many podiums.
Sorry, I need translator, sorry.
But my question is...
My English is not very good.
No
sorry.
problem, no, you're doing great. My question is, any secret to your success? Because you've had such a long career, 8 years at the top, winning. A wonderful podium today.
Yeah.
How? What's your secret? Training very hard, I'm sure.
Sorry. 九帅，你可以过来帮我翻译一下吗？这个问题对我来说有点难。这边。
Yeah, let me help you out.
I call my husband. Translator for me.
No problem. Let me help you out.
来，你帮我翻译。
The reason is talent, hard work, training.
他说 What's the question again?
The secret to her success. 8 years. Win races, on podiums. How does she do it? Race after race.
他说你过去8年一直在讲台上，你的成功的秘诀是什么？拿冠军，站上领奖台，你的成功的秘诀是什么？是你的天赋，是你的刻苦的训练，是你家人的支持，还是什么
？Hard work. Yeah.
Great answer. Yeah, we'll let you go. Have a wonderful night. Congratulations on another wonderful performance.
Thank you.
C'était l'interview avec Guillaume, mesdames et messieurs, on a le plaisir d'accueillir dans quelques secondes.
That was such a cute answer, and it was spot on. She puts in so much hard work to get to where she is.
And the hard work also went towards speaking English, because I guarantee you that last year she wasn't like half of what capable in English of what she's just shown today. So massive improvement in that. We know that originally she started singing songs and playing the guitar to learn English.
Wow.
And then she realized that, to play the guitar, because she does the picking, and so her fingers would hurt until she would get used to it, but then she would train a lot, and so then she would play again and it would hurt again. So she was like, no, if I'm going to hurt training.
But to be fair, you know, even as an English speaker, that was a very strong accent to understand.
Oh,
and to
yeah,
respond
true.
to.
Yeah, and also, and it's a difficult question at the best of times. That one, what's your secret? So Ingvild was good. She was very short and punchy with her answers as we go to the front of the race of the UTMB course here on the descent down to Saint-Gervais. Dylan Bowman just called out, by the way, both winners in the CCC were using poles. Thank you, Debo.
Yep.
So I can see Zach Miller with the orange backpack on the right-hand side in this little group of 5 descending down to Saint-Gervais.
We have also the yellow T-shirt of Vincent Bouillard.
Oh, yeah.
Zach Miller, another one that's trying the Western States UTMB double.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is bit tougher to do the commentary in the dark. So
it's a tight pack, particularly at the start of UTMB.
Yep.
Everyone's pretty fired up and ready to go, especially with a 2-hour delayed start.
There you go.
There you go. Teammates, Drew Holman and Caleb Olsen. I guarantee you that in that front pack is also Ben Demon. Yeah, so over the top, we had Zach Miller, Vincent Bouillard, Gauthier Boncarré, Rod Favard, Paul Cornu-Chavanc, Ben Demon, Baptiste Chassan.
And just to call out, Blondine Irandel is in the lead on the women's side on our screen at the moment.
And, oh, we got a little bit of...
And confirmation of our third place finisher in the CCC, Meow Meow.
Blondine running into the night with shorts but a long sleeve top. We are now 18 kilometers into the course from the top women.
And so usually we're able to provide you with much clearer images of that first part of the course, but because we pushed back our 2 hours, then yeah, we're still trying to cover this race, and I think we're going to be live until 10:45 p.m. local time. But that's going to be a whole lot of headlamp beams and runner in the dark.
Also to make sure to cover the top 10 women in CCC.
Yep.
Which we should be able to do within the next 25 minutes.
I'm probably going to tune out. Get some sleep.
Safe travels to Courmayeur.
Thank you very much, and we'll see you on the other side.
See you on the flip side.
Enjoy your 1 hour sleep, Martin.
Gonna try and make it count.
I think you've earned it.
Yeah, and yeah, thanks everyone for today. Thanks for the positive vibes in the chat. We'll really appreciate the support for the runners out there. That's what it's all about.
So we're expecting our race leaders into Saint-Gervais very soon. And the fact that we are now, you're getting a little bit more noise on our merry way means that we're getting closer and closer down to Saint-Gervais-les-Bains. Here we go. Talk of the devil. This is the crowd and the party atmosphere waiting to cheer our runners into the first checkpoint. It's not an assisted aid station, it's just an aid station. So Saint-Gervais at kilometer 22.9K. And yeah, this is all about party time down here. So yeah, the runners come into round the road, descend into Saint-Gervais, and then they're going to be working their way through the forest towards Lake Contamine, where they will see their support teams for the first time. That's at kilometer 32. And that's probably, yeah, so we're going to be seeing our race leaders into Lake Contamine. It's going to be a really important aid station, because then after that, they don't see anybody till they see Martin and the support crews over in Courmayeur tomorrow morning around about 3:45.
Indeed, and the Lake Contamine aid station is always an incredibly hectic one, quite a stressful one for both runners and crew, because a lot needs to happen there. It's, as you say, it's the last time they see them for their crew for a very long time. Last chance they have to be able to do an outfit change, really get ready for whatever awaits them in the night. And so it's one where it's hectic. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of noise, and usually the runners just want to get in and out of there as quickly as possible. So we are leaving you for a short break with images of our lead men and lead women in the UTMB 100 miler. The men almost 21 kilometers into the course, but stay with us and we will be right back.
Imagining a place where it's always safe to go. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
Antoine, est-ce que tu penses que c'est bien que je remonte sur toi? Toi, tu fais tête de ton groupe et moi derrière.
Hey everybody, welcome back to live coverage of the UTMB, the UTMB World Series Finals. We're covering the front of the delayed start to the UTMB. Our race leaders, historically, we would be able to see this time of the part of the race. So we are in the dark. We are 1 kilometer outside of Saint-Gervais. Hey, Steph Case.
Yeah.
How are we doing? Still going strong?
We are still going strong. So we are, as you say, we're expecting the race leaders for UTMB to come through Saint-Gervais in 3 minutes. At the last checkpoint, we had Zach Miller in the lead, followed by Antoine Charvelin and then Vincent Bouillard. But everyone was going through the last checkpoint within seconds of one another, so there could be a switch up. In the lead on the women's side was Blandine Erandel. Do bear with us. I understand everyone is eager for knowledge about who's in the lead, what the rankings are. It is a lot more difficult for us to cover this race in the dark.
I heard the camera guy talking to one of the two leaders. So the race leader, I think one of them is Antoine Charvelin. So one of the two athletes at the front here. But we'll get a time check for you now when we get into the lights of Saint-Gervais.
Okay, Paul Cornat-Chauvin.
Oh, yeah. So he's there alongside, so two of the Frenchmen, Paul Cornu-Chauvin, and also Antoine Chavelin. We also know that Zach Miller's there, Vincent Bouillard there, Ben Demon, all of the favorites at the front of the men's race. Rod Farvard as well.
Interesting. It's the French and the Americans just dominating the top 10 on the men's side in UTMB right now. Now here we have the chase group. We've seen on the women's side is Blandine Randel. At the beginning, it was Courtney, Rachel Entrekin, Lucy Bartholomew sitting near the top. And there we go. We got Zach Miller in the chase group on the screen.
I think that was Rod Farver just in front of him, and the guy on the right with the kind of on-running jacket, that's going to be Antoine Chavelin. So yeah, it's doing our best. Oh no, that could have been Baptiste Chassan. So yeah, it's a real, literally a poke in the dark trying to guess who we've seen here. But that's definitely Zach Miller on our left-hand side.
And just want to call out, as we are watching this on the UTMB side, on the CCC course on the women's side, Anna-Stina Erkala from Finland finished in 6th in 12 hours, 36 minutes, followed, just about 40 seconds later by Honoka Akiyama. So she dropped back quite a bit, but she finished in 7th, and we're waiting for Adeline Martin from France to come in next in about 3 minutes.
Yeah, when you talk to the UTMB athletes, they always say that arriving into Saint-Gervais is so loud.
Yeah.
And the crowds have had to be patient today because we've delayed the start by 2 hours, but they're getting an eye full of athletes now arriving into Saint-Gervais.
They will have 2 hours more of beer drinking on patios waiting for these runners to come through. So
100%, yeah.
Definitely rowdier than we are used to seeing, and the runners are soaking it up. Yeah, that's it. Give us more, they're saying. Give us more. Really exciting. Some of you might have questions. It's not raining right now. Why was there a delayed start? Well, it's precisely, there was the reason why there was a delayed start, because the weather was looking like it was going to improve, and they want to ensure when the runners reach the high passes that it will be safe for them. So looks like the plan has been executed perfectly. 22.4 kilometers into this 100-mile race around Mont-Blanc through France, Italy, Switzerland, back to France, back to that start line in Chamonix.
Yep, here we go around the corner now into the timing mat, and also probably the runners, they're going to scoop up some liquid here. The flasks are out.
Okay, we've got the lead group here. That's Vincent Bouillard in the yellow. Ben Demon there. He is close behind in the white and red top.
Yeah, this is a bit frenetic through here, so grab what you need and get out of there.
Yeah, Vincent in and out massively quickly. Ben Demon having a bit of a chat as he's filling up his flasks.
Here we go. We're going to give you the top 10 through Saint-Gervais. Vincent Bouillard, Rod Farvard, Paul Cornu-Chauvin, Ben Deem and Baptiste Chassan, Antoine Chavelin, Zach Miller, Gauthier Boncarrere, Chris Myers, and are not there yet. So that's our top 8 into Saint-Gervais.
And they were all within about 15 seconds of one another. So just disgustingly.
Look at these crowds. Chris Myers is in. He's 9th.
And still waiting imminently for Adeline Martin to finish in 8th in CCC on the women's side following Honoka Akiyama. So we are keeping an eye on both. Was that Drew Holman?
Oh, sorry, I was looking at my computer. Oh, there's Drew. Yeah, that's Drew Holman. Yep.
Just saw him there on the screen. In and out of the aid station quickly, as are all of the rest of them.
Whew. Yep, working their way out now. They're about to, very quickly, they will escape the craziness of Saint-Gervais, and they're going to be out on the trails between Saint-Gervais and Les Contamines. We're expecting our race leaders into Les Contamines in around about 40 minutes. So yeah, Caleb Olson was our 10th athlete through there. Then we had Drew Holman, Joaquin Lopez, Andreas Reiterer, Ramon Manech, Tobias Geiser, Hannes Namberger, Shen Jiasheng, Jean-Philippe Schumi, Yannick Noel, Theo Yep, then we got Yannick Noel, Theo Detienne. They're all piling through. We should have our first runners in the women's race coming through shortly into Saint-Gervais as well. That's like a pretty narrow section of trail to be running on there. On the pavement, sorry. And Saint-Gervais, they keep a little bit of the volume ready for when our first women hit Saint-Gervais, so they should be in any second. Now our race leader apparently is Blondine Lirondelle, so that means the noise will go up for our French athlete. It's so good. There you go.
And there we are. Adeline Martin had finished CCC in 8th place on the women's side in 12 hours, 45 minutes, 38 seconds. Congratulations, Adeline. And we were waiting for Marie Gonsalves. She should be followed by Therese Leboeuf. And then that will be our top 10 for CCC for the women. And for the women on the UTMB side of things, we will be expecting the women's leaders who, as we last saw, was Blondine Lirondelle, come through Saint-Gervais in about 7 minutes. The algorithm has Courtney Dauwalter coming through around the same time. Let's see if that holds up. Expect to see Rachel Entrekin, Lucy Bartholomew, Jasmine Lowther, all in that top group. Potentially Abby Hall, Gareth Arnold. It will be close on the women's side as well.
We can do a direct comparison with the times from last year because the course adjustment was the same at the first part. So 1:57 was Tom Evans into Saint-Gervais. So Vincent Bouillard came in 1:54. And then in the women's time split from last year, Ruth Croft came into Saint-Gervais in 2 hours and 2 minutes, which is right about now. The Funk Soul Brother. Sorry. So there we go. So that is worth keeping an eye on. So, and also don't forget, these athletes are running this section in the dark, whereas Tom was already in the daylight. So they're already slightly quicker than Tom was last year, but it's very, very early days.
What fanfare they have going off into the night. And yeah, there was some talk in the chat. It's true for the UTMB race, not at this part of the course, but at the Contamine Nature Reserve, the runners will have to wear just a red head torch. So free red covers for the head torches were provided and were able to be picked up at various locations around Chamonix. So the runners didn't actually have to buy a new special red headlamp. They could just convert their current one. And that is to make sure that, I think it's a section of about 7 kilometers, that the wildlife was not disturbed by these bright white lights coming through.
Yeah, and it's right at the bottom of the Notre Dame de la Gorge, and they're going to be really strict on policing that. I asked Michelle Paletti last week, the race director, Michelle, what happens if you rock up with a white head torch? You will not be allowed to pass.
Yep.
So it's very, very clear. And they're also going to have people on that 7K section, making sure that you don't try and switch to a white light. So they're really, really, this is the first year they do it, and they're going to try and be particularly strict with that.
It was part of the mandatory equipment, and we're seeing, especially, as the race is becoming more and more competitive, we're seeing really, to make sure that the regulations and the rules are put in place, that they're followed. We had 4 people that received time penalties yesterday on the men's side in OCC for unintentional, but it still happened, but course cutting, because that degrades the environment much quicker than if you just stick to the trails.
Yeah, so we're keeping an eye now on the front of the women's race into Saint-Gervais, so we can give you an update on that one. We just saw Zach Miller just ahead here, so I was just saw that Zach was asked about his coming to the UTMB, and he talked about the fact that he took 5th at Western States back in June, and he's talking about the sports evolve. People are fueling now, and they do threshold and heat train. It's not new stuff, but it feels more focused, more serious, more dialed. Where do I land in all of that? Is the sport faster? Am I slower? Can I still hang? Will my knee and hip even hold up? So Zach, like most of us, has a lot of self-doubts, but the only way to find out, he said, was to put yourself in it and see if it sticks.
And he's all gut, glory, and heart. If anyone has ever watched Zach Miller finish a race, it is like nothing else. His finish at Western States earlier this year was just beautiful. He's someone who had the opportunity to race Western States before, but had never taken the chance until this year when he got his golden ticket. He entered Western States, and correct me if I'm wrong, did he come in 5th?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think we're all looking. We all want Zach to finish because we love the Zach Miller trademark finish, whether it's 1st, 2nd, or 10th. So yeah, here we go, gang. We are with our race leader in the women's race. So expect a loud roar when Blondine arrives into the cauldron of Saint-Gervais.
You bet. Blondine Leyrandel. Definitely a fan favorite, particularly in France. She is so strong, always someone to keep your eye on in a race. She's had a very good year already at Val d'Aran by UTMB in the 50K in July, which a lot of runners use because it's sort of UTMB World Series major. They use as a bit of a warm-up to UTMB. She placed in 3rd. She was 1st in Transvolcania. Also 1st in a 20K back in March. Blondine, also the winner of Diagonale des Fous last year. And if you win Diagonale des Fous as a French person, I mean, you just enter legendary status.
Yeah, Blondine is, if she does win the UTMB this year, she will join Ruth Croft as the only other female to have won OCC, CCC, and UTMB. So, and the victory she had at Transvolcania in front of Lucy Bartholomew was a new course record.
There you go. Of course, she was she got 4th in CCC last year. And she was 5th in UTMB the year before that, as well as 3rd in UTMB in 2023.
Yeah, and on top of all of that, she remains the CCC course record holder from 2022.
Not a bad resume to be bringing to UTMB this year. And look at the crowds. They love Blondine Leyrandel.
Welcome to Saint-Gervais, Blondine. And she's, this is good.
When she didn't get into, or didn't get picked to enter Hard Rock, I can't remember if it was this year or last year, there was just a whole French movement that went out publicly begging Dale, the race director of Hard Rock, to let her in. That's not, of course, how Hard Rock works, but...
No, you've probably got more influence over Dale than anybody else, right?
I do not have influence over Dale. I am setting the record straight right now.
Okay. But you are on the board of Hard Rock 100, right?
I am on the board of Hard Rock 100.
Trying to make the registration process more transparent. Is that a good way of... Yeah.
I'm trying to, and also ensure that that the race becomes more equitable and more open to people who traditionally haven't necessarily felt welcome in the sport in general. So we just implemented or announced our trans athlete and non-binary inclusion policy, which I think is quite important these days. And we have a non-binary athlete racing here in the women's field, but someone who identifies as non-binary, and that is Riley Brady.
Yeah, and Rachel Entrekin is going big right there at the front as well. I remember the conversation when you first started talking to Hard Rock 100, saying, oh, don't worry, once you've dealt with the Taliban, the Hard Rock 100 are going to be easy to deal with. You said that to me, so I remember that conversation. Here we go. Blondine is in the house.
And she is looking happy. She is just loving all of the support from the crowds. How could you not? She's filling up just one flask there.
Yeah, that's going to get her to Lake Contamine.
Yeah, the athletes, particularly because the race has a delayed start. It's cooler. They're sweating less than normal. But yeah, you know, every athlete sweats at a different rate, and that's what's also important to know. You know, I'm an athlete who, even when it's cold, I lose about 1 liter of water an hour. Other runners, maybe Blondine Irondel, doesn't need as much. There's Rachel Entrekin filling up one flask as well. Taking a minute or so. She actually looks quite flushed. I think she's been running hard and sweating a lot. So now, talking about different sweat rates, you know, look at the amount of sweat that you can see on her shorts alone.
Yeah.
She's taking a bit to eat, but if you are a heavy sweater, then you are someone that needs to absolutely fill up both flasks. But she will know herself better than I do, of course. So.
Yeah, and Rachel was about 30 seconds behind Blondine into Saint-Gervais, and she's also going to get the love from the crowd now. They do love the women racers here in France, and obviously if you're French, you get the next level, but yeah.
As you should. Now, on the CCC side, continuing to keep an eye on the women's field, Marie Gonçalves is from France, but apparently she is Portuguese, I believe. Finished in 9th place in 12:51.
Wow, I'm loving the volume in Saint-Gervais. This is amazing. And well done. Lucy Bartholomew is in. Careth Arnold is in 4th place. So yeah, they're coming in. And it's very strange for us to be doing the commentary in the dark in Saint-Gervais. The race delayed start, 2 hours behind normal. Normally the runners would be up into Lake Contamine by now. But yeah.
Yeah, there we go. And we do have confirmation. Thank you, Pete, in the chat. Rachel posted an article through Precision yesterday confirming that she does sweat a lot. So we did see that. So, and the amount that you sweat also doesn't correspond to necessarily the amount of salt that you leak out. And there's Jasmine Lowther from Canada.
Yeah, Jasmine's sorry. Carry on, Steph.
No, go for it.
No, I was just saying Jasmine is 5th place into Saint-Gervais behind Careth, Lucy, Rachel, and Blondine.
We expected to see Jasmine up near the top, and as she posted, as we flagged on the chat earlier, she has both the head torch Petzl and waist torch Ultra Spire combo to be able to see properly at night.
Yep, Abby Hall is in 6th place as well. And shortly, they're going to be out in the sticks between Saint-Gervais and Lake Contamine after this wild welcome down here.
So Blondine Lechantel, Rachel Entrekin, Lucy Bartholomew, Careth Arnold, Jasmine Lowther, Abby Hall, all through Saint-Gervais. And that means we're still waiting for Courtney DeWalter.
Yeah, and there's a lot of love for Courtney in these valleys as well. So
you bet. You bet. And now there is our top 10 on the CCC side for the women. We have Therese Leboeuf finish in 10th in 12 hours, 58 minutes. Congratulations, Therese. And that is your top 10. for CCC after an incredibly exciting race and the battle amongst Ingvild Kaspersen, Tony McCann, and Yao Miao.
Yeah, and you don't need us to tell you, but that's two incredible women's races already in the bag.
Yep.
And with the depth of the field we have here, it's not out of the question to have another third thrilling finale around the Mont Blanc.
And we have had Martina Valmasoy come through Saint-Gervais in 7th. We've been talking about how strong of a year Martina Valmasoy has had. She is, of course, a TDS winner.
That's right. And then we have Ekaterina Mitaeva. Ekaterina is our 8th place athlete into the... We saw her partner earlier today, Dimitri, on the climb to the Grand Col Ferret. Didn't really see much after him, but Steph's going to just round out a story I started. I really should have prepared that before I got in it, but there we go. So yeah. Claudia Tremps is in, Esther Schillag is in, so Esther's wrapping up the top 10 into Saint-Gervais. There she is. Also on the PTRA is Esther.
Yes, yeah. Esther is on the PTRA, and she is also the head of the women's equality group.
Right. Yep.
And unfortunately, Dmitry Matreyev, he DNF'd at CCC. So another case where we have a couple where one has unfortunately DNF'd one race, where the other person in the couple continues. There's Claudia Tremps on the screen. Here, one of the couple stories is John Albin, who is running UTMB, and his partner Henrietta Albin, unfortunately, due to some kind of food poisoning, was not able to start. I expect that we'll see her out crewing.
Yep. Anna Luden just came through as well. So Anna's our 11th place athlete in the women's race into Saint-Gervais. Still no Courtney.
Still no Courtney. I mean, normally I would say maybe her championship just didn't go, but we would have seen her. We would have seen her on the screen. There's Katie Asmus. Katie, incredibly strong runner for HOKA. She's had a tough year. Her son was diagnosed with diabetes, I believe, which took her out of training for some time, but she is here strong, ready to go. And there is Courtney, looking happy, looking relaxed. Maybe she's just stepping back on purpose.
Well, we've seen that the winning women do not lead during the first part of the race. They just come strong towards the end. And Katie Asmus' first lap around the Mont Blanc as well, so she's super excited for this. And we followed each other for years, and we finally met each other at Hard Rock this year, so it was great. It was kind of cool to meet Katie. So
she has so much energy. I remember last year when I was running Hard Rock, she came to meet me after I had just passed Handy's, the highest point in the course, and I was so nauseous I couldn't talk, and she was just giving me all of the energy, all of the motivational positive sayings. And there we have Emily Schmitz, an American who lives in Chamonix Valley. She also runs for HOKA. Strong showing from the Americans, at least on the women's side and on the men's side.
Yep, and then just behind Emily into Saint-Gervais, Rachel Drake, Riley Brady, Riley Brady. We're waiting for Amanda Basham to show up as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, Riley's in. Magdalena Kraspulska from Poland, and also Amanda Basham. So Amanda Basham was wrapping up our top 20. So we're expecting Chen Lin in here shortly.
And where is Katarzyna Dąbrowska? I would have expected to see her near the top.
Yeah, and also Zhang Fuzhou. Elsie Davis, we're still waiting for. So, you know, cautious early on.
Yes.
This is a long race.
It is indeed.
So, yeah. Caitlin Gerben as well. So, we're expecting Caitlin through shortly as well.
And she previously got third at UTMB in 2022, then had some surgery on her hip as well as had her first child. But she had a big year last year coming back into racing. She did Tour de Géant. She's now back here in UTMB competing. Just great to see her out there competing again. There's Elsie Davis, my ride or die on the North Face team. She is looking happy and relaxed. Yes, this is what I like to see. Let's go, Elsie.
I think that was Zhang. So we check. So that was Chen Lin, sorry. Chen Lin, Antonina Yoshina, Elsie Davis. We called Elsie out. So yeah, this is... So Elsie's 23rd women's athlete into Saint-Gervais. And I believe our director's staying here in Saint-Gervais because there's not a lot to see other than bright head torches on the trails. And it's also very dark, even in the sun, even in dusk. So Julia Retzi from France, Maria Nikolova. Noor van der Veen from the Netherlands.
Oh, yeah. She is a very strong runner. I believe from memory that she has won Tour de Géant. I will double check that myself, but it's not often that you see runners from the Netherlands do well in a very mountainous race coming from such flatlands.
And that was Shea Aquilano that we just saw on the screen there. I wasn't sure if I saw. Was Shea wearing gloves then?
I wasn't actually looking.
Yeah. So she was having fun trying to get the top of the flask off. So Shea Aquilano through there she's our 27th athlete.
Yeah, there we go. I am right. Nora van der Veen she is only the second woman in history to finish Tour de Géant under the 80-hour mark. So Tour de Géant being a 330-kilometer race through Aosta Valley. There's Caitlin Gerben.
Yep, Katarzyna Dombrovska has come through as well. And Juana Marina from Romania.
Katarzyna or Kasia, incredibly strong runner for On. She won the UTMB World Major in Europe, Val d'Orient by UTMB, the 100-miler, suffered nausea, was sleeping on the trail, was having such a hard time, and just chatting with her partner who usually crews her. We said, look, UTMB is going to be a piece of cake after what she went through at run. So
we've got from France, Céline Finas is from the Kipron women's team, same team as Blondine Lirondelle. So Céline is into Saint-Gervais. Time elapsed since the race start, 2 hours and 20 minutes now. And one of the observations we were making throughout was, there we go, Jennifer Lemoine, Anastasia Davidova. We've got Sandy Nipova from the United States. And Steph, you getting cold?
I am indeed.
That's good. Finally, we got some fresh air in the studio. We've got Anne-Cécile Thévenot is there. So they keep on coming. And look at this.
So from Saint-Gervais, as they leave this aid station, the runners will be going up not an incredibly steep climb, but a climb nonetheless as they make their way towards Les Contamines. So Saint-Gervais is at 22.9 kilometers into this course. Les Contamines is just at 32.4 kilometers. So there's less than 10 kilometers on an uphill, but again, not a brutal uphill towards Le Contamine.
Yep, there are now only 4 assisted aid stations this year in the UTMB course for the for any athletes, but predominantly the elite athletes. The first of those aid stations is at Le Contamine. It's a key aid station because it's setting up the athletes because they are going to be out in the wilderness for the rest of the night. So they're not going to see their crews again for 50 kilometers until they reach Courmayeur tomorrow morning, anytime from 3:45 onwards. So this is a key aid station, and we've seen it over the years is for those athletes that have maybe done a lot of sweating in this first segment, they may well do a shirt change. So there's a lot shirt change or even a bra change in this course because it's really key to stay warm up on these exposed parts of the course up to the Col de Bonhomme for starters. So yes, this is a key aid station for the crews to look after their athletes and get them set up for success overnight.
And following Le Contamine, that is when they have a kind of gentle exit until they hit the fairly steep, meaty climb going all the way up to Croix du Bonhomme. And that's where, you know, if you've ever been on the course, you just see this zigzag trail going up into the sky of lights. And at some points, depending on what the weather is like, the head torches of the runners in front of you become indistinguishable from the stars above. And it is such a beautiful sight. But it also doesn't give you a sense of how high the mountain is going.
Yeah, so we've got Saint-Gervais here at kilometer 23, Le Contamine at 32K, and then from there they're going to reach about 10 minutes after that they reach Notre Dame de la Gorge. Historically, that was a loud area. I think this year it's like, here we go. We've got the Asterix and Obelix invaders coming in here. This is great. It's party time here in Saint-Gervais. They are going to work their way up to La Balme, which is at 40, and then somewhere between La Balme and the Refuge de la Croix de Bonhomme, that is where the red light area stops.
Yeah. So this section between Saint-Gervais and Le Contamine, as we said, it's just under 10K. It's 9.6 kilometers with 495 meters of climb. So nothing brutal, but it's still about 500 meters. And the top men are just over halfway on their way to Le Contamine. I would say the top women are about a third.
Mm-hmm. And we are the course, the only, as well as the time delay at the start of the race, the only course adjustment currently is that the pyramid calcaire, has been removed as it was in 2025. So we are able to compare apples to apples when it comes to the times of Tom Evans and Ruth Croft from last year. So Tom into Le Contamine was about 2 hours 49. Bearing in mind that Tom probably got to Le Contamine just at the last part of dusk. So these athletes now are running in the dark because they have been. So yeah, 2:49 is our benchmark for Tom Evans for the front of the men's race, and 3 hours and 1 minute is our benchmark for Ruth Croft's time from last year at Le Contamine.
I'm just so happy for the runners that they're not currently running under the rain because there is nothing more miserable.
Well, I think you took one for the team on Monday night, like a lot of runners in the TDS. That was a midnight, just before midnight starting, and you probably had the worst of the weather all week.
It was pretty brutal, admittedly, and the race organizers were really, start line announcers were really good about warning us. Put your jacket on, put your pants on, put your gear on before it's too late because it's going to be brutal out there, and it was. We had hail when we got to Col de Chavannes, which is was the highest point on the climb coming out of Courmayeur.
So there are, as well as all of these wonderful athletes, we've also got some adaptive athletes racing here. So Julien Veisser from Team Adaptive. He's attempting to become the first amputee to finish the UTMB. So Julian is running with a blade on one of his legs.
Super cool.
At the same time, and we haven't seen them yet, but there's a team that are carrying a quadriplegic athlete in something called a Joelette. And they've already carried Jonathan Naboulet around the course in the OCC in 24, around the CCC course in 25, and they are attempting to complete the UTMB course, a team of 42 carrying Jonathan all the way around the UTMB course, which is
amazing.
Truly incredible, yeah.
Absolutely amazing. And if you're just joining us, we are covering now the beginning part of UTMB as the runners continue through the night. We covered earlier the finish of CCC, incredibly exciting. We had Christian Manogio from Italy in first, followed by Miguel Arsenio in second, and Hans Treyer in third on the men's side. And on the women's side, we had Ingvild Kaspersen from Norway surge into first in the last 15K, let's call it, followed by Tony McCann from South Africa and Yao Miao from China, who had knee problems and really pushed through that race. So it's been an exciting day following what was just a mind-blowing OCC yesterday. We will be with you for probably about another half an hour, Keith and I, on the live before joining again at 6:50 in the morning. But there will be coverage through the night. Some coverage. Martin Gafuri, who was with us all day, has left the studio so he can get a bit of sleep before he goes over to the Courmayeur side to give you a bit of coverage from there.
Yeah, so the UTMB this year, the commitment is that we're actually going to be offering multilingual coverage throughout the night. We recognize that there's audiences, specifically the United States, amongst many, where this is your prime daytime. So, there's going to be multilingual coverage tonight. And Martin and the team.
Let's just listen into here.
Yep.
I don't know what you mean. What is the most important? No, what's the most important? No, you don't know? Okay, fine. I don't understand. My English is not so perfect. Oh, okay, fine. You have to say.
No, it's live.
We're just getting a bit of a sense of all of the preparations that the crews are making in Lake Contamine as they wait for their runners to come through. Again, this is such a hectic crew aid station. Let's hear.
Two runners, who are they?
Barbara and Pamela, Argentina.
All right. They are running for HOKA? Okay, nice.
Thank you.
So this is the quiet before the storm here in Lake Contamine. So once the runners come in here, and this is a key aid station, we already mentioned that, but there's going to be, I think, some clothing changes from this first section. And I think they've been struggling to find somebody that speaks particularly good English, so a third time lucky.
And so, can you show us the stuff?
Yeah, so I'm here waiting for Gautier for the career. He will change the headlamp here because it started with a light one, and then there's some carbs and salt flash that just get empty and then he cleaned after a few kilometers. He will change the jacket because probably it's a bit wet after the rain, and then jazz and cold for some sort of things. If he wants something salty, that's all. Here it will be fast.
And what's the most important for him, you think, in all of the stuff?
Wow, carbs, of course, and the headlamp.
Do you have a timing, something to do it fast?
Not really, but we know each other for a few years, so we are quite used to be fast. But here, even if they are fast and stuff, a matter of a few seconds. So you take it easy.
Thank you.
And we're seeing all the preparations here as they are waiting for the runners to come through Lake Contamine. If you're seeing the same glitch that I am on your tracker, Courtney Dauwalter has not already come through Lake Contamine. That would be really heroic. So just ignore that little glitch there. We are still waiting for the top men to come through Lake Contamine in about 15 minutes.
Oh, wow. We're dropping in a little bit of a advert. This is the largest leisure park in the Mont-Blanc region. So that's what you're seeing on the screens right now. It's at the foot of France's highest natural reserve. This is at Notre Dame de la Gorge, this beautiful church that's there. The church is located at the end of the road, and this is going to be a lot of runners going through there in the next few hours. And there is a pilgrimage every year on the 15th of August that draws a large crowd. So there we go. That's what you were seeing on the screen there. So we're between the Notre Dame de la Gorge is after here, and the runners, the crews are getting ready. And this will look a little bit like a war zone for a while as there's clothes thrown everywhere. And so, yeah, it's going to get busy here in the next 10 minutes. So we're going to have a short commercial break. And then when we're back, we're going to get ready to welcome our race leaders into Lake Contamine.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Hey gang, welcome back to live coverage of the third and final of the UTMB World Series events for 2026. Steph Case and myself, we are now 14 hours into our broadcast today. So we've been going since 8:30 this morning. We've been having so much fun. We've got about another 30 minutes before we hand over to the night team. They're going to be guiding you through the night, the multilingual team. So we're here on the screen right now at the party time in Saint-Gervais, and the last runners through here are going to be at midnight. So the runners have still got another hour and a half to make it to this station. So don't forget, not everybody's on a 20-hour time split. Some of them are on the 46 hours, which is the full 46 and a half hours, which is the full lap. Hey, Steph Case, how are we doing? You've had an incredible week already with doing the TDS, and now your second ultra is 3 days on the live commentary.
You know what? I love it. I am eating, drinking, breathing UTMB this week, and You know what? This is the Christmas week, or if we're going to make this non-denominational, this is the biggest week in trail and ultra running of the entire year. So there is just no place that I would rather be than here. And TDS is the one race that you can do and enjoy and suffer and still be here commentating. And that's where I want to be right now.
No, this is great. And as well as watching all the cheering and partying going on here in Saint-Gervais, we just before the break, you saw we were getting ready for Lake Contamine. But hey, if you're just joining us, you missed the start. This is what you saw. This is what you missed around about 7:45 this evening.
Yeah, we had, it was quite exciting and a bit of a hectic time because we had the race leaders lining up for UTMB, ready to do the big loop, the big dance around Mont-Blanc, as we were also trying to cover the finish of the CCC. And then they were off like lightning as usual. As we were saying when Martin was still here, even though the race leaders know that it's a long race and that they should hold back, they just can't seem to help themselves. Every year, they just set off at a blistering pace. And we had Lucy Bartholomew out in front for the women from the beginning with Courtney Dauwalter and Rachel Entrekin there. Now we've seen Courtney Dauwalter actually, follow what I've been talking about, that well-known advice to hold back at the beginning. Courtney came through a few minutes behind the race leaders through that checkpoint in Saint-Gervais. So looking very relaxed, and that it was a very intentional strategy. So we'll see how that plays out. Blondine Lechandel first through on the women's side in Saint-Gervais, followed by Rachel Entrekin. Heavy sweater, as we know. There's a lot of fluid losses there, but she will be staying on top of that. And the crowds are out in full force on the men's side, going through Saint-Gervais, very, very tight, within seconds of one another. Ben Demon, Baptiste Chassan, Rod Freiberg, Vincent Bouillard, Zach Miller, seconds separating them.
So yeah, the crowd here, they're waiting because they're just beside Lake Contamine. Is the runners are down in the forest, and then they just pop up. There's a little bit of a kicker up on the forest trail that brings them out here into the second wave of partying.
You can see the beer bottles in their hands now. This is what makes it different from last year. Because of a 2-hour delayed race start, that's 2 more hours that they have been celebrating and waiting for their runners to come through. And those kids that are there on the sidelines have gotten an extra 2 hours past their bedtime to welcome these runners through. Now you can see the crew here getting all prepared, laying everything out so that the runners can just come in, grab what they need, make a quick transition before they head back out into the night in what is a very long section before they will see crew again in Courmayeur.
Yeah, and tough job for the aid station managers here in Lake Contamine. So you can't just go into the aid station if your athlete's 100th place. They are, because this area gets so busy. So one person is allowed into the aid station, and you already have a notification of what athlete you're supporting, so they can see if your athlete's imminently arriving or not.
Yep.
And here are some of the 2,600 volunteers that make the race fun, and without them, this race would not be happening. So while we wait for the athletes, this is great. The crowd, the volunteers, this is what it's all about.
And, huge shout out to the volunteers, because they spend hours just standing there ready to serve the runners with whatever they need. And some of the aid stations you can drive to, some of them you have to hike to,
Yeah.
and they couldn't be happier to be there as well. My neighbors volunteer,
Right.
so many in the local community volunteer. It's a community effort.
Hey, Steph, this is perfect. We're not long. We got about 20 minutes, 30 minutes to go. So, Simon, your little bit of love our way is much appreciated. It's been a long but amazing day 2, and we're already excited to wake up tomorrow morning and see who's made it through the night in a safe way, and bring you all to the very end. So yeah, thank you very much, Simon. We appreciate that a lot, and this is so much fun seeing all of our friends or people we know or just people we admire kind of out there doing their bit.
I love it. I think you love it too. I mean, there's no better place to be. You learn so much by watching the runners, especially the elites, come through each of the aid stations. It helps me in my own running, and year after year, you just gain more knowledge. So hopefully, we can improve on the service that we're providing to you year after year. You can see the pace at the Saint-Gervais checkpoint. A little bit more relaxed as we go further down in the pack. It does not mean that these runners aren't as focused or as determined to get to the finish line as quickly as possible, just different strategies. And in just 2 minutes, we will expect the men's leaders to come through in Lake Contamine. And wow, the crowds cannot wait for them to get there.
100%. And looking on the live tracker, there's about at least 14 athletes together. Wow. So we are going to get a wave of athletes into that aid station, and it's going to be interesting listening in, hearing what the conversations are, who's stripping off, who's dressing up. And yeah, this is a little bit stressful for the support team, but the good news is they beat the traffic. They are in place. They've even got a spare pair of shoes out on the table. Maybe not something that will happen early on, but it's always better as the support teams to have everything laid out and ready to go. There they are. They are ready for their athletes.
All smiles and some comments on the food spread. This is very typical of UTB, typical of the Alps. Meat, cheese, some fruit, some biscuits. Very different aid station spreads you see in Europe versus in North America, for example, where it's a lot more focused on sweets, on candies, M&Ms, chocolate, that kind of thing.
Well done, Cecile. That was a lot of trash you just got rid of. So that means you're doing a good job in terms of your eating in the first almost 3 hours has already elapsed in the UTMB. This is incredible.
This is exactly what you want when you come into an aid station, right?
Yeah.
Because as a runner, you really do feed off of the energy of the crowds, and that's something that they will carry with them throughout the rest of the night as they head further into the mountains.
Mm-hmm. One of the other things that we're going to be keeping an eye on throughout the night, or we won't be, but other people will be, is there's a lot of tactical running through the night. It's most of the athletes will be smart enough to probably at least buddy up. So you've just got somebody to kind of be with and kind of like mark your pace throughout the night. So we're not anticipating a lone wolf going out way on their own. They tend to stick together. And historically, UTMB 10 years ago, there was a lot of drops in the elite race overnight in Cormier. They're getting better at controlling that. And so now, if we see any serious damage, it kind of tends to take place around Champelec with 50K to go in the race. So, but we'll be giving you a summary tomorrow morning about what you all missed, if you missed anything, and what we missed. But we're going to be interesting to see who's buddying up through the night. I think last year Tom and Ben were together through most of the night.
Right.
And Ben acknowledged that Tom managed his race better than he did.
Although I will say Courmayeur still is a carnage point. Having been at the Courmayeur aid station during the graveyard shift for the last couple of years, that is where we see dropouts. That is where we see some carnage. I expect the same this year. And here we have the top men coming into Lake Contamine, ready to fill up, ready to go. We see Zach Miller in that crowd. We see Vincent Rouillard in that crowd.
And that was Baptiste Chassin. So
there we go.
That's your three runners here. Let's have a listen into the madness. Oh yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, I was just saying, my arm was whipping. I was like, it's stripping off time.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, this is.
I was wondering if that was actually Jim crewing Vincent Rouillard at the aid station. HOKA athlete to HOKA athlete.
Well, that would make sense, and that would be pretty cool. There's Rod, and Rod is being crewed by Meredith Taranova. So Meredith is Rod's nutritionist. She was also the support crew for Katie Scheid back in 2024 when Katie set the fastest time on the UTMB course. That was Drew Holman, we just saw flying through as well. So there we go. Baptiste Chassan, Zach Miller, Ben Demon, Vincent Bouillard, Rod Farvard, Antoine. Oh no, those are the 5 we've seen so far.
Yeah, Antoine Chevelin has come through as well. Gauthier Bancarer, Chris Myers, Caleb Olson, and Drew Holman all have come through.
Yeah. That is Jim. That's Jim Walmsley there. That's not a bad, a former winner of UTMB in 2023, helping out the winner from 2024.
All right.
Wow.
The handshake.
There they go. They got that dialed. Wow. That was awesome.
Okay. Vincent Brouillard. Looks like he was the first one out. Indeed, certainly having Jim support him, that is exactly the right person who you would want getting you set off to head out into the night, into the mountains.
Yeah, this is... So there you go. There we go. Lake Contamine loving a French leader in the men's race. There's Drew being crewed by his wife, Sasha.
You can see taking the baseball caps, taking the hats, putting them backwards so that the brim does not block the head torches. They're all making sure that they have their red cover for their head torches, getting ready for the Contamine Nature Reserve.
Yeah, this is an exceptional crowd here as Vincent leaves. That looks like Andreas Reiterer from the back. So Andreas is in just outside the top 10 into, we got Joaquin Lopez, Andreas Reiterer, Ramon Manech, Tobias Geiser, Hannes Namberger. So yeah, that's...
There's Hannes. There he is.
There's Hannes. And that looks like Hannes' wife.
Looking focused.
Shen Jiasheng from China is in now as well.
Now, Hannes, he was 4th in 2024, top 10 here already 3 times. So he's got significant experience on this course. And who we'll call the King of Lavaredo.
King Hannes the Fourth, as they called him this year.
4-time winner, reclaimed the course record this year, pulling away from his training buddies, Reiterer and Geiser. He's a German border cop, and he works 70% night shifts, I believe.
Wow.
Which he says it trains him well for ultra running. So going into the night, he is in his comfort zone.
And this is great because now we're watching the front of the men's race, and our women's athletes, they're going to be in soon enough. We're expecting Blondine in here in about another 10 minutes. There you go, Drew Holman, one of the Boulder boys, heading out into the night. And they're going to go to see the gang, the crowd, just before Notre Dame de la Gorge, and then it's the red light zone. And for 7 kilometers as they start to climb into the night.
So in 15 minutes, we will welcome in the women.
Yep.
And I'm excited to see how things might have shifted. Again, you have to take the algorithm with a grain of salt, but the algorithm has Lucy Bartholomew coming in behind Blondine Lerondelle. So having made up a little bit more time, the algorithm is kind of all over the place with the top 10 women, which is exciting.
Yeah, and then the camera guys have to be a little bit careful with their because some of the Some of the women are probably going to get rid of their bra and kind of maybe even their base layer. So yeah, so they need to, but they've been briefed on that.
Yeah.
So they should be well behaved. So yeah, that's going to be our next kind of like big action here in the aid station is the first women.
2 hours and 51 minutes into the UTMB course with a 2-hour delayed start due to the weather. We have now seen the runners go through Saint-Gervais, the top men coming through Les Contamines, now heading up that long climb through La Baume up to Croix du Bonhomme before they descend down to Les Chapiots. Going back up to Col de la Seine, they are skipping the pyramid section before they hit Courmayeur. Going past La Combelle, climbing back to Arrête du Montfavre, and then descending all the way down to Courmayeur, which people often call the halfway point. I think it's mentally the halfway point, but in terms of distance, it is not. Courmayeur is 81 kilometers into the course, and this is a 173, almost 174 kilometer course. So the halfway point is more like Refugio Bertone.
Yeah, and in these runners right now, excuse me, that you see in Saint-Gervais, they are more likely to be going through 2 nights on this course. So they're 1 hour inside the cutoff time, so they got plenty of time. But yeah, they're not going to be finishing until Sunday morning.
And you know, every hour that you are out there just becomes exponentially harder because of the exhaustion, because of the wear and tear on your body.
The second night is tough.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Second night, you're just hanging on for sunrise. And yeah.
Absolutely brutal. You can see the aid station is really starting to get busy here in Les Contamines.
There's something almost enjoyable about the chaos of Les Contamines. But
enjoyable for us,
yeah.
or
no, I've been there a lot, many times. And bear in mind, in 2010, the race literally stopped. They stopped the whole race here. It was unbelievable, and communication outside of French was not great. So we had people like Tsuyoshi Kaburaki, like, what's going on? And they stopped the race. The mayor of Chamonix is calling all of the bus companies. I need you to go and get those people and bring them back to Chamonix. Eventually, they started the race the next morning in Courmayeur, but they didn't have. They got about 1,500 people back on the start line, and so it was a shortened course. I think that year Jez Bragg and Lizzie Hawker won the shortened distance, but that was the catalyst for making sure that the UTMB would guarantee a race when you come here, and they just had all this plan B. So that was the catalyst for things like the change today.
Yeah.
So so we've had some madness here in Les Contamines over the years.
So again, if you're just joining us through the Les Contamines aid station, we had Baptiste Chassagne from France, Zach Miller, Ben Diemen, Vincent Bouillard, Rod Favard. They were all within seconds of one another. That was the top 5, and then Antoine Chauvelin from France as well. Gauthier Boncader from France, Chris Myers from the U.S., Caleb Olson from the U.S., Drew Holman from the U.S. So that was our top 10 coming into Les Contamines. It was a bit hectic on the order in which they left. There'll be lots of switch-ups overnight, so do stay tuned to see how that plays out as they go through the next timing points. And we are awaiting the top women to come through Les Contamines in about 10 minutes.
Wow, somebody already with the red light on there. Historically, the last few years since HOKA been the title sponsor, we've had the light tunnel at Notre Dame de la Gorge. I do not believe that is there this year.
That would make sense.
Yes, it's kind of right on the edge of the nature reserve, so it would be kind of weird that animals don't recognize a distance. So I don't believe the HOKA light tunnel is, if it's anywhere, it's not there.
Maybe the runners will just be surprised somewhere else.
Yeah. So, a little bit of calm here in the aid station, and I think it's going to kick in again once our leaders in the women's race arrive here into Les Contamines.
Yeah, I passed Alban in
Ah, there we go. Pau Capel.
Yep, Pau Cowbell, champion in 2019, led from start to finish.
He knows exactly what he's doing on a course like this. And that, wow, I got to give it to his crew. I'm assuming that's his wife, with just his gear so perfectly laid out, his nutrition perfectly laid out. I mean, that is exactly what you want to see when you come into an aid station, so you don't have to make any tough decisions. He's chugging down some Coke there, a little bit of sparkling water, fueling up, taking his time, while his partner works on getting his pack ready, putting his bottles in. Nice. Such an amazing history on this course, and also just a huge support base that Pau has. No matter where he's running in the field, he always has people recognizing him and shouting out.
Oh, yeah.
Experienced that, particularly in Transgran Canaria earlier this year. Man, anywhere you go, that is Spanish territory.
Pau had a really weird experience at UTMB a few years ago. Yep. He over-hydrated. And that is,
that can be dangerous, actually.
There were some concerns about him, but obviously he survived that. But yeah, Pau, we don't hear that very often. But yeah, Pau, down in La Folie, there was great concerns for him. He'd over-hydrated, so yeah.
And that can happen when you take in water, but again, not enough electrolytes.
Yeah, that was
really
exactly
throw
what
everything.
that was exactly what he was doing. So yeah, so yeah, running around the Mont Blanc for 100 miles does weird and wonderful things to your body.
It does indeed.
And bear in mind, UTMB instigated a policy where only one person was allowed in the aid station, but before that it was a free-for-all, and these aid stations it was a war between the support teams before even the athletes got in there. So this is a little bit more organized chaos compared to 10 years ago.
You can see some of the runners really taking their time. You know, there is all this pressure to come in and out of an aid station super quickly. Every second matters. But when you're in a 100-mile race, you know, if it's time spent in an aid station and it's time spent well, then that can buy you extra minutes back, sometimes quite a few minutes back when you're out on the trail. So there is that balance that runners always have to make, and that a decision, you know, how much do I rush versus spending quality time in the aid station to make sure I'm set up well. And there we go, Pau Capel leaving the aid station, ready to head out into the night. And we are awaiting the top women in just over 5 minutes.
Yep, and if Blondine's off race leader, which she has been so far, then we'll know she's here just by the sound of the crowd, and they do love the women at the front of the race.
Is that Saga? I believe, yes, there he is.
With the Argentinian flag? Yep.
Yep. He lives in Spain.
Yep.
But in such a cool background. He's a nuclear engineer, a couple of degrees as a nuclear engineer, and a really strong racer. Often you'll see him on the podium, if not winning, in UTMB World Series races, and an incredibly nice guy. We had a funny moment during commentating, I think it was at Val d'Aran, when there was a translation issue when Martin was looking up an article about him and something got Google translated incorrectly, and Martin announced that he had also been a former race car driver, which was not true. Saga sent us a photo of what might have been his race car that was referred to, and it was a wooden kind of truck that he had growing up.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So yeah, so the crowd here, they're literally at the edge of the forest where the athletes pop out of the incredibly dark forest now, and they're all hanging out for our race leader, which we believe is going to be the French athlete, Blondine Lirondelle.
And just to fill in the details, I hate it when commentators say stuff and expect you to know what they're talking about. When I said Saga, it was Santos Gabriel Urueda, but his nickname is Saga. So just to explain the background there. So as we are going into this short commercial break, we will come back with images of our women's leaders coming through Lake Contamine. So stay with us.
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We are back with you live covering UTMB, and we are at the Lake Contamine aid station. The top men have come through. We are waiting imminently the arrival of the top women. We expect that Blondine Lirondelle, who was the leading woman through Saint-Gervais, will be still in the lead, but who knows? Anything could have happened there over the last 10K.
Yeah, we saw a question in the chat asking about the UTMB index. So it is kind of like a ranking. It's based on your best 5 results over the last 3 years. And so, yeah, you might have done multiple races, but it will extract your best results. And then the best results are normally where, you know, there's also the competition's higher. So there's an algorithm that goes into that, but it is basically a ranking. And for example, yesterday's top 3 women in the OCC, they had a ranking of 804 first, 803 second, 802 third. So that ranking absolutely nailed it as an example.
Yeah. And your UTMB index determines which race wave you start in. And it gives you a sense of where you might fall in the competition. And so what's always fun to do is to outrun your UTMB index. And here we have top women coming through into the aid station. Was that Lucy Bartholomew?
That was from the back. That was Lucy Bartholomew. Yeah. So, yeah.
And she has clocked it through in first, coming into the Lake Contamine aid station at 10:53 p.m. local time. So 3 hours and 5 minutes into this course. Nice. Way to go, Lucy. That's exciting.
Yep, and I guess we're probably not having the camera on Lucy because she's probably getting changed.
And Blondine Lehandel has come through 30 seconds behind her. There we have her on the screen as well.
Yep, Ruth Croft into this aid station in 3:01, bearing in mind Ruth got to run most of this in the daylight, so they've been running in the dark. So yeah, 3:01 was Ruth Croft's time from last year into here. So Lucy Bartholomew and Blondine Lehandel, a reverse of their race in Transvulcania earlier this year, where Blondine set the course record.
Ooh, being crewed by Ryan Sands.
Oh,
None
yeah.
other than Ryan Sands from the Solomon team as well. Ryan has had a tough time on the UTMB course, and particularly in this section after Lake Contamine through to Courmayeur. He's had stomach problems. Wow, look at that. That was a fast transition. Ryan Sands has gotten Lucy Bartholomew in and out of the aid station like the pro that he is, and she is off. Woo! It is on.
Wow, that was a fight to get out of the aid station. It's so busy in there. But yeah, Lucy Bartholomew, our race leader, Australia.
So cool to see Ryan there. Such a humble runner. I'd always cheered for him. I sort of wished every time he came back to UTMB that he would have the race that he wanted, but who knows? And we're back with Blondine Lehandel, taking a little bit more time in the aid station, taking some Coke, taking some gels, getting her pack ready, fueling up. Again, it's a decision. Do I spend a little bit more quality time in the aid station, taking a little bit more fuel? It is a long section before the runners get over to Courmayeur to see aid again. And here we have Rachel Entrekin as well, being helped right alongside Blondine Lehandel. She clocked through, let's just check that. She clocked through about 2 minutes behind Lucy Bartholomew coming in. Let's see if she has a quicker transition. Okay, Blondine Lehandel heading out. Rachel Entrekin spotted that. Her eyes were on her, and now she is ready to go as well. She is going, oh, Blondine is back. And Blondine is out.
Yeah, and you've seen a bit like in the Cocodona 250, the Precision crew have got the wildest outfits.
They do. And so Blondine Lehandel and Rachel Entrekin leaving the Lake Contamine aid station together. I would say that was a couple of minutes behind Lucy Bartholomew.
Yeah, so Blondine was the only one that changed her top.
Cut.
Right? Did Rachel? Didn't see that, but Lucy certainly didn't. But yeah. So, yeah, Lucy, no. So Rachel and so there's just Blondine with the top change, but it's not cold. It's 11 degrees here in Chamonix, so that's quite cool right now. And it's a little bit higher, I think, up there in Lake Contamine. And so yeah, and they're not gonna see their crew again for another 50 kilometers. So they're not gonna see their teams until Courmayeur tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
3:45 for the men, and the women's going to be 4:45, 5:30 at the earliest. So that's our top three. Women into Lake Contamine.
Next, we could see anyone from Gareth Arnold, Jasmine Lowther, Abby Hall, Courtney Dauwalter, Martina Valmasoy. Who is that with the parade?
Gareth Arnold is in the house.
There we go.
Yeah, there's Gareth, Team Ultra. So Gareth is in. She's about 2 minutes behind Rachel Entrekin into the aid station. So Gareth, athlete number 4. So 2 from the United States, 1 from France, and 1 from Australia so far.
And Gareth Arnold is already on her way out.
Yeah, it's like, get me out of this crazy spot.
That was also a quick transition.
Jasmine Lowther is in the aid station now. Abby Hall is in the aid station now. So, wow, the North Americans are in force. And this is even without Courtney Dauwalter.
Solidarity, safety in numbers. So the time split between Lucy Bartholomew coming through in first and Abby Hall coming through in sixth was about 5 minutes.
Yeah. No, it's very, very early days. And as we've seen in all of the other women's races so far, being in the lead does not guarantee that you're going to win.
Nope.
Oh, we have had this fantastic person on the show before. And she's attempted this course before and it always got timed out. And I'm sorry to say, I cannot remember her name. But she's an incredible person. And it actually, I asked her, how do you describe yourself? She said, I'm an awesome mother. Not an adaptive athlete or anything like that. But yeah, incredible that she's given it another go. If anybody, I can't remember her name. So if anybody in the chat.
And there's Jasmine Lowther in front of us.
Can help me out, that would be great.
She's still just wearing a tank top. Making sure to fuel up. Coke is going into her flasks.
Yep, and that is Michelino Sanseri doing the support for Jasmine. So another athlete.
Let's see if we can listen in.
Thank you, Zach. Amy Winters Palmerio. Absolutely. So Amy's been in the studio before. So thank you, Zach, for calling out the one of our adaptive athletes.
And Jasmine Lowther, I just noted there, it looked like she was actually taking in some soup. So even in some hot liquid before going off into the night. Not a bad idea. The first person that we've seen on the elite side doing that. But taking a little bit more time to just get ready before she heads out. Taking off her pack, this is where she will put on a longer sleeve top for the evening.
Yeah.
Definitely requires more than a tank top going out over those passes in the middle of the night.
And we know that Jasmine's got the waist head torch with the red light. She's set up for that.
Ultraspire waist torch saved me in my race. Thank you, Ultraspire. And no, I am not sponsored.
Yet. I'm working on it. Yep, Jasmine is from Nelson in British Columbia. And she is part of the Arc'teryx trail running team.
Putting her Petzl headlamp on. And she will have her red cover handy, I'm sure.
Somewhere in the mayhem there, we have Courtney Dawalter. So Courtney moved up significantly. She's 7th. Martina Valmasoy, Esther Schillag. We also have Anna Carlson. A lot of support for Anna in the chat. So that's our top 10. There's Courtney. So first 10 in, and Courtney now is done and dusted, and she's carrying on with the same outfit that she started the race.
Anna Carlson, who actually lives in northern Sweden, she has signed up for the Arctic Spine in February because she lives near the start line.
Cool. And we've also got Claudia Tramps, 11th, Emily Schmitz, and Anna Luden. So the depth of American women in the top 10, on top 20, is significant. Right now, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nine of the top 20 are American athletes in the women's race so far.
Wow.
And just for you, Steph, we've got a Canadian as well. That's Jasmine.
Whoop, whoop.
Mm-hmm.
So there we have it. Our top 10 women have gone through Lake Contamine, and we are cheering them off into the night as they go up that incredible climb up to Croix du Bonhomme. There is Courtney. Courtney the queen. She's still wearing a t-shirt.
Yeah.
But
that's a pretty kind of tight space they've got there. But yep, the crowd kind of doing their bit to cheer Courtney on. So you incredible, wonderful humans who've been following the chat all day, following the racing all day. I believe there's going to be a transition, not immediately, but somewhere in the next hour or two. You are going to get a multilingual overnight coverage.
Yep.
And Martin Gafuri is going to be welcoming you live over in Courmayeur at 3:45 as we welcome our race leaders. You can also follow the race on the Live Trail app. You can also follow the race on UTMB Live, as you're already doing. And Steph Case and I will be back here in the studio tomorrow morning for just after 6 o'clock as we see our runners heading towards Arnuva.
Absolutely.
Beginning the climb there. So massive thank you, Steph. It's been fun all day. Thanks to all of our gang in the chat who've been giving us a lot of good energy and calling us out one or two times as well. But that's all been part of the fun. And yeah, we're going to see you tomorrow morning. You ready for the snooze, Steph?
I am ready. It is just after 11 p.m. here local time. As Keith said, we will be back with you just after 6 a.m. in the morning. I am excited to see what transpires overnight. There's always excitement and switch-ups through the night that we become aware of when we see them come through Courmayeur. So stay with us. Get some sleep if you're in our time zone. If you're in the States, keep your eyes on the prize, and we'll be back with you in a few hours. Thanks, guys.
Je vais aller la récupérer, mais sur la planche.
Allez, je tiens bien à gauche c'est mieux. Et puis comme ça on peut se lever les bénévoles. Allez, gauche, les bénévoles, gauche.
Is it?
place where it's always safe. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm. I saw the guy coming.
No.
Sorry.
It's a race.
No, but
It's not very good, huh? It's not very good, huh?
But there was a guy.
There is no problem. This is my wife. No problem.
She pulled me the last 4 kilometers.
You had one chance.
Thank you.
Ciao, Lance.
Ça va et toi? Ça m'a fait plaisir de te voir. Toi aussi.
Non, ça va, franchement. On a eu des discussions hyper profondes.
C'est les trois qu'on a sur la photo déguisée. Super mat et machin.
Voilà.
C'est vous?
T'as vu, t'es arrivé, il n'y a plus personne. Les autres,
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
you finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Ouais, mais pas avant 10h. Hein. C'est ouf ça. J'arrive pas à aller jusqu'au bout avec ça.
Ah bah attends, il s'est éteint là.
Hein? Moi j'ai éteint le...
Ah oui, le viseur est éteint.
Oui, j'ai éteint le viseur. Ah putain, c'est la bosse. C'est moi qui vais le passer. Dans l'eau. Ahí vienen dos y vienen tres argentinos. Ojo la junta. ¿Qué son gemelos ustedes? Es la de los chicos, la orden. Me pareció a mí, ah, la tenía. Claro, y además te lo pasó y le pasó y sí, fue contando. Bueno, bien ahí. Uno más, viene de chica, con otro argentino y ahí
Was it out there?
然后我来就是奥瑞伊本身就是不是喇叭，是小号的，然后上去是小号，这个去到四个，而且还不 Porque tengo, cuando me salí de
il est parti dans la première, dans la vague de la vague.
See, I was ready to quit the halfway mark because I told you everything. I was náttúrulega svolítið uppmótið upp í skarðið þar sem við byrjum á mótið. Svo
Miklu meira en við vonum.
Svo það kom svolítið niður og það niður og mjög bratt þarna þegar hlugst borginarliðið. Það kom bara knegg. Bara eitthvað,
Ég fór fram úr svona 20 manns. Það niður. Ég tæknilega. Því ég gat ekki gert upp í skarðinu niður á
drappunni.
Já. Og kannski skorða ekki að það líka. Ég fór ekki að segja það.
Ese es Gerardo. ¡Viva México! ¡Venga México! ¡Dale, dale, Jalisco! ¡Venga!
Galderir ufficiale Gauss. Ah, Galder ufficiale Gauss, ne? Попроси. Да. enjoyed it. I'm very happy. Very, very happy. Like I felt good the whole day. The whole day was good. Every time that we did, like how we do it, I felt great. Yeah, that's very good. Champagne. I got there feeling stronger than I did in the race. And then I really from way from the back there. This whole hill. I literally walked off and I was like, oh man, yeah, it was yeah. God, thank you so much. You can all go to bed now. Or party if you want to. Carol party.
Back to the kitchen. I was like, when I came to the end, I'm like, where's my medal? Where's my medal? And they were like,
Your post.
like, oh,
so you don't get medal?
no, there's no medal.
Have to come back.
Yeah.
In order to wear it because you will never wear it. Oh no. What a day, what a fun day. Thank you to the crew people. That was a proper day. I've never just been without but I didn't. I was like, I watched them on board. And then I don't know how far away. Sure, I won't get up. No, don't. I'll just hope that. All that. Good job.
Where is your bed?
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Good evening or good morning, everyone. If you are tuning in to the UTMB World Series live, I am here with Alyssa, who is an absolute superstar. She raced early this week in TDS and came away with an incredible third place. And I can't wait to be bringing today's live to you.
We are so excited to be here. Yes, good morning, good evening. It's hard to say, but we are gearing up for some action at Courmayeur. This is truly a crucial part of the race. It's really the pivotal point of whether people are going to stick the landing or this is going to be the place they trip up. So we are excited. We are expecting Ben Demon in about 13 minutes into Courmayeur. He is followed by Baptiste Chassagne, Andreas Rader, Zach Miller, Caleb Olsen, Drew Holman, Joaquin Lopez, Gautier Bonacare, Tobias Geiser, Jan Marche, Shiktans. That is our top 10. So far, we only have been through Maisonville, which is the top of the climb as they're coming down into Courmayeur, but it has stayed, pretty consistent, I would say, on the men's side, but Ben is definitely making his mark.
And there's the females that's just popped up on the screen here. So ahead of the race, we've got Blandine Herodel, and then in second position is Rachel Entrican, and she was actually leading in first for quite a way there. And then in third, we've got Lucy, fellow Aussie, Lucy Bartholomew, Abby Hall, who is Lucy's good friend, and then Karith Arnold. So a few Americans in there. You guys are going pretty strong today, Alyssa.
The American women seem to have a love affair with UTMB, I would say. But we do only have Blandon and Rachel through Lake Kumbal. So we are awaiting the rest of the women to pass through there, and then we will see how these shake up. I would say, though, the race is pretty tight on the women's side still, with Ben taking a bit of a lead on the men's side.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was reading up about Ben a little bit, and he had those 2 years where he had the DNFs, and then he was able to come back last year with the second place. So he knows the course pretty well, and I think especially with UTMB, it gives it gives the competitors a really strong leg up, or a lot better chance at doing well if they have raced here before. Just having that course experience is a huge help.
Yeah, it is, and UTMB is a hard one to get right your first try. Sometimes it's hard to get right your second, third, or fourth try. So it is truly, I think, one of those races that often becomes people's projects. And I think that Ben is a shining example of someone who has continuously learned over and over how to race this course. And I think that we are seeing, hopefully, the fruits of his labor.
Definitely. And on screen here, guys, we've got a race recap. Now, there was a slight 2-hour delay, so the competitors kicked off a little bit later into the evening, and you can see the elites lining up on the start line here, and they were off. The atmosphere was incredible. I was actually in the crowd soaking it all up, and wow, I have goosebumps even talking about it now. The music, the vibes, it's just something special. And I mean, Alyssa, you've stood on that start line before. Can you talk us through what they might be feeling right now?
Yeah. So this first part is just so fast and furious. I mean, I always joke that it feels like everyone's trying to PR their 5K at the beginning of a 100-mile race. And so it is just so quick out of the gate. You're moving, you're in a big pack, but just the incredible atmosphere. I mean, it truly feels like you're in the Tour de France of ultra running when you do UTMB. It's hard to explain. And, then you kind of go off into the mountains. And then again, you drop down to St. Gervais, and it's just crowds of people.
And this is St. Gervais on screen here right now, isn't it? And it looks absolutely wild.
Yeah. It's truly, I mean, this race is unlike anything else with trail running.
And there's been a few changes this year with the aid stations. Runners are a lot more self-sufficient, and I think that's great to help with the continuity with runners. And then they obviously at aid stations also have their support crews. We can see Lucy Bartholomew on screen here with very
bit of a legend of a crew too.
Yes, and it was funny. I actually ran into Ryan Sands the other day on the streets and said, "Ryan, I'm such a fan," and he is helping Lucy out there on course. And guys, we're just going to chat to Martin now, who's in Courmayeur. Hey, Martin.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the UTMB Live. We are now boots on the ground, shoes on the ground in Courmayeur. This is about the halfway point in distance, not quite halfway through in elevation for all the runners in the UTMB World Series final. Very special here. This is a live base where a lot more assistance or a lot more crew can be there, but also for all the runners who do not have people to help them out. This is also the first place where there is a drop bag. So before the start, they can come, drop everything they need. So either they have people here in the crew that have everything for them ready, but if they don't, they can pick up a bag, take a spot on a chair and on a table, use whatever they want, and then give it back. And on this course this year, for the first time, there's here it's been there for a while, but in Champelac there's also another location where they're gonna have to have access to a drop bag. While we're here, everybody's starting to set up. We have our first runners who are not too far away, with Ben Dieman leading the men's race. But before that, we're going to get the chance and the privilege. It's always good. It's a tradition that we're doing here when we're coming from Chamonix to have a little conversation with Alberto. So Alberto, merci beaucoup d'être avec nous. Comme tous les ans, c'est toujours un plaisir de te retrouver.
Comme tous les ans, c'est un plaisir d'être ici.
Et donc Alberto, toi tu as une histoire avec l'UTMB qui date d'il y a super longtemps. Donc toi tu as cette expérience, ce recul de comment se passaient les ravitaillements sur les premières années de l'UTMB.
Bah écoute, je me rappelle, j'ai couru mon premier UTMB en 2005. Et là, j'ai fait le ravito, c'était sur le Palace de la Glace. C'était sur la glace. Il faisait froid. Tu fais toute la nuit au dehors, dans la nature. Tu arrives ici sur la glace. C'était affreux. J'ai pris une banane et je l'ai mangée quand j'étais au Bertone au soleil. Alors là, il y a eu beaucoup d'évolution. Le ravito ici à Courmayeur, c'est assez complexe. La structure est très grande. Donc tout le tour des coureurs, on a changé beaucoup de fois. Maintenant, je pense que c'est presque la perfection.
So just to keep everybody updated who do not speak French, so talking with Alberto, who's been here since the very early days of the UTMB World Series. He ran his first UTMB in 2005, 21 years ago. And he said back in the days, this location, this aid station in Courmayeur was very different. It was actually taking place way out there, outside on an ice ring, so literally on ice. So you're coming through here in the night, and it's super cold already out there, and then the location to get the aid station was on ice. So he said he just picked up a banana, and then he climbed up, and he actually had the banana up in the sun at the Refugio Bertone.
Et après, première année, je cours 2005, on en a parlé avec le maire ici à Courmayeur, on a créé une association pour poursuivre l'UTMB. Et 2006, on a démarré avec...
Et regarde Alberto, pendant qu'on discute, et ben je crois qu'on a déjà les premiers coureurs qui arrivent.
Formidable, formidable. Donc on est parti 2006 avec la CCC, la première année.
Eh oui, eh oui. And so Alberto is telling us that the first CCC edition in 2006. And now we have Ben Diman, who just won, so he's miles ahead of his competition, about 18 minutes at the last checkpoint. So things seem to be going well. I don't know if guys are on the plan. After we might have a chat with his crew to find out what's going on. But you know, he is definitely on his own at the minute here in Courmayeur.
Je crois pas.
On a la journée dédiée aux jeunes et à l'ETC. Cette année, on a eu une très belle journée avec une grande fête au Parc Bolino. Après, bien sûr, on a la CCC, toujours des beaux départs, beaucoup de monde, tout le monde est content. Nous, moi je suis dans la mairie maintenant, la mairie donne son appui, bien sûr. Toute la communauté est favorable et est contente dans ces jours-là. On a beaucoup de monde, oui, bien sûr. On n'a pas beaucoup de place, mais on la règle, on est content, c'est pas un problème.
En tout cas, merci beaucoup pour ton soutien, pour ta présence, Alberto. C'est toujours un plaisir. On m'annonce dans les studios qu'ils sont en train de reprendre pour commenter la course. Et voilà, Ben Diman qui repart déjà.
We have Ben Diman leaving the aid station. That was a very efficient aid.
They have been with ETC, also with the start of CCC. Always the community is welcoming the UTMB World Series, the events. The mayor also is super in favor of all of it, and so it's all positive around the UTMB. And Alberto, who is part of the mayor's crew, confirms that, you know, everybody, the town, the mayor, and the people from the Vallée d'Aosta are all welcoming UTMB.
Yeah, I don't talk through that, so I think that's fine. Yeah.
The mayor here in Courmayeur, but also all the way down to the Vallée d'Aosta. So
yeah, that's
back to you, the studio, and you can go ahead with the rest of the commentary, and we might be back just for an interview of the crew. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Martin. So that was amazing to see the lead male, Ben, coming through the aid station there.
Yeah, I was going to say we still have Ben on screen because he's going through a mandatory kit check. So all runners are required to carry certain gear for safety. And so throughout the race, they will be asked to take out certain pieces and double check that everyone is carrying what they're supposed to. So we just saw Ben pulling out the gear to ensure that he has what he needs. And we see him exiting the Courmayeur Sports Center.
And it's great to see some good vibes down here. There's a lot of people out there supporting their runners, bringing them in. It gets me fired up listening to it. So all of the runners today out on course, they have quite some runnable sections as they get into these aid stations where they can really open up their legs and actually run a little bit more, because a lot of the climbs out there on course are extremely steep. And you can see at the top left hand of the screen here, you can see those huge steep climbs that the runners have to go through, and they're at about the halfway point right now. And this is our lead male, Ben Diman, who's leaving the aid station. And you could see it was like a little bit of a Formula One sort of situation there. It looked like he had maybe his partner or something with him who was loading him up into his pack.
Amazing job. I mean, she was so on top of it.
Super composed as well, and it really does come down to the emotions. The other day when I was helping crew one of my friends competing in TDS, you've really got to match the emotion of the runner and how they're doing and what they need in that time, not only with their gear but also with their emotions, because it's a long day and night out there for those runners, and those small spurts of time at those aid stations really helps to lift morale.
Yeah, so he is covering one of the few paved sections, there's a few of those, on course before he will head up to Refugio Bertone, which is the next checkpoint and aid station. That's quite a steep climb, but he's got a nice little runnable section, as you can see here.
And Ben, he is an American runner. He's got an incredible UTMB index score of 946. And we're chatting a little bit before about his history here at UTMB. And he did have 2 years where he had DNFs, 2023 and 2024, but then he came back strong in 2025 and came in with a second place in 19 hours and 51 minutes. And this was his first finish of UTMB, and he did it in very fine form, bringing home that second place. So he knows what he's doing out there, and he's been out on this course many, many years. Something must keep drawing him back.
Oh, it's such an addicting race. I mean, just from personal experience, having raced UTMB twice and then just raced TDS, I'm already itching to come back. I mean, I think it's just it's everything. It's the competition, it's the atmosphere, it's the challenge of the course. I mean, it's just a very difficult course to get right. And I think that there's always parts that you're trying to figure out, that you're trying to improve. I'm sure that Ben was hopefully pleased with last year, but I'm sure he took things that he wanted to improve upon, sections, attitude, all of those pieces that go into putting together the perfect race.
And from your past experience as well, so how did you find those runnable sections into the aid stations and back out again? Did it help you sort of warm into a bit of rhythm?
What's interesting with coming in and out of the aid stations is that often you have a lot of people cheering. There's a lot of excitement around it, so it's very easy to ride that energy almost too much, and so you can go ripping into aid stations and out, and then kind of burn a bit too much energy. So it can be a bit tough to pace around the aid stations just because you're feeding off of the crowds, and also that's a place to kind of show the other crews what you're feeling or not feeling, we'll say. So you can really play some mind games in the aid stations and not tip your hand of how you're actually feeling. And so sometimes I think it can be easy to get a little too fast out there.
That's so interesting. I come from a tennis background originally, and it's all about how much emotion you show out there or don't show. And so we're back on screen here, guys, with Martin.
We are with Kat, has been crowing for Ben Dieman, leading right now here in Courmayeur, and we're going to try and check in with them to see what went down, because that was pretty quiet, pretty quick transition. Donc Cathy, là tu as récupéré Ben, il n'y a plus personne autour, donc déjà pour nous la première question c'est est-ce qu'on est sur un pacing de course qui est attendu? Est-ce qu'il est en avance? Est-ce qu'il est en retard? Est-ce que vous en êtes pas forcément soucié?
Il est en avance sur ce qu'on avait prévu au départ. Je lui ai dit, mais t'as passé toute la nuit tout seul. Je lui ai dit, il faut être bien plus vigilant, ne pas se perdre. Et tout seul dans la nuit, c'est quand même compliqué. Il me dit, c'était pas un choix délibéré au départ. Il s'est retrouvé tout seul en fait. Et comme il avait son pacing et il était bien, il a dit, je pars. Mais c'était pas du tout prémédité, pas du tout. D'ailleurs, on avait dit, on va le calmer un petit peu pour qu'il s'emballe trop. Et voilà. Mais non, c'était pas prémédité.
Il va nous faire une PAO Capel où il va faire tout l'UTMB tout seul en tête.
Il va nous faire une Ben Dieman.
On va réécrire l'histoire. So I was asking, like, I mean, he came through the aid station. He's alone. There's still no one. And so we're wondering, was this planned? Was this part of the pace? is ahead of his pacing plan. So they were like, whoa, so did you spend this entire time, this entire first part of the night on your own? And he was like, yeah, but I didn't choose this. I was just running, and all of a sudden I found myself in the lead alone. So I just keep going. So we were joking because back in the days, Pau Capel had done the whole UTMB on his own in the front. And so it's like, well, we were rewriting D-Man. Du coup, tu me disais tout à l'heure, c'est vrai qu'il y a aussi une composante pour Ben qui est super importante, de pouvoir s'isoler, de rester dans sa course et de pas être inquiété par tout ce qui se passe autour. Comment vous arrivez à gérer ça?
Moi, je suis là pour lui apporter de la sérénité, parce que c'est un caractère très calme, donc il ne faut pas le mettre dans le speed, parce que ça voudrait le stresser. Donc moi, j'essaye de lui apporter de la sérénité, et je t'avoue que si vous vous étiez trop approché pendant qu'on était ici, je vous aurais poliment
On aurait pris un coup de bâton.
Voilà. Non, enfin, tu vois, voilà. Vous écarter un petit peu pour que puis qu'on puisse se parler aussi, tu vois, c'est ce qui est important, on a des choses à se dire, donc voilà, c'est pas un moment d'intimité, mais tu vois, c'est quand même particulier, parce que donc voilà.
So also interesting that and we give him space because he's very sensitive to what's going on around him, and so he really needs to have this little bubble around, so he can have like a more intimate moment with the crew. Even though that was very quickly executed, all things was planned, and it was done extremely well. So then it was good that we only come in now, so we can have this conversation, and it's more peace and quiet. And they are trying, as the crew, to protect him from like those external distractions, and keeping him focused and head in the game. Du coup, la question logique suivante, prochain ravitaillement à Champélac, quel est le plan là-bas?
Je t'avoue que je n'ai pas de plan. Je vais attendre, voir comment il va arriver. On va regarder les temps de passage. Et non, j'ai pas de plan. Non, rien. Je vais le suivre maintenant. Voilà, donc il est en avance, donc on est venu plus tôt. Et voilà, maintenant je m'adapte. Hein. Je suis là pour lui, donc je vais m'adapter.
Donc c'est ça, donc grosso modo tu es présent, tu sais exactement ce qu'il a demandé, ce qu'il va avoir besoin, mais...
Bien évidemment, il sait, on a tout préparé avant justement pour qu'il ait aucune charge mentale quand il arrive ici. Il sait que je vais m'occuper de tout, la seule chose qu'il a à faire, lui, c'est à jeter ses détritus par terre, et après moi, je remplis, on parle, je pose sur la table ce qu'il m'a demandé de poser au cas où, et voilà, et il est vraiment... maintenant on a l'habitude de travailler ensemble, et donc il me fait confiance, j'ai cette chance-là, et donc ça le libère, tu vois, il court et voilà.
Et du coup, Cathy, ça fait beaucoup d'années que tu es dans le milieu du trail, tu as vu énormément d'athlètes. Est-ce qu'avec Ben Di-Man, il y a quelque chose qui est unique, qui est propre à lui, que ce soit sur la nutrition, sur un type d'approche par rapport à la course?
Non. Dans ces moments-là, il y a toujours des petites choses qu'ils ont envie de retrouver, parce qu'un petit peu comme une Madeleine de Proust, tu vois. Donc c'est sûr qu'il y a des choses qui sont prêtes. C'est ce qu'il veut, il sait ce qu'il veut et c'est normal. Mais non, il est calme, donc pour moi aussi c'est facile, si tu veux. Donc il est très facile à gérer. Il ne s'énerve pas. Par rapport à Xavier, qui était aussi un tempérament très calme, si tu te souviens. Hein. Donc tu vois, c'était pareil. Lui aussi avait ses petites manies entre guillemets au niveau de la nutrition, mais qui n'en aurait pas dans les efforts qu'ils font. Tous les athlètes qui sont ici, je pense qu'ils ont tous une petite manie, mais il n'y a rien de particulier. Ils sont pas capricieux, ils sont pas. Non, j'ai aucun problème. Puis il a un accent tellement craquant.
So we're trying to understand a little bit like how Ben reacts and how things are going to go down when they're to the next aid station in Champélac. This is going to be the next point where they're going to have access to their crew. And Katie was just saying, we got no further plan. We know what he's going to be wanting. And if he's still in the lead or what, we'll give him the splits and we'll just send him out. And what's important with Ben is like very calm and composed. And so it means like we're just staying the same, but there's nothing out of the ordinary. Like it's pretty comfortable to crew him. He's easy to crew. He's always, like I said, calm and composed, and so like I have a pretty easy job with him, especially him coming from the US but still speaking French with a strong American accent is also pretty cute. So it adds to the comfort of crewing him. Eh ben,
À Champagne, un expresso.
voilà le petit.
Je voudrais un expresso. Et à Valorcine, un vrai expresso que je vais aller chercher dans un bistrot.
Alors que pourtant, s'il veut un expresso, c'est ici, c'est à Courmayeur qu'il faut avoir le bon expresso italien.
Là, c'est encore la nuit. Mais à Champagne, ça sera pour le petit déjeuner, il voudra un expresso. Donc on va trouver ça.
Merci beaucoup pour ton temps et bon courage pour la suite. So yeah, the last little detail, this little nugget that we were after is that here at Champagne and then in Valorcine, Benjamin will be wanting to have a little espresso. So, you know, to bring up a little bit, have a kick when they're going to go through the day. So there we go. We're going to have, I think, the next runner coming in soon. So I'm going to tune out and send it back to you to the studio.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Martin. So we have Baptiste Chasang coming in to Courmayeur. Baptiste is a previous second place finisher at UTMB. He took second in 2024, and then also he won Diagonal Defoe last year. Baptiste is actually my on teammate, and he is just a bundle of joy. He's the funniest guy. He's actually lives just a little bit outside of Chamonix, so he's kind of considered a local favorite. So it's just wonderful to see him performing so well out there, and he just does so. Smile on his face, and I think that he is setting himself up for just a really strong performance.
And chatting to him and being on a team with him did you feel like he was coming into tonight really hoping to go out there, give it his all, and was he going in for the win?
Yeah, you know, I didn't get a chance to chat with him too much pre-race, just with the timing of my own race and everything happening. He was in a different chalet, but I know that Baptiste and other teammate Antoine, who won TDS last year, both super strong, very prepared coming into the race. So I knew Baptiste was probably going to go for the win and be up there. So it's wonderful to see him chasing in second place. And I think he's just being really smart about his pacing right now. He's a very calm runner, and I think just brings a lot of joy to the sport.
And he's actually had some great results here at UTMB. He came 10th in 2023 and 2nd in 2024. So once again, another runner in the top three who has been here, raced, and been on the podium. And he is going to be coming into the aid station. And I always love how the runners come through the aid station, seeing if they're like an F1 pit stop, really fast, smooth transitions, or if they sit down, take some more time. It's also really interesting to see how the different runners feel at these key aid stations, because the runners are now just over 8 hours into their race. The start time was pushed back a little bit tonight. It went from 5:45 p.m. start to a 7:45. So the runners had to shift gears a little bit with that change, but that's what ultras are all about. You've got to control the controllables, and then you've got to be flexible.
Yeah, and you know, this is, I would say, I mean, all the aid stations are so crucial that are crewed because there are so few of them. But this one really is, I think, the true, probably the most pivotal aid station you could have in the race. And I really think that the runners, and I hear this all the time, I am guilty of rushing out of Courmayeur, and I paid the price for it. But really taking your time, getting what you need, and making sure that you're taking care of yourself, that's key. So we'll give some sounds from the aid station right now as well.
Vas-y, je te les enlève à premier. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Allez, je te laisse te changer et tu mangeras.
I have no idea what the shirt is that he's wearing, but I need to ask him about it after the race.
This one here?
Yes.
Yeah, it's very cool. It's got a bit of a star on the back. I wonder if it's sort of a personalized one or not. And you can see here he's stripping off, changing clothes. I have heard that a lot of runners come through this section, and some change out of shorts and into tights, or a lot of them also just change the upper body gear, because the admin of changing your lower part of your clothes is very time consuming.
Yeah. But it does make such a difference, you know, to keep the body temperature regulated, because they are dealing with so many changes in temperature, so many changes in altitude. And if you are not temperature regulating, you are wasting calories, honestly. And so the more you're able to use those calories to putting it directly to your effort rather than body temperature regulation, crucial. We have 2 runners coming in, our 3rd and 4th men, making their way into Courmayeur. That is Gautier Bonacare and Caleb Olsen. So we may see a crossover here where both of those guys are going to see Baptiste in the aid station. We'll see. I think that as long as Baptiste isn't rushing, it can be really useful to get out before they see you. That's a really big psychological advantage. If you see someone in an aid station, it gives you hope. And so I'm sure Baptiste is trying to keep that hope from happening for those two.
And I love his insight from you before, Alyssa, about that. And as I mentioned, I come from the tennis background with, the mental side of things. And so it's so interesting to hear you talk about when these guys at this top end are racing, they don't want to let their competitors in, and they don't want to let them know how they're really feeling. Or if they're feeling really good, maybe they do. And I've just been asking our French commentators to give us a little bit of insight on what Baptiste here is talking about with his crew mate. And they're essentially, his crew is really reassuring him, explaining to him just to stick to the plan, encouraging him to change the clothes and helping him make some decisions. So he's explaining that it's going to be cold out there tonight. And by this point, runners can be getting very fatigued. So it's very important for that person that's helping him out here to give him the right guidance.
Also, I really want to say that On does make a pole quiver. I have no idea why Baptiste is just shoving his poles in the back of his pack. I was with some On team members before, and we're all like, come on, Baptiste, use your quiver.
It must be a personal preference. And here he goes sending out. So this is our second male. And I would love to find out who his support crew is there, because he's done a fantastic job. He's been letting Baptiste know where to put his food, where everything is, explaining the gear setup. He had everything laid out perfectly. And he gave him his nutrition.
And he was able to let Baptiste do his job. So Baptiste was changing his clothes, getting himself ready, drinking some liquids, while his crew was getting his pack entirely ready. All right, so we are seeing 2 athletes in here. We have Andreas Reiter and Gautier Boncari, so not Caleb Olsen. It appears as though Caleb Olsen is behind.
And these runners are really on Baptiste's trail, and it did seem like Bapt was in a bit of a rush to leave, so he was probably going to eat and get out ahead of these guys and keep that second place nice and strong.
Yes, and I don't know quite as much about Gautier, but Andreas had an incredible race at Lavaredo previously. I think that Lavaredo often is a predictor of how people will fare at UTMB. It seems to be a really good lead-up race for athletes, but we see both athletes working with their crew, getting balls ready, taking some of that Coke.
Another.
Both La Sportiva athletes, so they may know each other pretty well. They might be working together.
Yeah, they seem very close together. And
we also have Joaquin Lopez, who is 2024 third place finisher of UTMB. So Joaquin knows exactly what he's doing. He is an athlete from Ecuador, one of the most genuinely kind, wonderful human beings that you can meet. So I am so excited to see Joaquin in the mix here. He knows what he's doing. He's done this before, so this is an exciting race. Get the ramen.
There's not a lot of privacy at these aid stations.
None.
You're stripping off clothes, you're shoving food in, and you do not care what anyone thinks of you at this point. And Alyssa, what do you think about the difference in, we see some of these runners on screen standing, and then we've seen the other gentleman before sitting down?
It's, I think, a bit of personal preference. I really try to avoid sitting just to keep myself going. Other people like to sit. I think it kind of helps them compose. But I always think beware the chair a little bit. But we have Baptiste on the left-hand side of the screen making his way through the streets of Courmayeur, and he will be heading up to Refuge Bertrand as well. So we have also Joaquin Lopez heading out. I believe that his tracker might be a little bit off. It's not seeming to come up, but he is running strong. Glad we have the visual.
And Joaquin is from Ecuador, and that was who we saw sitting down before getting some food in.
Looks like Caleb Olson, ACG runner. That would make sense with the
ACG making a fashion statement this year, aren't they?
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not cool enough for their gear, but we can see.
I'm also not cool enough. Yeah.
So we can see on screen he's also decided to take a seat and sort himself out ahead of the next part of the course. And everyone who's just tuning in, my name's Jackie and I'm here with Alyssa, and we're going to be covering the Courmayeur section here as runners are coming into this key aid station. They're about 8 hours and 15 minutes in, and we've seen about the top 6 males through right now.
We just had Drew Holman entering, a very strong U.S. runner. I believe he came in third at CCC last year. So very familiar with the second half of the course. It should feel like he's on home turf. But you can see why Baptiste was trying to get out. I mean, this has just been a floodgate of men into Courmayeur. So he really was trying to, I think, use that psychological advantage of, hey, I'm going to get out so they can't see me. And especially at night, again, it can feel like you're really far away from other people if you can't see them. Sometimes you can see the headlamp, but I can see why there was a little bit of that pressure on Baptiste, but hopefully he was able to get done what he needed. We also have Zach Miller. These are all like
Zach Miller.
Incredibly experienced men we have in. Zach Miller, a second place finisher at UTMB in 2023.
And I was listening to a podcast actually the other day about Zach Miller, and it was almost he's either the dark horse or he's in the favourites, and it's sort of one or the other with him, but he's looking very strong out there, and it's still early days in this course, and he is in top 10 right now, looking very strong.
Yeah.
That's probably one of the most composed pit stops we've seen, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that was excellent. So I'm give a pat on the back to fellow American Drew Holman. And then we have Caleb Olson taking care of things.
And yes, Zach Miller has had a fair bit of experience here. 6th at UTMB in 2016, 9th 2017, had a DNF in 2018-19, and then a 5th in 2022, a 2nd in 2023, as you mentioned, and then CCC champion in 2015, which is a while ago now. But that is a long list of races and experience here.
So we have Gauthier Boncarré. I apologize to our French speakers for Gauthier taking off through the streets of Courmayeur. This is indeed Caleb Olson. He is a previous Western States winner. He won last year, setting an incredible time. He's a super strong runner. You know, the fun thing about Caleb Olson is you hear, oh, he won Western States. He must be kind of like more of a fast, flat runner. Caleb is actually a mountain athlete. He is a mountaineer, loves being in the mountains. So it's really exciting to see him at UTMB because I feel like this really fits what he loves doing the most.
And on screen, I think that this is his partner or wife, Morgan, and she's a major part of his support team. He also has a young son, and yeah, I think that they've all come over his family to support him for this race.
Amazing. So we have Joaquin Lopez. Looks like he's making the pass on Gauthier, but I would not be surprised if they work together up the hill. All right, we have Caleb and Drew, fellow teammates, heading out. Drew giving a little shout out to his crew. Waiting to see who this is.
A little bit more nervous energy here, I feel, from the runner, sort of trying to zone in on what he wants. It's almost when you're a bit mentally fatigued, it can feel like there's too much choice. He's trying to eat, change gear, and do a multitude of tasks at once.
Yeah, no, that is one of the biggest things, is that you really need to stick to the plan of what do I need to get done and how am I going to do it most efficiently. You cannot keep jumping around or you won't accomplish anything. And that's part of the crew's job, is to keep you on task as well, because as your brain gets more and more tired, you have less ability to follow a plan.
I remember I ran out of an aid station one time with 2 frozen drink bottles instead of the ones that were filled with water. So
Oh, no.
it really shows that your brain can waver sometimes.
And we have Zach Miller.
Yes.
And just get an idea on the other runner heading up the hill, looking strong. This has just been a deluge of men.
Amazing, bro.
The buffalo's water is okay.
Yeah, because I put the split to come on like okay, come split. Okay, fast. The downhill.
There is water and water?
Yeah. Man, that's the thing. One is already ready with sugar in it. The thing he told me to get rid
What are these runners right now at this point in the race? What do you think that they're mainly focusing on? How far they've come or what's to come? Or what was your headspace when you were out there for this event?
Yeah, so at this point, honestly, this point is the testing piece of how well did you feel yourself for the first half, and did you keep to your pacing plan, or did you blow yourself up? If you took out this first 50 plus miles too hard, you're really not going to have much in the legs for the second half. And truly, the second half is more difficult. So often people will say that if you double the time, actually from the top of Bertone, that's probably what your finishing time is going to be. So, you know, we're seeing about 8:20 for these runners. It'll maybe be an hour-ish to Bertone. So double that, looking at, you know, 19-ish hours. And that being said, this is going to be a faster year because they took out the pyramid section. So that reduced probably by 30 to 40 minutes. And the weather has been, I think, quite good. Once, you know, the delayed start, they were able to avoid some of that rain. So I think this could be an exceptionally fast year out there. And it's supposed to be pretty cool today. So I guess today, yeah. So I think that there's going to be fast times. And we're getting a recap. Ben out in the lead, looking at about a 20-minute gap on Baptiste. Baptiste had about 3-4 minutes on Andreas. And just, you know,
I loved what you said then about the timing. I hadn't heard that sort of before, with add on a little bit of time and then it's double that, and that's a good guidance on how you're going to be faring out there and your overall time. Obviously, a lot of things can change, but...
Absolutely. We have Chris Myers on screen. He is a really strong athlete. He just recently won the Mount Fuji 100. I know that UTMB has been a real focus for him. Chris is a good friend of mine. He placed second at Western States last year, and I know is really focused on more of the mountain sport. So Chris is right in the thick of it. Excited to see. Also, Chris had a really amazing take on his training for UTMB. If you go to Trail Runner magazine, Chris drew kind of what he saw, his feelings, etc., because he's an artist, actually.
Wow.
So there is a really incredible series of Chris's drawings on his experience training for UTMB. So definitely check that out if you can.
Physically, he was drawing.
Yeah,
Wow.
he's an artist, yeah.
That's incredible. And it might even be his pack. He might have actually had a little bit of something to do with the design of that one. And Chris is a Brooks runner. I've been with Brooks Australia for about 11 years now, so he's a fellow athlete. But he actually won Mount Fuji 100 miler, and he was third in the Eiger 51K. So he's got some pretty good 2026 form.
Yes, he had an incredible start to last year. Had a little trouble at Ultra Trail Cape Town. He's struggled a little bit with international racing, but he's turned it around this year. I mean, he really put a lot of focus into that, and it's exciting to see what he's capable of doing.
We've also had people, in the chat as well, just asking about the pyramid section and what was happening there.
Yeah, and we just had Virgil Morissette coming in as well. This is Chris Miles, but with the pyramid section, so it's a really technical part of the course. It almost kind of feels like there's not really a trail. It's really rocky, really slippery. And so oftentimes when there is inclement weather, they will remove that section. It's also quite high. So it's exposed, it's technical, it's always at nighttime. And when they have kind of any indication that it could be dangerous for athletes, they will remove it. They removed it last year as well. So was not surprised to see that it was no longer a part of the course. But it does take anywhere, I think, from 30 minutes for the men, maybe a little bit less, up to, I would say, like over an hour for mid-pack. It's a slow slog.
Might as well switch.
And we just had Virgil on screen before who were chatting about a French runner. He might come back up again soon.
But we have Jean-Philippe Choumi heading out of Courmayeur through the streets. So I don't know if you've been over to Courmayeur aid station, but you kind of come in on one side of the town and then you go into the sports center and then you cross over, and really you don't get to the heart of the town until you're about to take off up to Bretonne. So they do spend quite a bit of time kind of navigating through the streets of Courmayeur.
And there are a lot of crowds here because a lot of these runners have, who are more local to the area, they have, or families travelled in and supported. They've got a lot of support with them, but you're only allowed one person in the aid station marked off section assisting you. And so all these people with crews have
kind of like wait outside.
Yeah, you've got to wait outside. And so that's why there's such an atmosphere, even though it is currently 4 a.m. in the morning.
It's also, I mean, people will come to Courmayeur just to cheer runners on. I mean, people will wake up in the middle of the night to get out there and see these leaders coming through. It's funny, the sports center is always one of my husband's highlights when he crews me at UTMB, because they have a wide array of Coronetti, lots of different flavors, and a tremendous amount of espresso. So I know that a lot of these crews are hitting the espresso hard, maybe 5, 6, 7 shots out there to keep themselves awake and helping their athletes. This is Théo Detienne coming through.
Speaking of caffeine, actually, I've been seeing a few runners now taking on some Red Bull. Obviously, there's different ways you can get sources of caffeine out there. This is hilarious on screen here. You can
love
see
it. Yeah, so that's such, honestly, I've seen this a few times with
I've never
crews.
seen this.
Yeah,
Wow.
so a few times with crews, because you want it to sit on your body well. And so sometimes when you're stuffing, when you're just, holding it, it will rub into your back. It won't sit right. And so oftentimes I'm now seeing crews put the packs on so they can arrange things as it will actually sit on their runner, rather than kind of hodgepodging it and it feeling really uncomfortable and having to waste time making those adjustments. Right now, he is sitting in about 17th place, so we're looking at kind of our top 20 men coming through Courmayeur. We've still got the pickle juice out. Love that. Pickle juice, known for being incredible with, almost said chafing, not chafing, with...
I was like, well, I'll believe you.
With cramping.
And Alice, do you have an opinion on, I've been hearing about it more and more, but if you start the caffeine early on, do you continue sort of microdosing the whole way through?
Yeah, well, just this is Yannick Noel on the screen. I believe a French
Yannick is sitting in 18th, yes, and he is having... he is a French runner, an UTMB index of 905, and he's in the 40 to 45 men's category. He's an N of 8 athlete.
Amazing. The caffeine's really interesting. So I think it's pretty individualized. I will say, I think that there is a bit of a difference between the sexes. I think that men tend to be able to push the caffeine a little bit more than women. I think we're a little bit more sensitive. But I am very cautious with caffeine. I don't use a ton of it, but I know other people that they will often wait sometimes for 8 hours until you're really feeling tired. It's difficult with a night start to kind of judge that, but the caffeine consumption, it is kind of standard practice that once you start it, you are supposed to kind of keep up a bit of a drip. But
and to quickly interrupt you guys, on screen just in front of the runner here, you can see the pickles in front of Theo. Pickles not for chafing, everyone. But there's a huge jar of pickles. You might be able to see on the screen. Oh, bless. So do you use pickles?
I've never used pickles. Have you?
No.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, there's like pickle shots. There's all the things.
I mean, I love them on a charcuterie board, but
no, there's such a high hit of sodium though that will really help with the cramps. It's a great way to get kind of that sodium rebalancing in, especially the weather has been so interesting because, I mean, yesterday it was hot. I mean, it was pouring rain for some of it, but it was hot. And so what's difficult is that, you're kind of trying to cover from the rain, but you're also still sweating a lot. And so people can get really imbalanced with the electrolytes. And that is something you have to be really on top of. So I'm sure he's trying. We have
Jay Xing, I love Jay.
Yes.
He has competed this year in UTA, and I've actually met him and his partner. They are incredible people, and earlier this year he absolutely put on a masterclass in the Blue Mountains and was just so strong. And I caught him at a restaurant afterwards having some ramen, and he just seemed so relaxed. So 100 kilometers, he's had a lot of strong results over, and then he's here today to see how he goes in the 100 miles. But they work so well together as a team, and he's just such a composed runner.
Love it. And he rounds out our top 20 men that have come through Courmayeur. And again, the race is, honestly, it's still young. There's still so much time for things to change. So really sitting in that top 20 is a great place to be.
And Jay Xing's had a fair bit of experience over here. He's since 2018, he was at OCC 6th place in 2019, 5th in OCC, 4th in 2022, 2nd in 2023. Unfortunately, had a DNF in 2024, and then 8th in 2025. So many attempts out here on the course.
Yeah.
And 8th in 2025. Does it show that the sport is growing and the depth is just so much bigger that he's now rounding out at the top 20?
Well, this is his first go at UTMB.
UTMB did 8th in 2024.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yes, I mean, absolutely, but it could also be that he's pacing really well.
True.
So he's being super smart about that. Hard to say. There's still a lot of time. And, at the sharp end of these races, people are riding a real edge. They're riding that red line of like, if you push too much, you're going over. If you push too little, you're going to get left behind. And so that can lead to a lot of blowups. You really have to put yourself out there for these races to get into that top 10, top 5. So I am expecting there's going to be carnage. There's almost never not carnage at the front pack of UTMB. So I think he's in a good spot.
And we can see Jay Xing on screen here is changing his socks and shoes, getting nice and fresh.
He's one of the first people I've seen do that.
That's what I was just thinking.
Let's do it.
It was interesting. I think one of the runners in the top 3 miles of the 100 kilometers actually did a shoe change, and Martin was covering it. And Martin said it's the fastest he's ever seen someone change their pair of shoes, and it's because one of the athletes came from a triathlon background. He had the quick slide shoelaces, and he was just really rapid at being able to do that transition. And these two have seen them working together as a really good team on screen. ASICS runner Theo, his teammates wearing ASICS, I think. So these guys are looking nice and composed and getting everything really well organised. And he's sort of taking his time, isn't he, and pacing himself before he heads back out there.
Getting a little of that caffeine hit. Seeing if we can pull up a little bit of a women's update. Of course, don't have them on screen yet, but
it's super exciting to have Rachel here this year, especially after her awe-inspiring results earlier at Cocodona. And Alyssa, you were there following along closely, commentating for it, weren't you?
Yeah, but it does look like Blandine has put a bit of time on her. She's taken the solo lead. So Blandine is expected at Maisonville, which is kind of that final aid station before you bomb down into Courmayeur. It's quite a steep descent, but she is expected at Maisonville at about 4:30. And she went through Arrêt du Montfavre around 4:05 a.m. and Rachel has not gone through Montfavre quite yet. It says that she's eminent. So it does appear that Blandine has put maybe 15 minutes on her. And then Abby Hall is also imminent. So it looks like, and again, this is all going off of trackers, which, I mean, the trackers are amazing at UTMB, but there are a lot of, we're out in the wild. Like, this is a mountain race, so everyone's doing the best they can to kind of get those accurate splits, but it can be a little bit off. But it does look like Abby and Rachel and Lucy are all, and Kareth, wow, are all kind of together as well. Wow, Emily Schmitz is having a heck of a race, too.
It's going to be really exciting when we get to start seeing the females coming through the checkpoint here in Courmayeur. Hopefully they will be through maybe definitely within the next hour. Do you think we'll see the first female?
Let me take a look at the timing. So from Maisonville, it's probably about tops 30 minutes down. So yeah, we're going to see probably about a 5 a.m., I would guess.
So stay with us if you guys want to see the lead females coming through. And there's a lot of females from the US who are running strong today. And then we've got Blandine Hirondelle. Have you run with Blandine before?
I haven't, but I am in awe of her. I feel like she does not get enough credit for how freaking incredible she is. I mean, blew the doors off Diagonal Dufault last year. She has won, I believe, OCC and CCC and placed in the top 3 for UTMB. I mean, she is an absolute rock star, and I know she came into this race kind of feeling like she might not be able to give 100%. I saw a post that was like, I'm going to give it my best shot. I'm not sure if I'm there. I think she's there. I mean, and I don't know if you saw her at the start of the race, but just radiating joy. I mean, she was just feeding off of the audience's energy. Just looked like it was an absolute privilege and a joy to be out there. So I am rooting so hard for Blandine, and it looks like she is in a really good place right now.
And I don't know, I mean, this is definitely a stereotype, but I don't know if it affects females a little bit more or not, but being an Aussie, hearing Lucy talk about when she loves running and really finds her passion for it, she runs better.
Oh, yeah.
And so hearing you speak about Blandine and how she was feeling at the start of the race, if you're enjoying what you're doing, if you're just happy to be out there for the journey and love it, then I think you're going to have a better day out there. So it'll be really exciting to see how the female race unfolds. Guys, we've just got a quick break, and then we'll be back with the live streaming.
Huh?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Try imagining a place where it's always safe. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936. Suunto was born.
Oh,
Guantes no quieres, ¿no? Ni nada. Si no quieres eso, quieres esto sólido.
Thank you so much for joining us. We are back at Cormire Aid Station. We are seeing, looks like Pablo leaving. This is just outside our top 20 men coming through the Cormire Aid Station right now.
And good morning, good evening to everyone, wherever you're tuning in from. My name is Jackie Bell, and I'm here with Alyssa, and we are covering the section where the runners are coming through at Courmayeur here. We've had the lead males coming in. I think it's been about the top 25 now, and they're moving through quite quickly. I've seen a wide range of how everyone is sort of behaving at the aid station, and I've said it a few times now, but it's either an F1 pit stop where they're in and out and they've got their systems really down pat, or they might be a little bit more erratic if they're not as dialed in with whoever is supporting them. But they're 8 hours and 40 minutes in right now, and this is a really key aid station, and Alyssa's been through this aid station. Also, it's all very fresh in her mind after running early this week and getting a third place in TDS.
Thank you. Yes, and I just want to say, to give our listeners a little bit of an update, that notable DNF, unfortunately, Vincent Bouillard has dropped out of the race after, iconic performance at Western States. He deserves all the rest. So Vincent, I hope that you are all right, healing up and resting right now. But unfortunately, Vincent did withdraw at Lake Combau. So Courmayeur comes, again, it's such a crucial part of the race. I believe it's about mile, it's a little hard to say actually because Pyramids was taken out. Traditionally, it's about mile 57, but it is now 50.5, so a little bit shorter.
And the pyramid section was taken out for anyone just joining due to the weather. There was some extreme weather in the mountains, and anything can happen out here. So they had to take precautions, and the race started 2 hours later, which is all part of ultra running and having to adapt to the conditions. And so everything shifted back a little bit later. So normally the runners are coming through Courmayeur at about 1:32 a.m., but this year it's that little bit later.
It is such a beautiful sunrise. So once they get out of Courmayeur, that's kind of a low point, and then they climb up to Bertone, and then they're on the balcony, and it is absolutely stunning. So we have eyes on Ben Demon, our race leader. He is coming through Refugio Bertone, which is at the top of a pretty substantial climb. So he is about to get onto the balcony section, which honestly is one of the most beautiful runnable sections of the entire course. I mean, you can rip on that. And if you are trying to win this race, you are ripping. That is a section that can really get people. They can get, if you have burnt all your matches, you're walking that section and you are losing a lot of time. And so you really need to have legs to run. Then they will drop down before the climb up to Switzerland. And then they have a massive descent off of.
And it's fantastic that we were able to get that footage of Ben up there and to get a little bit of insight. We saw him come through the Courmayeur aid station earlier, and he was absolutely flying. He had quite a good gap on the second male, and then it was pretty fast from second male Baptiste. He was in a bit of a rush because third and fourth males were on his tail, and they might have been working together as a bit of a team. But as you can see here, and we've spoken about a few times tonight already, there's some runnable sections into these aid stations coming in and then back out again. And you can see the course profile in that top left hand of the screen. You can see those sharp descents that the runners are going through. So you have a real advantage if you've been able to get out here into the mountains and train specifically on this course, because it is so unique. And I've heard in a few interviews from different runners that even though you might have trained on a lot or been out here, every year it still is different because of can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, well, and also we have Jonathan Albin on the left side of the screen. I believe, bit of a fan favorite. I think that he's well known in especially the UK community. Has many wins under his belt, and I think hoping to put it together at this UTMB race. Oh my gosh, speaking to the specificity of being out here, I will say every time I think about this course and I think about running in the Alps, it's the downhills that absolutely destroy people. And I mean that lovingly. I think that the first time you get into the Alps, it's so hard to replicate the steepness and the length of the downhills in this race. And that's what gets people. It blows their quads up. And so they aren't able to push like they want to, and they're unable to run often down these hills. And so that is a huge factor. We have Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon. He is a previous, I think, 2-time top 10 finisher at UTMB. He's one of my teammates at On. Super strong French runner.
I was about to say, your pronunciation of that French last name was pretty bang on.
Yes. Well, we lovingly call him Julien Bouillon Cube. So that's gotta remember it. But it actually is Happy Soup is, I guess, the translation. So yes, Artur, super strong runner, just had a baby last year. So with his wife Justine. So super exciting to see him back at UTMB after a little bit of a break last year.
And he grew up in the mountains, alpine skiing, ski mountaineering and cycling before he moved over into trail running in 2013 and then ultras in 2016. So, it's always interesting to see that transition from one sport to another.
Yeah, he's a very, very strong athlete and knows this course incredibly well. But yeah, whenever people ask me about training for UTMB, I always say it's not, the uphills are not what's going to get you. Even though mentally I think they're really hard, it's the downhills that are going to be the game changers. And it's very, very hard to replicate this type of downhill. I mean, living in the United States, really hard to find something that replicates it because they're not at UTMB. There are technical sections, but it's very, very runnable. So you have to be able to carry that speed, carry that stride length down, and that can be really challenging. You're not getting kind of the natural breaks that come from when you're running more technical terrain.
And there's about 4 or 5 USA female athletes right now who are running incredibly well. So how do you think that they've been able to sort of race so well? Are they coming over and training here, or are they finding the nearest mountains in America?
A lot of them come over here. So Emily Schmitz lives in Chamonix, and I know that Rachel did spend quite a lot of time over here preparing on the course. Abby has a lot of experience. I mean, she's come in top 3 at CCC, so spent a lot of time over here. And Kareth Arnold actually just recently came in second on her Hard Rock debut. And I think if you are to pick anywhere in the U.S. that's close, the San Juans in Colorado are about as good as you can get. They're a little bit higher, just not that they are physically, they aren't higher for the most part, but we can just get higher. So the average elevation is of kind of the accessible trails is more, and I apologize, my meters aren't quite as good, but between 3,000 to 4,000 meters.
Yep.
So you're pretty high, 9,000 to 14,000 feet out there. So you are sucking a little bit of wind on those. But as far as long descents and climbs, the San Juans are a really great place to train for that.
And just before on screen, we had Nicholas Thomas, who's a Belgian runner, and he's very new to trail running. He's from Belgium, and he's only 28 years of age. Hopefully we'll jump back to him on screen again, but he was a cyclist. So a few more runners coming through now with a different background. And this just here is Camille Lesnick. And Can't hear too much chatter between him and his support crew. It is key to not ask too many questions as well to the runner, isn't it?
Yes. It gets so overwhelming if you have your crew asking too many questions. And so, yeah, your crew just has to be so dialed on this as well. I'm not going to lie, I'm a huge fan of this bucket hat look. I love a bucket hat. The yellow, it's an iconic. I love this.
We have some people in the live chat. We're going to, they're asking, who are the commentators in the English live stream? Hello, guys. At the moment is Jackie Bell, and I've got Alyssa here with me. Alyssa ran the TDS earlier this week, came in third place, and has competed in UTMB before. So hopefully we can keep things entertaining and inform you while the runners are coming through Courmayeur here. And then later on, Martin and Stephanie will be jumping back in to take over the prime time.
Yes. And she also is coming off of a TDS finish. She's just such an incredible person. Like, runner, person, all of the things. So I think that we are all so privileged to get Stephanie on the mic.
100%. I'm a massive fan of Steph. That was Camille Lesnick back on screen just before, I think. Oh, no, sorry. It was the Belgium runner, the young Belgium. If anybody is in the live chat and cheering on any of your runners, throw their name in there. We'll give them a shout out, and we'll be cheering them on for you.
We are probably, I'm just getting a check in on where Blendine is.
And just as the runners exit Courmayeur aid station here, there is mandatory gear check section where they're going through the gear, and you need to make sure you've got everything with you. Otherwise, there are some severe time penalties. Have you seen anyone have any situations happen with their gear this year just yet?
I haven't. There were penalties in OCC for course cutting.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
So there was a few 5-minute penalties, I think, for that. But I have not heard of anyone with issues with the gear yet. It looks like we should be expecting Blandine right at 5 a.m. And then Rachel is close behind, projecting about 5 minutes behind Blandine. Lucy, we're still waiting for her to come through Maisonville. And then, as well as Emily Schmitz and Kasia Jambrozic, who is my teammate as well. She is super strong runner from Poland.
I'm going to interrupt really quickly. Just on the screen here, we've got Maël Burrs from France. Really interesting. He's having a bit of a breakthrough year and stepping up to this level of 100-mile racing. He's French, born in 1995, so a young runner on the scene. Great index score of 859. But 2026, his form this year already. He had a race, the maxi race in Annecy. I've heard great things about this maxi race.
It looks amazing.
100 kilometre, he came fourth, and that event has 5,400 metres of elevation, and he did it in 10 hours, 14 minutes. And then he's also done some shorter distances. So he really is stepping up with this big 100-mile race here today.
Yeah, it's so interesting to me that the amount of people that choose UTMB as their first 100-miler, because it's not 100 miles.
It's not. This is the cheekiest thing.
So, yes, I love the fact that very often we'll see some differences between American trail running and European trail running. Is that in Europe, they're like, the route is the route. Whether it's 108 miles, whether it's 115, whether it's 73, that is the route that it's supposed to be. In the U.S., we're like, we'll run around a parking cone for 5 miles, and that will be exactly 100 miles. We're very different, I think, feelings about how distances come across. So I just love that juxtaposition of racing, and I think kind of a little bit of maybe ethos. But
I think it's also great because you can't get too attached to it again. And we saw that yesterday, the 100-kilometer event. It ended up having a few extra kilometers added in.
Yes, the day before. And I think it just highlights how flexible we have to be as ultra runners. It's like, oh, it's going to rain. oh, the race is going to start 2 hours late. I get a bonus, 7 kilometers or a climb cutoff or added on. So, yeah, we just have to be prepared for everything. And I think that's what makes the sport so fun is that, yes, it is about competing against each other, but it's also how do you bring the best version of yourself to whatever challenges come up.
Definitely, and you can see split screen here, guys. We've got a runner on the left. I can't quite see who that is. Oh, here we go. Urban Ferrari.
What a great last name.
He's probably hoping that he's going to be running like a bit of a Ferrari tonight. So he's moving along the road section here. I think he's heading in towards the aid station. Or has he just left?
I am struggling a little bit in this section to tell because I believe he's left. He's left. He's coming. He's going up the hill into the center of Courmayeur.
And his Team Ultra, Urban Ferrari, fun last name, index score of 867, and he is built for this long stuff, so he is probably pacing himself quite well. And Courmayeur is a really key spot in this race. It's about not quite the halfway point, but a great time to really reset. And you can see on the right hand side of the screen here, some runners are changing tops and bottoms, even shoes and socks, to get themselves nice and clean and dry for what's to come for the rest of the night.
Yeah, that can really make such a difference, especially as you're heading into the day, is that it kind of feels like this refresh where you are kind of waking your brain up saying like, okay, the day is coming, we've got to get going, and we've gotten through the night.
And so a little bit about Urban there. He actually has a lot of experience in the 100-mile events, and he came 14th in 2024 right here at UTMB, and
amazing.
Most recently, he came second in a 125-kilometer race, Grand Raid Ventoux by UTMB. So it's a really strong field out here for the males, a lot of depth.
That's what's incredible. We were leaving Contamine not very long ago, maybe a few hours, and my husband and I were just talking about how 30, 40, 50 deep are all still sponsored runners who are winning so many other races. I mean, it's just the depth of UTMB is absolutely astounding. And every year I feel like it just gets deeper and deeper.
Guys, if you're tuning in, you can jump into the live chat, give a shout out to a runner that you might be following along with. It is currently 4:45 a.m., so nice and early here in Chamonix, and you might be tuning in from the US or Australia right now. I'm an Aussie, and Alyssa is from the US. Actually, Alyssa, you've had a little bit of a shout out here, and people are saying in the chat that they love listening to you. So,
thank you.
And we also have some shout outs. We got Tonya Gracia from Australia, Amelia Mann, Vamos, Joaquin, and then, okay, we will do a bit of a recap on the female runners as well.
Yes.
Someone has put in the chat that Abby is ahead of Lucy.
Yeah, I don't think that the trackers are quite right, because I'm seeing a lot of shifting that I don't want to call it because I don't want it to be wrong.
So everyone, please be a tiny little bit mindful that sometimes the trackers in the mountains, they hop and jump ahead of each other because it is super remote out there. A few other shout outs. We've got Kerith. How do we pronounce it again?
Kerith Arnold. Yes.
Thank you. Jeff, he's a Kiwi from New Zealand.
Go, Jeff.
And yeah, thank you everyone for jumping into the chat. Oh, and Brian Martin from Colorado, US. Echo Lucy from Newcastle. Gosh, everyone, I don't think I can do any more shout outs for a bit. Awesome to see you guys getting pumped up.
Yeah, I saw there was a comment of people missing the weekly recaps on single track, and Finn and I were getting together this weekend, and they will be back. Don't worry. It's just been a busy racing season, but we will be bringing back the single track weekly news very soon. Oh, get it down, buddy.
Now, for anyone who's just joining us, we're here at the aid station in Courmayeur. It's about 2 hours hours or 2.5 hours of coverage of seeing the runners coming into this key aid station and then running back out again. The runners have been out there for about 9 hours right now. And on screen, we've got Daniel Klassen.
The nice thing is that these runners only have maybe about an hour and 30, 45 minutes left of dark. I mean, they are going to start seeing the sun. The tricky part is that they are heading into quite a cold time frame. So, right before the sun comes up, I've always found that is a really kind of bone-chilling moment for... especially if you're tired, you're carrying fatigue, and so your body temperature is not regulating. So they do need to stay warm through just this last little bit, and then I think they're in for a pretty lovely day out there. I was seeing that they were saying it's going to be not too hot and not too cold, but just perfect. So I am excited to see some fierce racing coming into today. And I think that they really made such a good call with that 2-hour delay because they did miss the rain. I think these runners have been spared from that. I believe this is Pas Capel.
It is, if you are correct.
Amazing, yes.
So
this is legendary, legendary Pas Capel. Great to see him coming into the Courmayeur aid station, taking his time. I always appreciate the hygiene on athletes that wipe their faces off. They really take care of themselves.
You can see some of his highlights on the screen here, guys. His racing recently, and I'm actually just having a little bit of a look online now, and he came into running in quite a unique way. He was actually a footballer, suffered a serious knee injury in 2012, and then running was part of his rehab, and it looks like he went all in on his running. And less than a year later, he entered his first trail race. He won it, and then he must have gotten the running bug. But he also ran a 2:58 Barcelona marathon early on before discovering the longer stuff. So he's a very accomplished Spanish runner, and
he's won UTMB. He won in 2019. Also won TDS in 2016. So he knows this part of the world really well.
I wonder in the actual numbers on the top 100, how many of those athletes have already been here on the UTMB course before? Because as you know, having experience racing in it or training on this exact course is a huge, huge asset. Do you think there's any element of not knowing what's to come can help?
I go back and forth on that. I think sometimes yes, and then sometimes no. I actually hadn't seen all of TDS, and I think it was actually kind of nice to have a little bit of, hey, I'm not quite sure what's going to happen. So I liked having a little bit of surprise. I do think with UTMB, seeing the whole course is really important. I will say, we're coming in on Refuge Berton. This is Baptiste Chasson. He is your second male coming through behind Ben Demon. So it looks like he's getting a refill of water. As I've said a little bit previously, they had quite a bit of a climb coming out of Courmayeur to get up onto the balcony of, along the kind of Courmayeur Valley, for lack of a better word. But they are heading into Switzerland and staying up on this balcony, getting a good sunrise. And wow, Joaquin Lopez has caught up with Baptiste. I had some insight that Joaquin was feeling really good. It looks like it. So Joaquin made up quite a bit of time on Baptiste on that climb, looking super strong. That is really exciting. We have a race.
100%, and it's so exciting to see. And I mean, covering earlier, seeing Baptiste coming through that Courmayeur checkpoint, he looked a bit rushed. He was running a little bit rushed because he knew that Joaquin was right on his tail. And Joaquin must have broken away now a little bit from the fourth male and is making his move up and putting a lot of pressure on Baptiste.
We are also looking at about 10 minutes to see our first woman into Courmayeur. We are expecting that to be Blandine, but it is tight.
And if anyone was watching earlier in the week, I mean, talk about close races. How about earlier in this week?
Oh my gosh.
There was a moment, and I don't even have to say what it was, and Alyssa knows.
Yes, I mean, I just love that trail racing's getting that close. I mean, a lot of times you see pretty dominant wins of 20, 30, 40 minutes, and I just love that the spirit of the sport is like, we're going to race till the absolute end. I mean, 3 seconds, just incredible.
Guys, if you didn't get to see the female finish of OCC, it was one of the most spectacular things to see from the sideline right there. And even third female, Sarah Alonso, coming in, and she's so fun to watch and so entertaining. Those first 3 ladies bring so much passion to the sport, and it was incredible to see, the OCC female finish this year.
Yes, highly recommend. If you haven't, go back, watch the recap. I think I watched it like 100 times.
Yeah, it'll fire you up, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think I'm going to watch that before my next race.
Now, after the runners head out of Courmayeur here section, we've got Cody Lind on screen. Okay,
oh, amazing. Cody is an incredible athlete. He's a Terex athlete, supported by Meg McKenzie, who is one of my on-athlete managers. Cody is such a strong athlete. He has placed 6th, I believe, at UTMB in the past. Also a Western States runner. Cody is super strong. All right, we have another runner coming into Bertone, trying to get an ID on him. This is Gauthier Boncaré. Again, apologies to our French listeners.
I thought that sounded pretty good.
I often am the 3rd best French speaker in the room, if anyone gets that reference.
I understand, don't worry. So we've got Gauthier Boncar. Yours was better. I'm going to sit back down. La Sportiva runner, and he is living in the Pyrenees, so he's very much a local mountain runner. Grew up around the Tourmalet and Pic du Midi area, which is an area that I definitely don't know well, being from Australia, but it sounds like a mountainous region. UTMB index score of 888.
And he was your 4th male through. It looked like, a few minutes behind Baptiste and Joaquin, but still pretty tight there for that 2-3-4. Ben is quite far out in the lead, so we'll see if he can hold that. Fingers crossed for Ben. He's running super strong, but we have Ben, Baptiste, Joaquin.
And I've got some friends out there tonight who are competing in UTMB, and it's interesting to see the different fueling strategies. One of them has some Australian... Oh, guys, interrupt myself.
Yes.
Here we go.
Interrupting to bring you eyes on Blandine. L'Hirondelle.
It's our first sighting of our lead female, and we're so excited to now see on screen lead female who is coming into Courmayeur, and she's just having a great day out there so far.
She's having an amazing day, looking like she's having so much fun out there, which, just when the racers have that much joy, it's palpable. So she is our first female coming into the Courmayeur aid station. She has had a Transvolcania win and a course record this year. I mean, came out swinging. She, like I said, I think she's like one of the most unsung heroes in trail running. So I'm going to sing her praises as much as I can.
Heck yes.
I mean, I don't think anyone underestimates Blandine, but I don't think people talk about Blandine enough. I mean, I just think she is an absolute icon.
And also an incredibly talented human. Blandine is a doctor. I think she's well-renowned gynecologist. So,
Oh my gosh.
yeah, brains as well as incredible fitness ability. So she's taking a little glance behind here, and it's always interesting with the runners because it sounds like, or maybe she was interacting a little bit there with the camera operator. I think that it gives you a bit of a pep in your step when you see the team coming up with the camera because you're thinking all eyes are on, so you speed up a little bit.
Yeah, it's a really interesting mix. Like, it's a blessing and a curse. But we have Zach Miller, our fifth man. He is up at Bertone. So, yes, 2, 3, 4, 5, pretty close together. A lot can happen. Like I said, they really need to be able to run this next section well. And if you've burned your legs up getting to here, not going to have a lot.
And it's awesome to see Zach in that strong fifth position. I was saying earlier that I was listening to a podcast about him being in sort of the fine balance between being a bit of a dark horse out there, but then also he could pull out an incredible result. So he's looking pretty strong in fifth place.
And he's also coming off of Western States, I believe, either fourth or sixth or fifth. One of those.
Someone can fact check it. Yes. We'll fact check it. And I was also researching a little bit about...
Oh, we have another man through Bertone.
I love his kit.
Yeah.
Nice and bright.
Unifit has a great kit. This is Tobias Geiser. So Tobias is our sixth man through Bertone, very close to Zach.
And he is an Italian runner, UTMB in-depth score of 9:13. But let's head back to Blandine. She's going to be coming into that aid station. The crowd will be absolutely pumped up seeing the first female coming in through here.
Yeah, she is just about to enter. And from what I saw at Contamine, she was quite conservative in her aid station. She took her time. She changed. She really was very calm, so I'm curious if she will echo that. I'm sure she will, but we'll just see what she is going to do at the aid station.
And there's a high chance that this is her partner, Matthew Mas-Bernard. He's also a runner and...
We are clocking her in just before 5 a.m. And so we will see how much time she has. I believe Rachel Entrican will be the next runner. Yes, we have eyes on Rachel. Rachel is coming in to the town. She's still got a little bit of time because you kind of come down off the ski slope and then wind your way to the sports center. But we'll see if Blandine tries to get out before Rachel gets in. I would guess that is her goal. That's a big advantage, like I was saying earlier, for Blandine to not let Rachel see her.
We might chime in with our French commentators and see if they can give us any insight on...
They're giving us a little bit of insight that she says feeling really good. The coach says take your time, no rushing.
So this is her coach. So this, I'm sorry, guys, this might not be her partner.
Yeah, we're getting words of Blandine saying, I'm not in the competition, which I don't think it means that she's not like literally in the competition, but she's trying to really, I think, keep her mental state calm so that she can do what she needs to do, and she's eating some real food. That is a really good sign.
Is that rice pudding?
I think so.
Oh, one of my friends eats that and lives for it. But so everyone on screen as well, this is her coach, I apologise, Liliane.
Also, just the fact that she's getting some solid food down, that is such a huge difference for people to be able to absorb a lot of that sports nutrition, where that can kind of just sit in your stomach. We're always drinking lots of liquids. Gels are very liquidy, and so it can just sit in your stomach. And if you get something solid, it kind of like absorbs all of it. So it's a great sign that she is eating solid food and I think feeling quite good.
Any minute now, Rachel is going to be coming into this aid station as well. I'm getting a little bit, it's like nervous, excited, seeing these females race. It's really fun, and I think that our lead female Blandine might sneak out,
heading out, yeah,
just before Rachel gets in. And I have been timing this aid station as I want to compare it to the next two ladies. So
That was about...
Blendin was in, it was about 2 minutes 45 then.
Okay, amazing. And she will have to do that mandatory gear check, so she is probably not completely out of the aid station quite yet, but she is out of Rachel's eye, or Rachel's view.
So it'll be interesting to see for the next few ladies how they go with their transition through aid stations. And Rachel on screen here looks like she's moving really well. We know that she has a super strong mind and physically is capable of the most extreme undertakings. Earlier this year, she won Cocodona overall, so males and females, 250 miles in 56 hours.
So Blendin is out of the aid station, making her way up into the center of Courmayeur. And it looks like Rachel is just about to enter. I think she's within seconds. She's probably already in there.
Would you say that their support crews are letting them know how much time they've got in front and behind? Do you prefer that when racing? Yeah.
It depends on what they want. So some athletes want that information, some don't. It also depends on when in the race. So early on, if you're really trying to stick to your own plan, that information actually can be less useful, where you're like, I actually don't want to know. I want to just run my own race. But then, in the last part where it's like, okay, it's game time, there's no holding back. That is where you can be taking in that information and being like, okay, I got to push. So we have Rachel Entrekin entering the Courmayeur aid station, and we'll see what she does with her time.
Not okay.
There's some warm rice and broth in that other soft glass there for you.
We're going to be quiet for a little bit here, and we might be able to hear on screen the interaction she has with her crew member.
I think Blondine is like right behind me.
Keep an eye out. You really...
I mean, I don't care. For what it's worth.
You're doing so well, Rich. How are you feeling?
Well.
This is cool how much we can hear of this, actually. Gives you real insight.
Yeah.
People could turn it up at home, couldn't they? She's not feeling good. Nah. People can turn this up and hear it. Hey, yeah.
Do you want your sunglasses? Importantly. We're not going to see you for a while.
Team, if you turn up the volume at home, you can hear Rachel chatting with her support crew, and it's super interesting to get that insight.
God damn.
Any of this warm water? No? Sure? Yeah. There's more Coke as well if you want to just drink it over.
Can you put these in my top pocket with my rain jacket?
Yeah. Okay. Just slide in there. All right.
Okay.
Thank you. It'll be a bit.
Oh my God, it's so hot.
Just that went out the back to the left. Great.
That is with her.
I don't know
Her
what's going to
support crew
happen.
person.
And we have Rachel Entrekin. Leaving the aid station. She is being supported by Emily, who is her nutrition specialist from Precision. I believe she has a doctorate, but Emily has been with Rachel through Chianti, through Cocodona, and is one of her main crew people. I've had the chance to talk to Emily, and she is incredible, an absolute mastermind of nutrition. So huge benefit to Rachel to have that on her team. But we have Blandine making her way up the hill through Courmayeur, and she will be climbing up to Bertone next. But she's looking super strong.
And you can see on the top left hand of the screen here, guys, how long the runners have been out there now. 9 hours, 18 minutes. The course profile, you can see those really sharp, steep ascents and descents. First female, and then how many kilometres she's run and how many left to go. Now, Blandine went through the Courmayeur checkpoint point or aid station, in 2 minutes and 45 seconds. And then the second female, Rachel, was through the aid station in 2 minutes. So I timed those ladies just to get a little bit of an idea of how quickly they are moving through. Both of them were very rapid, I would say, probably almost the quickest. There was no clothing changes or anything.
No, I think the real only difference is that Blandine did take in some real food and Rachel did not. It looked like she was just drinking that Coke. But yeah, both of them were not messing around.
And it was interesting being able to actually hear on the audio Rachel interacting with her nutritionist, because Rachel's a precision athlete as well. So that's probably why she's got that close friend and person that's helping her with all of her fueling. But also helps that Rachel is from America, so we could actually understand rather than trying to decipher the French. But you know Rachel quite well now. Did she seem a little bit flustered at the aid station then?
Yeah. I hate.
We don't like to make judgment.
Yeah,
But
no, I mean, if you have watched her through Cocodona, she was cool as a cucumber, never really revealed anything about how she was feeling. And just getting a little bit of insight, she sounds a bit concerned. That could change, though. You never know. But that's definitely the most flustered I've seen her before. But also, Rachel has raced off the front quite a lot, and it's really different to have competition around you. I think it can push you in ways that are challenging mentally, of keeping your cool, but she has a ton of experience, so yeah, we'll see what happens. There's still a lot of race left.
And on screen just before, we could see the bit of a highlight of the top 5 males. We've got Ben Dimana out in front, Baptiste in second place, Joaquin Lopez in third, Gertier Bonacara in fourth, and Zach Miller in fifth position. So that is our lead 5 males. And back on screen here, we have one of our male runners coming into Refugee Bertone.
That is Virgil Morissette. So he is in the top 10 still, I believe.
And Virgil, I need to look up a little bit of information about him.
And we have Rachel back on screen, making her way up to the middle of Cormeyer. It looks like she actually took her headlamp off and is holding it in her hand. I thought someone was shining a spotlight on her. And then, no, it looks like she's holding it in her hand, which honestly, sometimes that can be kind of a nice relief where you've been wearing it all day, you're kind of looking down, or all night, I should say, and it's pressing on your forehead maybe a little bit. So just a nice little break.
Yeah, it's a bit of reprieve, isn't it? It almost takes away a bit of a head pain.
Yeah.
And Virgil, who we saw just on the screen before, he's actually sitting in 14th position right now. He's a French runner. He's very young. He's in the 20 to 34 category. And so he's done a lot of shorter distance stuff, but here he is today stepping up to the 100-mile event. In 2025, he competed in the UTMB Nice Côte d'Azur. I pronunciate that one terribly. I apologize, but he came away with first place. So,
and we have Chris Myers, and then I believe it was Yannick, didn't quite catch his last name, at the Bertone.
Yannick Knoll.
Yannick Knoll, thank you so much. So I believe we're still in the top 10 men, but kind of rounding out. Oh, nope, we're into 15th. So Chris Myers is 15th overall. Virgil was 14th. So top 15 men through Bertone.
Really excited as well. It won't be long now until we're back seeing our third female coming in to the aid station. At the moment, from our standings, after Blandine in first place female, then Rachel, it looks like we've got Abby and Lucy, who are only a few minutes apart. And then in fifth position is Karith.
Yeah, Karith. Yeah, we also unfortunately do have breaking news that Courtney DeWalter is out of the race. Oh, I know, it's her first DNF.
Is this her first ever?
UTMB.
UTMB, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
I was like,
Not first ever, but...
oh, man.
Yeah. Yeah, so sending all the love to Courtney. I hope that she's doing okay, and she just an icon of the sport no matter what happens. But unfortunately, that takes the only two previous UTMB winners out of the race. So Vincent and Courtney have unfortunately DNF'd from UTMB.
Which is such a shame because Courtney brings such an incredible vibe to the whole event. And even yesterday at the start line, it's really special here at the World Series. All of the top 10 female male elites get to do a bit
walk up.
Yeah,
it's
walk
really
up an
cool.
entrance. And I have goosebumps talking about it now, but seeing Courtney come in here is such a legend in the sport. It's really special to see. So that's a real shame that Courtney's daughter has DNF'd, unfortunately.
I hope she's okay.
I know. Ugh.
But we need to head to an ad break, but we will be back in just a second, so stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe.
Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Welcome back to Courmayeur. My name is Alyssa Clark. I am joined by Jackie Bell in studio. Thanks so much for being here on this early Saturday morning here in, well, they're in Italy, but we're in France right now.
Yes, this is crazy. And then later on, I might be in Switzerland at one of the aid stations. So,
yeah, I think that that's one of the best parts of this course is how often do you get to go to 3 countries in one race?
And this here, guys, is Courmayeur. It's a key aid station. It's 9 hours and 27 minutes into the race. We have had over the top 30 males through here now, and there's been a wide range of different transitions through. We've also had our lead 2 females.
We're waiting our next female, which we believe to be Abby Hall, and then followed by possibly Lucy Bartholomew, and then Kareth Arnold.
Blandine is working hard out in front in that first position, and Rachel is chasing her. We saw Rachel come through. She was very rapid at the Courmayeur aid station. She was through in about 2 minutes. Blandine was 2 minutes 45. So the girls are moving and not wasting any time through there. Hopefully that fast transition doesn't bite them in the bum later, because sometimes really resetting and, as you were saying earlier, getting in proper food can help you, because it's how you feel in that first part of the race that really affects you later.
Yeah, it does so much. And my coach has a saying, it's hot food at Courmayeur, and he says that if you see people taking something in, getting in some solid food, that often is an indicator of how they will do later on in the race. So I think the athletes we saw take a little bit of time. Even if it was drinking some thicker calories, we'll say, that truly makes a difference and kind of gets away from just that constant sugar hit, but just having something to soak up that real food. I am saying all of this. I follow none of this advice. I know that my nutritionist, Meredith Terdo, is listening right now and is like, yeah, listen, this is great. I wish you would actually do that. So
Do as I say, not as I do, right?
We're working on it. We're working on it.
And for everyone tuning in, I personally haven't actually competed in the UTMB race before, but Alyssa here has, and Alyssa also competed earlier this week in TDS, came away with a third place female. Absolutely incredible. What did you come in overall?
I was 15th.
Wow,
Yeah.
amazing race. So Alyssa is chatting with a lot of her own experience. She's actually lived it. I did get to run the last 20K of the UTMB course just yesterday, and that was incredible. So I might have to come back here and race, but I don't know if I'm that crazy.
Oh, aren't we all, though? You've done... Jackie here is telling me that she's done all of these... multi-day stage races. So I think that you are absolutely prepared for this. But we're seeing our male athletes coming through the Cormeyer aid station and awaiting our third female to come through. And just to give a little bit of a time gap. So Glendon and Rachel, a few minutes apart, coming in right around 5 a.m. And we are probably 12, 13 minutes from when Rachel left.
Yeah, it wasn't too...
Okay. Yes, amazing. Okay, we have eyes on...
Is it Abby Hall?
I believe that's Abby Hall.
And we weren't sure if Abby and Lucy were working together because Lucy is not too far behind Abby, and they are really good friends, actually. I think Lucy and Abby have interchangeably crewed for each other for different events. They're trained together, very close friends. So
this is Abby Hall coming into Cormeyer aid station. Abby won Western States last year. She had I believe it was 5th place finish at Black Canyon. Unfortunately, heartbreaking DNF at Western States. She kind of poured her heart into that race to see what she could do and was actually signed up for CCC and pivoted to UTMB after Western States. So it is just amazing to see Abby having a heck of a day out here. I think UTMB has traditionally been a little bit of her white whale, having DNF'd, I believe, twice and finishing in, I think, around 30th the last year, coming off of major knee injury and surgery. So I am so psyched to see Abby having the day that she's having right now. She is so strong. I mean, she built up so much fitness for Western States that I knew this was possible. I had a feeling this was possible, and it's so exciting to see her execute.
And it's interesting to hear a lot of these athletes do compete at Western States and then take that fitness and the conditioning and bring it across into UTMB race week. Have you ever raced that closely together in those big events?
I raced Lavaredo UTMB last year, which is Lavaredo is the same time as Western States, but I am actually racing. Just did TDS and I'm racing Diagonal du Faux, which is 6 weeks away. So yeah, we'll be seeing how that goes. I'm really testing it out, but it's a big swing to kind of see if your body can recuperate and get a little bit more fitness. But so many, particularly women, have been really successful, I think, in the doubles. So stoked to see Abby using what she built for Western States. She is about to come into the Cormeyer Sports Center. It's looking like maybe about 13 to 15 minutes behind when Rachel left.
Yeah, I'd say, I think that's quite accurate, yes. We'll know after she leaves for sure as well. And the thing is, a lot of these top athletes, they know their bodies really well by now and what they can handle. And so usually you're not backing up and signing up to another race unless you think you can handle that. They're not guessing at this point in their careers.
Yeah, Abby has a lot of experience. I mean, she's been in the sport for a long period of time, so she knows what she's doing. But she also is lucky number 13. I saw her post that, and I was very excited for her. But all right, she's taking a seat. Thank you.
Anyone just tuning into the live chat as well, this section of the live stream is just the Courmayeur aid station, predominantly because of it's dark outside. And as soon as that sun rises, we're going to be having our team out there and covering all of the daylight. And it'll be back to mainly those first 3 male and female runners. And we do have some unfortunate news about Courtney. It's super upsetting for everyone, but Courtney has DNF'd. We don't have any information just yet on why that has happened.
No, unfortunately, but we're getting a shirt change from Abby, going to the short sleeve.
I feel good. Yeah. Huh?
We're getting some audio from Abby herself, so we'll tune into that.
If you turn up your volume, guys, you should be able to hear what they chat about.
Do you want C30 or protein?
C30.
Yeah. That's this is powder.
What's the gap right now?
I think it's like 10 minutes to the next one. You're gonna use the light guy. We only got an hour left.
Okay.
This is Acadia.
Sunny's?
You want anything?
So we have eyes also on Kareth Arnold, who is coming into the aid station. So she will be our 4th female. She has passed Lucy Bartholomew. But, you know, again, this is so early, so there's still so much time. I love it. Abby's giving a little toothbrush. That is such a great way to refresh. And, you know, who doesn't brush their teeth in the morning? I hope everyone's brushing their teeth in the morning, just like our Abby.
I feel so relaxed watching Abby Hall right now, though. She is absolutely making that aid station look like a warm hug, I tell you. She's changed her gear, she's put a new top on, she's cleaning her teeth, she's wiped her face, and she looks cool, calm, and collected. And we saw Blandine and Rachel go through a little bit flustered, a little bit rushed, sort of standing up, and so it's cool to see Abby just absolutely in her own.
And we have another athlete coming in. I can't quite get a read on who it is.
Martina!
Oh my gosh. Martina Vamos. Oh my gosh, I can normally get her last name.
Vamasoy.
Yes. Oh, I am so excited to see Martina. Martina's moved up the field. She has been on an absolute tear. She's won her last 2 races, Monte Rosa as well as Andorra. She was coming off an injury, and she has just blown things out of the water. We might be able to get a little bit of audio from here.
I don't change clothes.
She isn't changing clothes, we know that.
To stretch. I put the button through. Okay. So then this is a new. This is a new. Okay. Can you just push this in the back? Okay. I get rid of this fast. Yeah. This one. Yeah. Sorry.
And we've got Abby on screen here looking like she's almost ready to take off.
And we have Lucy Bartholomew coming into aid. So wow, those ladies, 3, 4, 5,
top 6.
Okay.
Yeah, Lucy's coming in at 6, and this here on the screen with her is Ryan Sands, very experienced. He's out there crewing with Lucy. We're going to be quiet, and hopefully we can hear what's happening.
Okay. Great. One more of this to go.
What is it behind drinking sparkling water?
People love it. I think so. Oftentimes, having something with carbonation, if your stomach feels a little bit off, it can cause you to burp, and that will help you to kind of release some of that discomfort. But we have Abby Hall leaving the aid station.
Just under 5 minutes, guys. So Blandine was through in 2:45, Rachel through in 2 minutes, and Abby was 5 minutes at that aid station. So it's been interesting to compare there a little bit.
And this is Martina Valmasoy.
What do you want for real food?
Got it. Thank you to Kelly Nolan for spelling out her last name for me so I could pronounce it.
Legend.
And we have Martina's being crewed by an absolute legend, Marion Hogan, who herself has podiumed at UTMB as well as multiple podiums at Western States. We have Emily Schmitz coming in as well. She's a HOKA athlete, an American based in Chamonix. So she is having herself a race. I love this.
And I'd love to see how Lucy's going, what her and Ryan's sort of process is. Lucy, fellow Aussie, so it's exciting to see her here. And she's been in such great form and she's been really, really racing well. So she's got a lot of experience on the course. And it is only halfway through, so there's still a lot of time for these positions to change.
Absolutely. Lucy was very quick through Contamine, so I'm curious if that will stay or if she'll take a little bit more time. I hope she takes a little bit of time through this aid station to kind of collect and make sure she has everything she needs for the next big push. Because just so everyone listening knows, the next time they're going to see their crew is Champex, which is quite far away. I mean, we're talking another 6+ hour chunk before they're going to get to crew again. So they really need to make sure that they are dialed at this point to be able to handle the next section before seeing crew at Champex.
And for everyone who's just jumping on, the first light is going to be coming up at around 6:15 a.m. So it's currently local time about 5:30 in the morning. Hello to everyone tuning in from either Australia. I'm sure you're closely following along with Lucy Bartholomew, who's in 6th place right now, or anyone tuning in from the US. There's some fantastic running going on from the American team. That was Abby on screen. And here we are with Lucy. So
It looks like she's...
Good luck. Do you want to do this?
No, you're good. Thank you.
Cool. And then can I take all this stuff now?
Yeah, I'm on.
You want dry gloves?
Yes.
I love Lucy's hair. I think it looks super cool today, actually.
All right, Martina is off. I mean, like, fan favorite. Martina is she's so freaking funny. She's also an amazing photographer. Previous winner of TDS. She's also placed top 10 at UTMB. And we have Lucy Bartholomew, who's placed top 10 at UTMB the last 3 years, which is absolutely incredible consistency.
How long till sunrise?
It's about
And
hour and a half.
we have Kareth Arnold coming into actually no, she might be leaving. I'm not sure that
she's just headed out now.
Heading out. Okay, so we didn't have eyes on her in aid, but she is running super strong. She's in, I think, about 5th place. And then we have Emily Schmitz, who's doing a shoe change.
I can't quite read how Lucy's feeling at the aid station right now. I can't get a read on it. It's been quite clear with all of the other females if they're feeling, really good or a bit frantic, frazzled or whatnot, but I can't quite get a read on Lucy. Here we go. We'll have a little listen.
We'll take this one off.
Yeah.
Where's your other one? And then here's your competition.
So this is to Champex?
We can hear they're making sure she's got all the right gear. There is mandatory check as soon as you leave this aid station.
Which normally they don't have.
What's that?
Yeah, normally they don't have it at Cormeyer.
Yeah, so they're keeping all the athletes on their toes.
Yeah, normally it's a little bit earlier on in the race. They often check at Chapu. That's one of the spots. I'm not seeing Cormier, so yeah, shaking it up, keeping us on our toes.
And so this is
Kareth Arnold.
Kareth Arnold. I am going to get that pronunciation right by the end of the day. But Kareth Arnold, she's in 4th position and looking pretty solid as she moves along here outside of the aid station, heading up now towards Refugee
Breton.
There we go. Alyssa's excited, everyone, because she's getting to commentate with someone whose pronunciation might be worse than hers. Here we go.
All right. Amazing. Okay, we have my teammate, Kasia Dombrowski. She is from Poland. She's an incredibly strong runner. Oh, we've got a few men coming through Bertone right now. And then we'll get back to the aid station. But Kasia is coming off of 2 UTMB major wins. She just won the Val d'Arene 100 miler, and she also won UTA 100K. So she's had a really strong season so far. UTMB is one of her favorite races. She is... Yeah.
Oh, sorry. What's the nickname?
Kasia.
Kasia.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Katarzyna, I was actually able to interview her at the finish line of UTA this year.
Oh, amazing.
And got to follow along her racing, and also racing another race. So I'm very familiar, but I'm not on nickname basis with her yet. Now I am.
Kasia and I are, we're staying in the same house right now. So, yeah, she's one of the best humans in the world, along with her husband, Maciek.
They are so sweet, aren't they?
They're the best.
They're so in love.
Yeah, Kasia came in 6th back in 2026, had an incredible breakout performance. And so I think we've all just been waiting for her to nail another UTMB, and I truly believe it's in her. So yeah,
she's been really solid recently as well. She's just been having great race after great race, and anyone who is from Poland and in the live chat, you can give her a shout out. I did ask her at the finish line of Ultra Australia earlier this year if she likes pierogi, which is like a double deep fried Polish food. And she just laughed at me.
We have Emily Schmitz on screen. Emily's a HOKA athlete, American-based in Chamonix, so she knows. She knows these mountains like the back of her hand.
Stuff on your feet.
She's also competed in CCC and OCC and had some very strong results there.
Crushing it.
I believe this is her first UTMB.
Gloves.
They're in there.
Okay, all right.
And she's pretty direct, straight to the point there with her support.
And now it's... All right, we have Kasia on screen. Last year, sadly, Kasia was having an incredible race, and her race ended at Courmayeur due to a very badly sprained ankle. So I'm sure she's feeling a lot of relief to be into Courmayeur, ankles intact, and feeling good in a super strong position. I think she's in about 7th right now.
And I mean, this year has been a great year for her already. She came first in the HOKA Val d'Arene by UTMB, and that was 163 kilometers. So that was great training for what she's doing today. She looks really composed and focused here at the aid station. She also had a great performance, first place at HOKA Australia by UTMB early this year, and her last 4 results, first. So that would be a nice confidence boost for her coming into today.
Absolutely.
And that makes sense that you're staying in the same house, both sponsored by On. So Kasia is an On athlete, as well as Alyssa, who I am commentating with today.
And on the left side of the screen, we have Martina making her way through the streets of Courmayeur, and she is going to get a beautiful sunrise on her way up.
Sunrise, I don't know if it's first light or sunrise at about 6:15, but the athletes are going to feel a real sense of probably joy and almost a bit elated when that sun starts to come up, as they've been running all through the night.
I love this too, that Kasia's getting in some real food, getting in some of those noodles. She has struggled with stomach issues in the past, but it looks like she's doing really well. Go, Kasia! Also, oh my gosh, I think I'm going to need to help her brush her hair out. After this race.
This ponytail is looking like it looks like she's been out there running for nearly 10 hours right now.
All right, we have another runner coming in.
This could be, is it Solomon runner? Is it Anna Carlson?
I don't know her quite as well. Looks like it could be.
The suspense adds to it, guys. She's trying to find her crew.
Oh,
this is the first.
That's the worst feeling.
This is the first athlete we've seen. Oh, this is, yeah.
Oh gosh, I hope they're.
Oh no.
I thought it was Antonina. Yes, Antonina Lushina. She's again incredibly strong runner. She came in second at Ultra Trail Cape Town last year, as well as she did very well at Doi Inthanon, the UTMB major, Asian major.
That was really interesting what happened just then, because it seemed that she couldn't find her support.
Yeah.
A little bit more about Antonia. She is currently in 9th position, and oh my gosh.
Yeah, she raced a lot. Oh my gosh, yeah, she said a lot of firsts there.
This year earlier at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, we were covering the 100 kilometer race. I was not aware that she won the miler in 19 hours 51. It's tough conditions in the Blue Mountains in Australia. If you haven't been out to Australia to race in it, you should get there. It's beautiful. But wow, her last 4 results have all been first places in nearly all milers as well.
She's just for our international audience. Y'all down under like to call them milers.
Yeah, sorry, we rounded up.
Yeah, so miler means 100 miler. I've learned that.
Oh right, it's the wording.
It's the wording. Yeah. So,
what do you call it?
Just hundreds.
Hundreds.
Yeah, which is confusing with 100Ks, but yes, I kind of love the miler. A mile. So we have Kasha still on screen. She's taking her time, which is super smart, taking in the calories.
It is fun, the different sort of slang or terminology that we use. Milo sounds more badass, I reckon.
I think it's good. Yeah, I loved it.
I reckon it's pretty Aussie as well, actually.
I know Tarawera also calls it the miler, so. And we have Antonina on screen. She is 9th female right now, loading up all of the gels, getting in some solid food as well.
And you were talking a little bit earlier, Alyssa, about the timing of how these athletes could possibly sort of guesstimate almost on their finish time. Can you explain to everyone who's just listening in on that?
Yeah, so, got a smile from Kasha. The way that it was explained to me is if you're running kind of an evenly timed race, or you're not really fading at the end, that if you take your time at the top of Bertone, which is the climb out of Courmayeur, it's where we've been seeing the lead men. We have not seen a woman come through yet, and double that often is the time that people will finish by. So that's a pretty good indicator of kind of where you're going to come in.
I think that's really cool, and it won't be too long until we start seeing the females come through there. So whatever their time is there, if you double that, it's a good indication of when they might be coming through to that finish line. And we've seen all these runners here taking in food, changing clothes, but also that moral support, maybe getting a hug or a kiss off a loved one. It can really help lift your spirits as you're heading back out there into the night. Unfortunately, for anyone who's just joined us as well, there has been 2 pretty unfortunate DNFs. Yeah. The only 2 UTMB winners who started this year, Vincent and Courtney, both unfortunately have had DNFs. We don't have any more information just yet on what happened with Courtney.
We're wishing them the absolute best. I hope both of them are safe. We have another athlete on screen. hopefully you can get an ID. Antonina looks like she is about to leave. She is in the 9th position for women. We do know there's at least one other woman in there. This is Mari Fenry, Norwegian athlete. It looks like she is hot on Antonina's tail coming out of Cormier. That is our top 10 women out of Cormier.
And I was timing earlier how long the leading females were taking at this aid station, because it's always really interesting how smooth the runners' transitions are and how well they can work with their support crew. Now, the lead female, Blandine, she was through in 2 minutes 45. Second female, Rachel, she was about 2 minutes. But the most calm and composed was Abby Hall, who sat down, took on some hot food, and she just had a really nice, calming sort of way about her as she moved through Cormier aid station.
And we have Kasha on the left side of the screen. She, a little bit of insight of why she's still wearing pants is that...
Is it a fashion statement?
Totally a fashion statement. No, she actually, unfortunately, DNF'd. Oh my gosh, sorry. This is where the sleep deprivation is catching up. What is one of the big island races in March?
Oh, we don't know each other well enough to play charades just yet.
Yeah. Anyway,
we'll believe you.
Chat, let us know. But she DNF'd a race in March due to hypothermia, and so she's being very, very particular about staying warm in this race, and so she's keeping the pants on, making sure the legs are staying warm so she can keep her body temperature up.
I've heard that actually with a few different runners who know their body quite well, and they know that they need to stay warm and keep themselves protected. The conditions are changing quite quickly out there in the mountains. Even when I was running the last 20 kilometres of UTMB yesterday morning, I was up on the near the very top of one of the passes, and it's literally started hailing, and the weather can just change so quickly out here.
Oh, absolutely. Saw in the chat, Trans Gran Canaria, thank you so much. That was, it was Trans Gran Canaria because Transvolcania's in May, and Blandine won Transvolcania. But yes, that is why Kasha's being so careful to stay warm. But we also have Antonina on the screen as well. Looks like she's moving quite well.
And Antonina, we were just chatting about earlier, she actually won the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTM Miler this year in Australia. Incredible time of, Miler, 100s? Is that what?
We can say it, yeah.
A few people were commenting in the chat as well, laughing at the Aussie slang. So they call this the English commentary, but I call it the Australian commentary when I'm on.
I love the meshing of the two worlds together. Also, I have a very good friend in Australia, so I get a little bit of the lingo.
Now, you were chatting about Kasha earlier, and that's Katarzyna, who's having a great race out there today. You've been staying with her in the On Athlete House, and this year it is really cool to see how many brands are sort of investing in their athletes and really helping support them. I mean, I'm with Brooks, and I got to visit the Brooks Chalets the other day, and had about 30 athletes there, and it's so cool to see them helping support with food, and just the organisation, everything that's involved with the week.
Yeah,
it's changing. It's changing, isn't it, slowly?
And just the change from even a few years ago to now, how much, companies are investing in the teams to be able to perform at the highest level. It's pretty incredible. And I mean, personally, I just feel really lucky to be a part of it. But I also think it would be so cool to be able to share the experience. You know, one of the things I say the most is, if you ever wonder if you should be eating more food, go to a professional athlete house, and you will be astounded by the amount of food that is consumed. I mean,
the quality of it. It's such good quality. Everyone knows their body really well. They know how to fuel well, and just the amazing fresh food that I witnessed was
Yeah, no, it's incredible, and just, I mean, big dogs got to eat.
Also, the social aspect, I think having the morale if you have a tough day out. There's been a lot of DNFs, especially in the OCC earlier this week. It was a hot day. A lot of the athletes who are used to competing in the faster, shorter distance races, that's sort of the next stepping stone, that sort of 50 kilometres. And even though it's a bit further than that, but yeah.
Yeah, it used to be 50K, now it's 60.
It's the 50K bracket, but...
Yes, it's in the bracket of 50K, but, we just keep creeping a little bit higher.
UTMB likes to keep everyone on their toes.
They absolutely do, yeah. I always feel sometimes like UTMB is... it's almost like a video game where it's like, and now the red lights, and now we're adding kilometers, and now we're changing the start time. They just, and of course all of it is with incredible reason and thought behind it, but I feel like, you always got to have to level up and figure out what challenge will come up next.
Especially when you've got, I can't remember the exact number, it's about 10,000 runners over the week here competing. I mean, there's a lot goes into it. It's not just clicking your fingers.
Ooh, we are getting someone moving very quickly down. I figured it was Ben. All right, we have eyes on Ben Demon coming down. The next aid station will be Arnova, which is at the bottom of that balcony section. So, you've climbed up to Bertone, and then you stay along the balcony. It's kind of rolling, and then you're dropping down to Arnova, and then climbing up to the Grand Col Ferret, which takes our runners out of Italy into Switzerland. And they have a massive descent off of Grand Col Ferret. That's really where you see if people's legs are still working.
And it's pretty awesome as the runners are making their way through these different aid stations. Some of the food at the aid stations is amazing. I saw one of the...
Take your word for it, I've never looked.
They had salami at one of the tables. They had all this bread cut up. So you'll probably see the vision later on today. The different aid stations with the fueling. It looks amazing. Also, go
ahead.
The weather today, guys, here we go.
Yes, we have Ben coming into... let's see if he's getting anything. But this is mile 62 approximately. So he is 100K into the race and looking super strong, just getting a refill on the water.
And it's not long until the sun is going to start coming up, probably about 20 minutes, and some light will be coming through. And the weather today, it's going to be pretty dry and sunny. So anyone who is feeling the cold, they're going to be loving the weather's going to warm up a little bit. Big advantage for any Aussie runners because we know what it's like to run in the heat. Probably the same for a lot of these US runners.
Yes. It's also, what's been the case for the past 2 years is that anyone who's come out early to train at UTMB, it's been so hot. So all of us kind of prepared for, I think, warmer conditions, and then the past 2 years, kind of at the last minute, it's shifted into much colder, rainier weather. So I think that athletes are pretty prepared, actually more for the heat than they were maybe for the cold. So, exciting to see that maybe all of that heat training is going to pay off later in the day. But we have Ben Dimon. He made quick work of that aid station. He is out at just slightly over 10 hours through 100K.
And Ben, he had 2 years in a row where he DNF'd here at UTMB. Last year, he came away with a second place. And this year, I think he's back with a bit of vengeance. He wants that first place position.
And now we have eyes. I know exactly who this is. This is also
just
my
by looking at their feet.
I know the ankle, unfortunately. This is Claudia Temps. She's a Spanish runner for On. Also, along with Lucy Bartholomew, has 3 top 10 finishes in 3 consecutive years at UTMB, and unfortunately came in with a bit of an ankle injury, and so we can see her taping that up right now. I was really hoping that it wouldn't bother her, but it looks like she's trying to find some solutions to keep herself going. She's as tough as they come, so if anyone can do it, it's Claudia.
And the energy at the sort of aid station has shifted a little bit. When the first males were coming in, it was a little bit eerie because no one had been through Courmayeur yet. And then there was a bit of a blitz of males coming through. The top 10 were quite rapid. And this here is...
Capel.
Yes.
Coming through Bertone.
So this section here is where, if you look at the race time and you double it, then that's a good indication of where they might be finishing.
And again, this year is probably going to be fast because we've taken out the pyramid section and the conditions are still quite good. So, you're not adding time for poor weather conditions and you're looking at a really nice day coming up. So I think we're going to see people just ripping.
Here we go. There's a bit of different food cut up there, a little bit of fruit, taking it on. What's your go-to for fueling at this point in the race, would you say? You're a nutrition dietitian lady's listening, isn't she? Sorry.
It's still gels and liquid nutrition.
Yeah.
I don't think I've touched food from an aid station for a couple years now. That would be fun.
The smorgasbord. It's a little bit risky though, isn't it? Because you're sort of playing with different foods.
Yeah. It looks like Ben is interesting. He is only using one pole. I'm not quite sure why. Either he broke a pole or something might be up with his arm. That is
unique.
Well, it's a bummer for so many reasons. If the pole is broken, he will be able to pick up a spare pole at Champeloc, but this is a big climb to do with just one pole, or something may be wrong with his shoulder. Maybe he took a little bit of a tumble, but hopefully, honestly, broken pole is kind of best case scenario.
That's true, actually. And I have not seen a broken pole in a long time. These things are pretty robust.
Oh,
have you seen a lot?
Well, I break them.
How do you do that?
You just get it stuck and then you move forward and they just, unfortunately. And they're so light, but they are improving. I mean, so much. So
I need to move quicker then.
I broke a pole going up Col de Bonhomme, so right out of Contamine, and did not get a replacement until Courmayeur. So that was a long time to go with 1 3/4 of a pole. Very curious what's going on here with Ben.
And it's interesting the different technique that you see runners using out there on course. Sometimes you've got the double poles. Tom Jolly, he's a UK runner. I'm not sure if he's out there today or not, but I raced in a multi-stage race some years ago, and he just absolutely fired it up the hills with double arms. But then a lot of people use the individual arms unilaterally.
I think he's trying to do any port in a storm with this single pole. But, that's part of the game, is that you have these unforeseen variables. I mean, he probably did not put, potentially breaking a pole on his bingo card of things happen at UTMB, and you deal with it and you move forward as fast as you can. And I highly doubt that this, if anything, will be the thing that takes Ben down. I think he's mentally so locked in. It's like, here's another challenge. I got this.
And you can see on the course profile here, you can see at the very top, there's the course profile, but then also just here the gradient that...
He's at 20, almost 24% right now. So with this climb, it's really steep off the start, and then it kind of drops down a little bit. Then you get another steep section, flattens out, you go through Refugio, and then there's this quite long, steep climb up to Grand Col Ferret. So, he's I think probably at the kind of flatter, rollier section before he hits another steep part. It's also a bit technical underfoot. You definitely have to be watching your feet on this part.
Now, usually this map you can see on the split screen here on the left side, usually it's colored to sort of match the difficulty, but that was all in red then. Yeah. That makes me concerned, because normally it mixes between green, sort of an orange and a red meaning hard, but that was all highlighted in red. I think it was just showing the course from above though, not the difficulty.
Yeah, this is a tough climb. It's just pretty relentless, I will say. And especially you've kind of been lulled into a false sense of security with that really runnable balcony, and then you hit again like, oh yeah, UTMB is a big mountain race. We have Katerina Mitiava coming through. She has had many starts and a few finishes at UTMB. I really hope that she has a good year. I've run near her the past couple of years. Unfortunately, I think she has DNF'd the past two. So really rooting for her to have a strong day out here.
I think I saw her possibly running in teens actually not long ago. I don't know if she was out there doing some training.
Yeah.
A few of us thought we spotted her. We were a bit excited. We thought, well, if she's here training, then we're doing something right.
Yeah, she's that red hair.
It's amazing. It's so cool.
Awesome. Yeah, so we have Ben Demon leading UTMB. He is the only one who is through Arnuva at this point.
And it is currently about to hit 6 a.m. here in Chamonix. So hello to everyone tuning in from all the other wonderful places around the world. We're going to be with you for a little bit longer, and then you're going to be having Martin and Stephanie Case joining you back on the live stream as the sun rises, and these runners are going to be continuing their way along the course in the daytime here.
Making their way back to Chamonix. I'm glad they give Steph and Martin a little bit of a sleep break.
Well, the thing is, I thought Martin, yes, but we did get to chat to Martin in Courmayeur earlier. Martin, he's so great to listen to on the live stream. So if you're getting sick of listening to us, you can get a little change up later on.
Rest assured, the pros will be back to what you are, but I apologize to anyone who has to listen to my voice for too long. But Ben is charging his way up. He's had a strong season so far. A win at Lavaredo last year, second place at UTMB last year. He is an American living in France and runs for ASICS.
And he's actually a father of 3. He had twins who were... Yeah,
my gosh.
I thought I'd mentioned it earlier, but he had twins born in shortly after his 2025 UTMB second place. So, I mean, second place, 2025 UTMB, and then twins were born. So, father of 3, he has a lot on his plate, but he's got a really strong family support network, and I think family means a lot to him. So, he has a lot that he's probably striving for out there and probably thinks of his kids.
Yeah. Oh, that's incredible. He's probably pretty good at some sleep deprivation training then.
Gosh, I wonder if he has 3 under 3. That's a whole other thing.
God bless his soul.
So we've got the first light at about 6:15 a.m. and then it's going to be actual sunrise about 6:45 a.m. and these runners are going to be hanging out for that first light. I heard fellow Aussie runner Lucy Bartholomew earlier asking Ryan Sands, who's her support crew, when's the sun coming up? And they're probably excited to get those head torches off.
Oh yeah, it just makes such a difference because you can get the sleep monster. The sleepies can come, and when that sunrise comes up, it just feels like you are you're a new person, and you can just kind of reset your systems. It can also, if you're struggling with some stomach issues through the night, it can really help to reset the stomach when the sun comes up with that circadian rhythm. And we are getting that the weather is supposed to be warm and sunny today, so these runners are in for a treat. They made it just about through the night and are going to be rewarded with a beautiful day of running.
And a lot of the runners who have changed their clothes into dry clothes or just fresh clothes at that Courmayeur aid station, it means that they're going to be able to stay dry and stay feeling good. There's nothing worse than getting changed, then getting rained on again, and those body temperature changes can really affect a lot of runners out there.
Especially adding on the changes in altitude as well. Amazing. Okay, we have eyes on our first woman, Blandine Rondel. She is coming into Bertone right now, looking all smiles.
She does have such a energy about her.
Did not grab anything from aid.
Whoa.
Wow, okay. Didn't even fill bottles.
She does have such she's a charisma.
Yeah. Yes, she's just had it the whole race. She did look a little bit, I think, down at Courmayeur, but it seems like she's regained her energy and enthusiasm. And yeah, so she came through right at about 6 a.m. Through the Bertone aid station. So we will get a time check on when we should be seeing Rachel Entrekin come through.
She is not messing around, though. That was very quick through there.
Yeah. And we have eyes on Ben Demon, which we believe he has broken a pole, which is why he's running with only one pole at the moment.
We're very curious to find out why this is. Maybe he's just trying to get an extra workout in one arm. I mean, he's trying to get some jacked biceps on that right arm.
The interesting part is the next day we're like, why is one side so sore? It's
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Oh, yeah, because I only used my right side for a significant portion of the race. He's moving so well, though.
And we've just had Stephanie Case walk into the studio, so it's going to be a great day for you guys.
Kevin or Tony? Is that close? Hey, that was like a mix. That was a mix of the two. That was pretty good, right? Kevin or Tony is key. Is that good? That was actually pretty good. Or is that one of my Aussie things? Hey, my pronunciation today has improved, Steph. Yeah. She's like, I don't believe you. No, the other day.
I should probably keep talking about this. We have Stephanie Case and also Keith, the man, the legend. Keith is going to be chatting to you guys on the live stream today.
And this is Ben Demon on screen. He is your current leader of the UTMB race, the crown jewel.
And in second for the males is Baptiste. It'll be great to get some vision again of him on screen. And we won't be far off in the females, seeing the second female, Rachel, coming through into the Refuge Bertone.
Yeah, so luckily Blandine was very punctual at 6 a.m., so pretty easy to be checking the times of when we see Rachel come through. So we are still waiting for her at the Refugio Bertone, which is the top of kind of the big climb coming out of Courmayeur.
If anyone is joining us in the chat, we're not sure exactly what's going on with the pole situation. I think the second pole is actually in his
pack. All right, we have eyes on Rachel.
Oh, yeah, we might be able to hear a bit of audio from her.
I don't know. I'll take water. Okay. Bro.
Whoa.
The only words I heard from Rachel then was bro.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's a good sign or not, but she just seems a little bit frazzled, doesn't she still? Bro.
We'll see. You know, I hate to put too much onto her. Yeah. So, you know, it's everyone has kind of their own approach. So we'll see. There's still lots of race left.
I mean, she's a weapon. If you can run Cocodona 250 then and win.
Cool.
All right, he is making his way up. Yeah, this is my assumption. He broke a pole, and it's in his pack, but he can't actually use it. I am curious if he's going to switch arms, actually, with this. You know, even out both sides. But luckily, this is a long climb, so that is the downside. But then he does really have a very long descent where he won't need to use poles, and then it's just a short climb up to Champéloc where he will be able to get a new pole out of there.
And a question has been asked in the chat about, is it a disqualification if you discard a broken pole? So someone was asking, where's the other pole? I think I can see it here.
Oh, he has it.
Yeah, he has it with him. But is that a disqualification if you discard of the pole?
I mean, I think if you left on the trail, it would be littering. So I definitely wouldn't do that. But I do believe, I mean, you're allowed to replace equipment if something is broken.
We've got Stephanie in the background problem solving this.
Yeah, Stephanie's helping us. So you can't leave poles if you start with poles, you have to continue with them. But if you do have a broken pole, it appears that you are able to switch them out.
Not gonna lie, I'm loving these pink socks. These are fun to look at, really popping in the darkness here as Ben makes his way up the climb. So anyone joining us, it's about 10 minutes until the first light here in Chamonix, and then sunrise is in about 40 minutes. All of these athletes who have made their way through the night, they're 10 hours and 18 minutes in. They will be very excited to take off those head torches, and you almost feel a little bit of an endorphin rush almost as that sunrise comes up. And I'm sure it's a pretty spectacular one. I'll catch it as I'm walking home after doing this to my bed.
Yes, I know. We're going to take a little nap after this. To give everyone an update, I know there's been a few questions, but unfortunately, our two previous UTMB champions, Courtney and Vincent, are out of the race. We are wishing them the absolute best. We hope that they are all right and safe, but unfortunately, they are DNFs.
Yeah, really unfortunate news. But this is ultra racing, and these things happen. There's so many variables out there. Things can change, and just wasn't their day.
Yeah, live to fight another day. That's always the goal.
So we'll
hats off to the cameraman who is keeping up with Ben right now on this climb.
Oh, they're incredible, aren't they? Bringing you guys the live stream. There's so many people out on course who they have little solar backpacks and sort of things that can.
It's not only running with literally the winner of UTMB right now, well, the leader. It's carrying all of the camera equipment as well. They're have quite a bit of extra weight.
I don't think it'll be too long until Abby Hall is going to be coming through that refuge at Baton there as well.
Yeah, she was looking cool as a cucumber, as one would say.
Yeah. She was about 10 to 15 minutes behind Rachel after that.
Yeah, so I'm curious if she will be able to make up any time. Rachel really wasn't behind Blandine any further, kind of that like 2-3 minutes. So she's holding pretty steady on that.
And everyone who's just tuning in, this has been Deman on the screen. He had DNF in 2 years in a row here at UTMB. Last year came away with second place, and he is here with a vengeance to hopefully win today. He's in fine form, looking very strong. Little bit of confusion happening at the moment with his one pole in hand, but he's making do, and hopefully we'll find out more as he comes into the next aid station on what is actually going on there.
Also, we have not panned back to the aid station of Arnaud, so that means I assume no man has come through, so Ben has quite a lead right now.
True, actually, yes. And in second position is Baptiste, and
Joaquin Lopez was right there as well.
I made up a lot of time after.
They may be working together, or I wouldn't be surprised if Joaquin may have passed Baptiste. I think Joaquin was feeling a bit stronger. I've also heard that this is one of his favorite sections of the course, so I think he's going to be ripping on it.
And it's been interesting as well today seeing the different mental game at the Courmayeur aid station on athletes not wanting to show too much emotion or, getting in and getting out quickly. So the athletes behind them who are chasing them didn't know where they were at mentally. So it's a big mental game out there today as well. And I mean, even the sort of the variance in chasing and being chased. Ben's been out in the lead all day, and it can be quite exhausting leading the pack, setting the pace, and being chased by these guys behind him.
Yeah, I think a big difference is that Ben, from what it sounded like, this is coming from his crew and kind of the conversation we heard at the aid station, is that it wasn't his intention to go out in the lead. He is just running his race. I think he is kind of like, well, this is what I feel comfortable pace-wise going at. If you're going to come. If you're not, don't. And no one has come with him. So he is just out kind of doing his own thing. It looks like he is almost to the top of this climb, according to our climb meter. Kind of seems climometer.
Yeah. I'm blanking now what we call it. The what do we call it?
Let's like the elevation graph, but
Yes.
yeah.
We need another coffee. Have you even had one yet?
I haven't because I'm trying to sleep after this. But yeah, Ben is making quick work of this section. You know, there are a few places you can throw in that little run, and I think that's so crucial to kind of keeping the momentum on a climb is when you settle into, I am just going to hike this whole thing, I think you're leaving room on the table to challenge yourself, because no climb is just straight up. There are always sections where you can throw in a few steps of like
can run,
yeah, and I think that really makes the difference. It also changes up the muscle stress. But here we have Baptiste, and so Baptiste and Joaquin Lopez.
Wow,
they are in right together. Hopefully
have a race.
They're working together, maybe having a little conversation. Baptiste is so actually. Baptiste came in second the year in 2024, and Joaquin came in third. So this is like a redo of 2024 right now.
And a lot of the aid stations this year are more self-sufficient, so it takes out that element of depending on who the person is that's helping you under your bottles or giving you water. There is a lot more sort of self-sufficient aid stations now.
Yeah, and I don't think that's a bad thing at all. I think it really evens the playing field, and part of our responsibility as runners is that we should be self-sufficient. We should be able to take care of ourselves. That is part of the challenge of these races, and so I like that the the responsibility is put on us.
What are you doing? 3 minutes? Yeah, cool. 3 people, and then we can do a little bit of do you want to slide on in?
Yeah, we don't want to kick you out because you guys are awesome. You're better than us.
Well, I didn't want to say anything, but my experience specifically with the UTMB courses are really...
And we are just getting a little bit of that glow. We are getting... The sunrise is coming. Getting some light out here. I'm sure that is warming Ben's spirits up as he makes his way. It seems like he's given up on the one pull, and he is just straight going to the push on the knees technique.
Well, good morning, ladies. Stephanie is back in the house. How has the night been for you guys? And Alyssa, my God, how are you after your incredible TDS performance?
Oh, thank you. I'm doing really well. Yeah.
You
feeling
look good.
Thanks. I don't hear that often, so I appreciate it.
She's perked up from when she first arrived, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, when I came in here, I was sitting in a chair just like, you can do this. You can do this. It was a little bit like a mid-ultra moment.
You can do hard things, and you did do hard things. It's just, wow, such a pleasure to have you guys on the live. And now I'm wishing I stayed up through the night so I could have listened to you. I've just been hearing you for the last 15 minutes, but seems like you guys held the fort really well.
Well, you also just finished TDS, so I think you need some sleep too.
Yes, behind you. Well behind you.
Okay.
Look, everyone, I'm sorry. They both ran TDS earlier this week. I did run 3 kilometers in today for this commentary gig. So, guys, it's been so awesome to be bringing this live with Alyssa to you today. We're going to be taking a quick break, and then in not too long, Keith and Stephanie are going to be taking over the reins.
We will be doing the handover and catching everyone up if you are just waking up with us on the European side or going to bed on the North American side. But stay with us. We will be back with you in a minute.
stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Good morning, everyone. Keith and Stephanie are back in the studio. We are here with you to bring you through to the end of UTMB. We're just seeing a recap of the night on the screen. You have just had Alyssa Clark and Jackie Bell take you through the night, keeping everyone updated. So if you are just tuning in, we did have previous winners, Vincent Bouillard and Courtney Dauwalter, unfortunately withdraw from the race. There have been a few DNFs during the night. Josh Wade as well has withdrawn.
Here we go. There's the overnight recap, Steph.
Yep, exactly. That's what we are seeing on the screen at the moment. But we have just witnessed a few minutes ago Baptiste Chassagne and Joaquin Lopez go through in second and third, chasing down Ben Demon, who is progressing. It looks like he has one pole. We are still trying to figure out what happened to the other pole there. But that is what's happening on the men's side. On the women's side, Blandine Lechandel is flying. She is doing incredibly well. Went through Refugio Bertone a few minutes before Rachel Entrekin, who is motoring along. We're still waiting for Abby Hall, Gareth Arnold, and Martina Valmasoy to come through there. They were all in minutes apart. Abby, Gareth, Martina, as well as Lucy Bartholomew, all minutes apart, coming out of the Courmayeur Sports Center. There we just saw Abby Hall on the screen. Abby looking relaxed and happy there. And Emily Schmitz as well with Team HOKA. Kasia Dombrowska. Kasia is sitting behind Emily coming out of Courmayeur. Looks like she was about 6 minutes behind Emily Schmitz coming out of Courmayeur.
And yeah, we're going to be getting the sunrise soon as well. So good morning, everybody. Welcome back, or thank you for staying with us all night. Great job to Jackie and Alyssa.
Yes, Jackie Bell and Alyssa Clark. Alyssa, who came in third at TDS.
So yeah, huge effort for them, and that's the first time we've run through the night with a multilingual coverage. Also walking through the streets of Chamonix this morning, a lot of finishes in the CCC, but on the screen right now you can see our top five. So Blondine, Rachel, Abby, Kareth, and Martina. Blondine, such a humble champion. Blondie was already saying she almost got imposter syndrome right now, being in the lead, but no, she's there by right. So yeah, so 4-minute lead, Blondine to Rachel. They are now on the balcony section of the course, and that would normally be in the dark for a lot of the runners, but they're about to get first light. And here we go on the screen as well now, gang. Ben Demon, Baptiste Joaquin, Antoine Charveline, and Caleb Olsen. That's your top 5 through our Nuva. So they are all on the climb, and we are excited that hopefully soon we're going to get some visuals of the gang in first light. There we go.
And while the women's race is quite close, Ben Demon has over a 20-minute lead through our Nuva, almost 25 minutes. So he is absolutely flying. And it doesn't seem like he is fazed at all by the fact that he is down a pole. We saw he was going forward with one pole for a while. He decided to put it back in his quiver, and so now he is progressing forward just with the power hike. But unfortunate, if it was a broken pole, which we assume that was probably the case. This climb up from our Nuva, as we saw on the CCC course, it's a kicker as you make your way over towards the high pass and into Switzerland. So to not have a pole on this climb is at least a bit, perhaps mentally, a little bit of a kick.
Yeah, about 4.5K from the bottom of the climb in our Nuva to the summit and the border between Italy and Switzerland, so 800 meters from the bottom of the climb. And then on the other side of that, Ben then has a 20-kilometer descent, 10K down to La Foulie, and then another 10K all the way down to Praz to 4 before the climb up to Champelac. And Ben saw his team for the second time in Courmayeur. The first time was in Lake Contamine, if you remember, way back to last night. And then the runners will see their team for the third of 4 times once they reach Champelac.
Yeah, indeed. And that climb up to Grand Col Ferret, they will be hitting just over 2,500 meters in altitude. And they will have done 6,487 meters throughout the entire course. So already got quite a few meters on the legs.
Yep, and we've got our second athlete now. So Antoine and Joaquin as second and third. They're pretty close to each other, and yeah.
Antoine's actually in 4th. It's Baptiste Chassan in 2nd.
Oh yeah, sorry, Antoine in 4th. Yeah. So Ben, Baptiste, so Antoine lower down the climb than the other 3 athletes.
And look at that sunrise. I mean, what a boost that you get in the morning after you have just run all the way through the night to be able to know that you can put your head torch away and see that sun light up the mountain landscape. And there we are at Refugio Bertone.
Yeah, but the who would that be? So through Bertone right now, I think, yeah, we've already got a lot of folks through Bonatti. So Andreas Reiterer we're hearing, but that's just in the chat, is stopped. But yeah, there we go. Andreas Reiterer has withdrawn around this area. So
it's number 283. That's Ugo Ferrari.
Yep, so there we go. John Albon is on his way up to Refugio Bonatti right now. Yeah, so we've already had over 50 athletes have gone through Bertone to the front of the men's race. And then Rachel Entrecan came through here about 20 minutes ago.
So the outlook of weather for today should be dry and sunny for a change.
Yeah, look at that. The reward today is going to be a glorious day. So there we go. This is
Wow, look at that shot. The full moon there in the morning sky doesn't get better than this.
Yep, arguably the most beautiful section of the whole course here along the Balcon between Bertone and Arnuva. And this year, the athletes at the front of the course get to see this because if you're just joining us, the race was delayed last night by 2 hours due to the thunderstorms. So we're running 2 hours behind. The only other course adjustment for you to be aware of, the runners did not go to the Pyramid Calcaire, which is exactly the same course as was won by Ruth Croft and Tom Evans in 2025.
Yep. So as we're seeing images of the top men here on the screen, on the women's side, Blandine Liachandel and Rachel Entrekin went through Bonatti about 5 minutes apart. We will be expecting Abby Hall, Kara Arnold, Martina Valmasoy, Lucy Bartholomew coming through next. Abby Hall estimated to come through in the next 4 minutes through Bertone.
And I did hear Jackie and Alyssa saying that actually Baptiste and Joaquin is exactly 2 and 3 from the previous edition. So yeah, these two are in familiar places. So 2024, it was 2nd and 3rd. So they are, it's kind of like a copy and paste.
And there we have Caleb Olson on the screen. Caleb Olson running in 5th place.
And
there we go.
Yeah.
Through Bertone. We have Karis on the screen. So she has come through, let's do the math there, less than 20 minutes after Rachel Entrekin. So a fairly good gap there. Nope, that's more than 20 minutes. Again, my math. 23 minutes she's coming through after Rachel Entrekin.
Oh, I think that's around about 20 minutes. You're okay with that one?
Yeah.
Yep. And Kareth is, continuing to grow and grow as an athlete, and kind of like is great to see. So another great performance. Some wonderful, names in the top 10 in the women's race so far. So Kareth Arnold, 3rd place, 24 minutes. There you go, Steph.
Yep. Well, what's great to see about Kareth, and I've been saying that TDS is not a warm-up for UTMB, but Kareth was our TDS winner last year, of course. And as you say, just she's had a great year so far. 2nd at the Hard Rock 100. I believe she's a mom of 2, or it could be 3.
But yeah, so let's not forget, Kareth is doing the back-to-back Hard Rock UTMB double, so even closer window than the Western States double. So there you go, people. You can see from the visual right now, we have Ben Demon way up the climb here on the Grand Col Ferret. We're just getting the... You've got Baptiste 2nd place, and you can see there's quite a gap right now, but we are, when we get to the top of the Grand Col Ferret, that will be 104 kilometers into the race, so we still have a lot of racing. And as we've seen already in the OCC and the CCC, this race is not over until it's over.
Absolutely. And Ben Demon, he came into this race saying quite boldly that he was here to win. Really didn't try to hide it behind any kind of window dressing that he just wanted to do his best. He wanted to run his own race. No, he said I am here to win, and that is what he is out for. And I can remember a couple of years ago, of course, he came in 2nd last year, but that was after a couple DNFs. And I remember standing in the Courmayeur aid station in the middle of the night in 2024 when he dropped. And he came back with a vengeance last year, got 2nd, and he's back with even more hungry for the win this year. And he's taking no prisoners. I mean, that's quite a gap, particularly on the men's side, to see at this stage in the race. To have over 20 minutes when you are about halfway through the race. Now he's over halfway. That's quite a that's quite a good lead.
Yeah, and Ben's story goes even deeper than that. I think after the second DNF, he hung around, spent some time with his fathers. Wasn't necessarily having the best relationship, so they had some kind of connection, and that kind of, for some reason, triggered something that got him more focused. He broke Hannah's course record last year at the Lavaredo. Hannah's has now stolen it back. But Ben was looking good last year. I was talking to him at the finish line, and he was talking about he's learned the power of turning pessimism into optimism. And even all of the sound bites he was delivering coming into this race were all about optimism and how he was going to do. So, yep, that's Ben Demon for you people. Martina.
There we go, Martina Valmasoy coming through at Refugio Bertone. And Martina, we were speaking about last night, has just had an astronomical year. So Martina has now overtaken Abby Hall on that climb out of Courmayeur up to Refugio Bertone. Now, Martina is absolutely a mountain specialist. She she threw down at Val d'Aran by UTMB after having dominated at Trail 100 Andorra just the month prior. And so coming into UTMB, which everyone else thinks is quite a technical mountain race, for her, it's really much more of a running race compared to the mountain trails that she's used to running on and used to dominating on. But if you look at her background, you look at her rise, you know, she was a photographer for the Solomon team, still is an incredible photographer, and really started focusing more on the professional side of running over these past recent years.
That is looking like Emily.
That's Emily Schmitz.
Emily Schmitz.
Yep.
So Emily is 1 minute behind Martina. Emily is up to 5th. Martina was 4th, and Martina 4 minutes down on Careth Arnold. Here as they reach the Refugio Bertone, and glorious Saturday morning here on the trails around the Mont Blanc. Everybody.
I'm going to correct myself. Martina Valmasoy. It wasn't Val d'Aran. It was the Monte Rosa Trail. Those are races very close together that I just mixed up. But yeah, she was first at Monte Rosa Trail, first at Trail 100 Andorra, top 10 overall. Incredible year. Emily Schmitz is also quite an interesting one. She's very fast, particularly on the shorter courses as well. Trains in the area, lives in Chamonix, American, of course. But if you look at Emily's background, you know, she's got 2 seconds in the 50K category, a first in the 20K category this year. Last year, it was all longer distances, 100Ks. She was 20th at CCC. So it's interesting how she's kind of jumped around, played around with the different distances over the last couple of years.
So good feedback in the chat, just asking us, enjoying the coverage and everything else, but would love to hear a little bit more when the runners are in the A station, the interaction. So we'll go quiet and see if we can listen in as well. Thank you for the feedback.
Yeah, as you said, huh? Yeah, I know.
So Zach Miller is 7th at Arnuva, asking in the chat. You can also follow all of the results live on the UTMB Live platform, which you're probably on anyway. So, yeah, there's some good movers and shakers here in the top 10. So we talked about Ben, Baptiste, Joaquin, Antoine, and Caleb Olsen. We've also, at the lower half of the top 10, Gauthier Boncarrere, Zach Miller, Hannes Namberger, Tobias Geiser. So those two ran together almost for the whole of the race in Lavaredo this year alongside Andreas Reiterer. So Andreas has stopped now. So those two look like they are together again. So that worked well in Lavaredo. It's going to be interesting to see if that's going to work well for them today in the UTMB course. And Baptiste Quantatiek is wrapping up our top 10 on the climb.
And going through Refugio Bertoni after Martina Valmasoy, Emily Schmitz, Abby Hall has gone through. So they are just minutes apart. Saw in the comments, wondering if something was going wrong with Abby. They are so close together, and it just depends who is stronger on that climb coming out of Courmayeur. It is a pretty steep climb with switchbacks all the way up to Bertoni, but then they will have, as you've been saying, Keith, then they will have that nice run along the balcony through the Val Ferret over towards Refugio Bonatti.
So Ben is almost at the top of the Grand Col Ferret, and what a difference a day makes. It was kind of wet and miserable here as the CCC runners crested this yesterday morning, which does feel like a lot longer than 24 hours ago. But yeah, what a morning here on the around the Massif du Mont Blanc.
Yeah, questions in the chat around what happened with Courtney. Courtney withdrew around Lac Combal during the night. We don't have more details at this stage, but when we do, we will certainly give you more information if we can.
Yeah, the other news overnight, if you're just joining us, Vincent, champion from Western States, Vincent Bouillard. Vincent also withdrew. We also know that Josh Wade withdrew, and haven't heard any update on that. Did you hear anything, Steph?
Nope.
Josh is good, right?
Look at that morning.
Yeah, from the moodiness of yesterday to the glory of Saturday morning here on the course. Here we go, gang. The top of the climb.
Grand Col Ferret, around 2,500 meters. A nice crowd there waiting for him at the top as he crosses over into Switzerland.
Ben Diemen, welcome to Switzerland. And as we said yesterday as well, now this is a never-ending descent, 10K down to La Folie, and then another 10K down to Pras de Four. So Ben knows what he's doing. He's been here before, and this could be a quad killer if you're going to go too hard. But you can see from Ben's pace, he knows what he's doing.
And he is just running on his own, free and clear, seeing if he can expand that lead that he has been slowly chipping away at.
Steph, did you see do you remember what the time gap was when Ben was at the bottom of Arnuva? I didn't see it. So no, I was just curious to see once we get...
It was over 20 minutes.
20 minutes,
I think it was about 23, 24 minutes.
Okay, that's going to be interesting to see how that is when the others come up here.
Yep.
This descent normally is in the UTMB, as with the other races. We can get a little bit of shuffling going on depending on who is the stronger on the descents. We saw Hans Troyer going big on this descent yesterday, and Hans delivered to the finish line. Third place in the CCC. So congrats to Hans. There's also the magnificent performance of our champion from yesterday as well, and second place. So yeah, that was 2 days in the bag, 2 wonderful days of racing. So Christian Minoggio, congratulations to Christian for bringing it home. We've got on this side into Switzerland now, we've got one minor course adjustment. You may have seen it yesterday in the CCC. So after La Folie, there is a bit of land movement on one side of the river. So there will be adjustment there. Got our 7th place athlete up here. So Kasia Dombrovska. And we're going to shut up.
Cola.
And she's out. That was a very cheerful, relaxed, and quick transition by Kasia Dombrovska, who was at Val d'Orem by UTMB, not at Monte Rosa. She won that 100-miler there, the European major, and had a tough race there despite the win. I was saying yesterday on the broadcast, I was joking with her partner that UTMB will be easy after the very technical trails of Val d'Orem, but Kasia has a huge following in Poland, incredibly strong runner. She had a bit of an up and down year. She had to pull out of Transgran Canaria due to hypothermia. Really weird conditions at Transgran Canaria earlier this year in March, but came back strong with her finish at Val d'Orem.
There you go, folks, on the screen right now.
Caleb Olsen. Nope.
Do we think that is?
We are still learning what the different athletes have been wearing through the night.
Well, we're going to take it as it is from our race director. Caleb's been on this climb now for 20 minutes since he left Arnuva. No.
No, that didn't look like him. So
No.
we will get back to you on that.
So Baptiste is expected to crest the top of the climb just after 7 o'clock, which would be a gap of over 20 minutes to Ben Diemen. Ben Diemen acknowledged that Tom Evans ran the perfect race last year. So some key learnings for Ben and doing what he does right now.
Il doit être en train de brancher, il vous entendra pas tant que tu l'as pas tout mis en route, il n'y a pas de réseau tant que tu n'as pas la Starlink.
And as well as Ben, I think our wonderful mountain biker with the camera is this is pretty cool downhill to be doing first thing in the morning on a Saturday, and there's nobody on the trails. So yeah, with the absence of the Pyramid Calcaire, the Grand Col Frey is the highest point of the UTMB course this year.
Yeah, it doesn't go, the UTMB course doesn't go much higher than 2,500 meters, which if you're European is really not very high. But for those who are living in the UK or living in North America, unless you're living in Colorado, the altitude can really be a factor if you haven't been able to train for it. I've seen it out on the course where you can just see an athlete really start to slow down when they get over 2,200, 2,300 meters. But all of these athletes we're seeing at the top will have prepared for that.
It's weird. That's a single-digit bib number, right?
8. That's Caleb Olsen.
That's Caleb, yeah. I was just wondering who's in. And that must be, based on that, then that's Antoine in front. So here we go. Caleb's having a great time on the climb. Those two, they were together. They were together into the aid station at Arnuva. So they're working together on this climb. So that's 4th and 5th, Antoine Chavelin and Caleb Olsen.
And back to the women's side, Marie Claggett-Fenra. She is incredibly strong. We have often commentated on her performances through the UTMB World Series races. Very strong runner from Norway. This year, she was 3rd at the 100K version of Val d'Orem by UTMB in July. So that race is quite a good warm-up for the UTMB World Series Finals, although a very technical and hard warm-up, I would say. But had a great performance there. And she does have experience on the UTMB course in 2024. She was 14th, so really having quite a good performance here today. And she has also come in 7th in CCC in 2023.
Interesting with Caleb so close to Antoine. It's just he's like, is it too much effort to go past? Could I be going slightly faster? There's not. Yeah, so they're taking it easy. And this is going to be wrapping up our top 10. That is Antonina Yoshina. So yep, top 10.
She's taking in some Coke and some watermelon. And she's off.
Yep. Not what I would be asking for if I was going for breakfast in Italy in the morning, but
perhaps after.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. There we go. The trail's wider. So yeah, these two kind of like mimicking each other's pace. Working those poles.
So just to review a little bit of the background of these runners. There with Antoine Chevalin. Yeah, another strong year, but again, interesting distance-wise. DNF'd at his last 100K last month. And then good performances in the 50K race series. Was third in the European Athletics Off-Road Running Championships in June. First at the 50K distance in Madeira. And 13th in Trail du Ventoux in March. But yeah, again, on the UTMB trails, or in the UTMB series trails, first at TDS last year, 5th at Lavaredo last year. So big distances and races last year, but seems like he's taken a different approach this year, kind of building up, using the 50Ks to work on that speed before ramping it up throughout the season.
So yeah, Antoine winning TDS last year, as you said, and then Caleb winning the Western States last year.
Yeah.
So these two boys had an incredible 2025, and here they are now. So it's seeing where they go. So yeah, I think Caleb in 2025 then kind of like had the injury earlier this year. So basically, if Caleb is back to 2025 fitness, there we go. I sensed Caleb was itching to get past him, and Antoine kindly obliged.
And again, it's making that decision. Do I have enough energy to not just make the pass, but then put in space? Because there's nothing more annoying than someone making a pass on you and then sitting right in front of you.
Yeah, but we can already see from this drone shot now that
yep,
that was yeah. Caleb's like, no, coming through on your left. Our next are women to come to the top of the climbing the Fuji Bertone, and they're literally anytime soon. We're going to have Anna Carlson, Claudia Tremps, Katarina Mitaeva, Anna Sophia Polestad from Norway, and then Jasmine Lau. That's Jasmine 15th, currently on her way up to the Bertone. Norvan Devine, Leah Yingling, Elsie Davis, Amanda Basham, and Anna Luden. So that's those are the next runners, all the way down to Anna in 20th place on their way up to the climb at the Refugio Bertone.
Fantastic. There we are, back with our men's leader, Ben Diemen, being chased out by Baptiste Chassagne and Joaquin Lopez. And I was quite interested to go back and see we put out, UTMB puts out a questionnaire towards the elites to just get a little bit more information about their mindset, about what kind of setup they have for the UTMB races. And when Baptiste was asked, who will be your biggest competition in the race, he had quite a good answer. He said, I want to beat the guy I was in 2024. And he finished in 20 hours and 22 minutes. And so that is his competition out there, which is quite cool. Not only second place at UTMB in 2024, he also won Diagonale du Fou in 2025. Massive, massive achievement, particularly if you are French. He has out here on the course assisting him his manager.
And a noble desire to be a better version of yourself. That's all you can be.
Absolutely. But he certainly has a challenge on his hands, trying to keep up with Ben Demon. Look at how he's moving over these trails. Doesn't seem to be, phased one bit by the fact that he did that last climb with a broken pole.
Yeah, I guess Ben will be able to do a pole swap when he sees his team in Champelec.
Yep.
So you can, if you start with poles, you have to finish with poles. If you break a pole, you're going to still have to carry it, but you can swap out your poles with your team at the official support station. So that's pretty much the broken pole rule.
Now, Ben Demon, when asked about the competition that he was most worried about, he said, look, the competition is myself. I need to focus on running in the hardest, smartest race that I can. And Ben Demon's twins, Rose and Leon, are nearly 1 year old. He said too young to enjoy the race, but he's sending big kisses to them back home. And his wife and older son are going to be waiting for him at the finish line. But we are not there yet.
No, and these two boys are just pulling each other along. They are due at the top in about another 10 minutes. Once they get down into the valley, La Foulue, they'll start to get the rays of sunshine. The weather forecast today is, as you can see on the screen, it's going to be a glorious day. It's also not going to be crazy, crazy hot, which we had on Thursday for the OCC. So the Chamonix high for today is going to be around about 22 Celsius, so just into the 70 Fahrenheit.
Wow. Look at him roll. Ben Demon, experience on these trails, experience at UTMB. It is coming in handy today. Followed by Baptiste Chassagne and Joaquin Lopez, also with experience on this course. But Antoine Charvelin and Caleb Olson are both having their UTMB debut. If I am...
Who's that, sorry?
I was saying the top three at the moment all have experience on this course.
Yep.
But fourth and fifth, Antoine Charvelin and Caleb Olson are running UTMB for the first time.
Oh, wow.
If I have gotten that right. Yeah, we have with Antoine Charvelin, as we said, winner of TDS last year, experience in CCC, so knows the back end of these trails. But also been in OCC, but has never done the full loop. So quite cool to see him doing so well.
And our third French athlete was just on the screen, so in the top 6. So France 2, France 4, and now France in 6th position in Gauthier Boncarrère. Here we are back with Caleb and Antoine.
Caleb also has experience on the back end of the UTMB course, having come 12th in CCC in 2024. Also 13th in CCC in 2022 and 17th in 2021. So a lot of experience on the, again, the kind of final 2/3 of the UTMB course. So is now going into familiar territory. But it's, I always love to see the progression of how the different professional athletes try to approach UTMB. Do they do a build up with OCC, CCC, and then make the big jump to UTMB? That clearly seems to be the case, at least with multiple rounds of CCC for Caleb Olsen. Others just jump straight in.
You mean like Rachel Entrekin?
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah. So we got three Frenchmen, 4 Frenchmen in the top 10 right now, and we have 3 Americans in the top 10 as well. So France and the US slugging it out for dominance in the top 10, but sprinkled amongst all of those 2 nations, we have Ecuador, and we have Germany, and we have Italy. So Hannes and Tobias Geiser, 8th and 9th, and we've been seeing on the screen Joaquin Lopez. In fact, I just saw Lily from the Latin American UTMB races. So they're saying that Joaquin is carrying the hopes of all of Central and South America. So they're super excited to see Ecuador in the top 3 again.
Yeah, really good question in the chat. I'll see if I can find that out for you. I'm wondering about the comparison of times for Ben Deeman going through particular checkpoints between this year and
I
last
have
year.
that to hand.
Do you have Ben Deeman's time from last year?
No, I've got Tom Evans' time, if that helps, as Tom was the winner.
Yep, we can
use that.
look at
And
those
exactly the same course, and then maybe if you want to get the Ben Deeman one. So the Grand Col Ferret, Tom came through there, time elapsed 11:25. Ben Deeman, time elapsed 10:49. Wow. Yeah. So, 2 ways to look at that. Ben is having the day of his life, or has he gone out too big? He looks in wonderful shape right now, but there you go. That's the, but I'll be curious to now to see Ben's time from last year to see how he was doing compared to Ben Deeman 2025. But yeah, so, and these guys have been running more through the dark than last year because of the late start, that first section. So, yeah, there we go. So Grand Col Ferret, Tom Evans, 11:25.
Okay, and last year, Ben Deeman went through the Grand Col Ferret in 11:32.
Yeah. Wow, so Ben is he's like 40 minutes ahead of Ben Deeman from last year at the Grand Col Ferret. Are we reading that wrong? It just seems... Yeah, we failed badly on maths a couple of times in the last 2 days, but yeah, according to...
Wow. That is incredible. Again, Ben Deeman going through Grand Col Ferret in 10 hours, 49 minutes. When we look at his time from 2025, it was 11 hours, 32 minutes. Basically, Ben Deeman went over Grand Col Ferret this year at the same time that he went through Arnuva last year. Incredible.
Wow. Well done to the crowds getting up this early to cheer on...
That's a way to wake up in the morning.
Yeah.
Look at those views.
So yeah, just reaching the top of the Grand Col Ferret. And yeah.
I'm still reeling at those statistics, and huge thanks to the suggestion in the chat for looking at those different times. Yeah, and thank you, Liam. We have A Station Fireball also in the chat. We'll turn to that in a minute. Just looking at the leaders of the women's race. Blandine Lechandal in first, going through Refugio Bonatti in 11 hours, 3 minutes. And then, of course, on the men's side, we have the top men. We have been talking about Ben Demon, followed by Baptiste Chassagne and Joaquin Lopez. We now have the first 2 men through Grand Col Ferret, followed by Antoine Charvelin, Caleb Olson, and there we go. Just a bit of a race recap. Courtney Dauwalter, 3-time champion, race favorite coming in, unfortunately did withdraw during the night at Lac Combal. We are still awaiting more details on exactly what happened there, but wishing her the best rest and recovery.
Oh, we've already seen this recap. Once we saw it towards the end of last night, just to remind us about it. But there we go, gang. The traditional surge out of Chamonix 2 hours later than normal. We saw Lucy Bartholomew early on, as with Rachel and Courtney.
And it was a quick pace off the bat. And Blandine Lechandal surged into the lead fairly early on in the course, has been able to maintain that lead throughout the night. There we saw Vincent Bouillard, who also unfortunately had to withdraw in the night as well. Blondine, huge local support. Rachel Enterkin, hot on her tails. That has continued as well, with Rachel currently running in second. Both Blondine and Rachel have now gone through Refugio Bonatti.
That blue wig.
Lucy Bartholomew having just coming into this race so strong, having had a fantastic year and continuing to run in the top 10 after the night. And there we have quick transition in the aid station. Ben is in and out. Coming into Courmayeur. Now, this is probably one of the most important aid stations where crew or the runners have not seen their crew for quite some time. They haven't seen them since Lake Contamine. They've gone through the night and then come in to do a quick outfit change, get ready for the rest of the day. There we see Rachel refueling. Reports were that she looked a little bit more frazzled than we've seen her, but she throughout earlier in the course, but she is continuing to run in second. There is Kasia Dabrowska looking very relaxed. And as we are seeing this race recap, we are going to a short break, but stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
all stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Hey gang, welcome back to live coverage of the UTMB World Series Finals. Saturday morning in Chamonix, 9 degrees here, and we are on the course with currently on the front of the men's race. The leaders have crested the Grand Col Ferret. They are now in Switzerland and on the descent. And at the front of the women's race, we have Blondine and Rachel Entrekin. They've gone through the Refugio at Bonatti. So they are working their way now towards Arnuva. The gap between first and second is 9 minutes. So Rachel Entrekin on her debut in the UTMB is doing incredibly well, as is Blondine. Blondine set up, well fair right now to maybe match the achievement of Ruth Croft as winning OCC, CCC, and UTMB.
That would
Steph
be
Case
exciting.
is in the house. Morning,
Yes.
Steph.
Good morning, Keith. Yes, Blondine is having a fantastic race. I believe she has been able to widen her lead over Rachel Entrekin, and we are waiting for Karis Arnold and Martina Valmasoy to come through Refugio Bonatti next.
Yeah, we saw in the chat the wonderful Liam, 8 Station Fireball, giving us some statistics about timings, saying that Ben Demon has the fastest time on course for course time elapsed at the Grand Col Ferret. What I would say, Liam, I don't know if you if you remember the recognized fastest time, because the course record the course changes slightly each year, is Jim Walmsley's time from 2023 when they did do the pyramids. So the pyramid calcaire this year was cut out, so as it was last year for Tom Evans in the time. So that's why we've been doing a comparison with Tom. But Ben Demon was 40 minutes ahead of his comparable time from last year at the Grand Col Ferret. There we go. Caleb over the top of the Grand Col Ferret. Welcome to Switzerland.
And he is off, heading down that descent. And let's see how this little battle shakes out between Caleb and Antoine Chevalin.
Yep, and your time check for Caleb and Antoine at the top, they are exactly 30 minutes behind Ben Demon, and they are 8 minutes behind Baptiste and Joaquin. So Ben's on his own. We've got Baptiste and Joaquin kind of together, and then we have Caleb and Antoine together. So that's your top 5 over the top of the Grand Col Ferret. And if you're, I know in the chat, it's where's the men's race, where's the women's race? So we've got live coverage of the men at the minute. We have the camera crews ready to pick up the front of the women's race once they reach Arnuva and start beginning the climb up the Grand Col Ferret. So we will have visuals on Blondine and also Rachel once they begin that climb down in Arnuva. There's terrible reception in that spot.
But what a lead Ben Demon has. Again, looking at last year, when Tom Evans was running in first and Ben Demon was running in second, Tom only had about a 7-minute lead over Ben Demon there. So the gap between first and second last year was 7 minutes. And now we're talking over 20 minutes. It is really impressive to see what Ben is doing on the course at the moment.
Brilliant. And
over 20 minutes between Ben Demon and Baptiste Chassagne over the Grand Col Ferret. That's just massive at the lead of the men's field in a UTMB in the full loop in the 100-miler.
It is significant indeed, and it's like, wow, what a performance from Ben Demon, and his lead up to this has been incredibly positive, and you can just feel his performance is matching the confidence that he's been exuding in all of the interviews leading up to this race. So Yep, no surprises this year. Some people were surprised last year that people were picking Ben as one of their picks to win, but no surprises whatsoever for 2026. Liam Asage from Fireball. Liam was just saying he compared the non-pyramid course from 2017, and Jim and Francois were the ones setting the times that year. So Ben, you're talking about benchmarks. Ben's times are going head-to-head with Jim Walmsley and Francois Den. So, yeah, that is how good Ben Demon is right now.
And then if we want to compare the times as well for the top women, so we have our women's leader, Blondine Lichandel, go through Refugio Bonatti 11 hours, 3 minutes into the course. Last year, the women's leader, Ruth Croft, went through Refugio Bonatti 11 hours, 49 minutes into the course. So on the women's side as well,
wow,
the women's leaders are running much faster. Now, the weather last year, I would say, was a lot worse through the night, and that is a factor we do need to consider. We had Ruth Croft wearing, full waterproof gear, the pants, the top. The night last year was horrific, and so I'm not surprised that what we're seeing are much faster times here from the leaders on this course. But still, I think they're even faster than what the weather might account for.
Yeah, and bear in mind, with the bad weather, running through the night with the head torches in the cloud is also disorientating to a degree. So yeah, so it's a lot of factors. And this is prime race weather right now. No wind, clear skies, and relatively perfect temperatures as well. Here we go. Bit of a gap going on there between Caleb.
And we will be bringing images to you of the women. Again, it just depends where we've got good reception. That is where we can give the best coverage. So when the men are there, it's covering the men, and when the women are there, it's covering the women. But rest assured, we are very focused on the women's field. And interesting stat that we gave yesterday when we had the women's finish of the OCC. It was the highest viewership that I think we had ever had. So it is in all of our interest to be able to follow the women's field, rest assured.
It just watching Baptiste here, the style of the jacket he's got, and it looks like he doesn't have a running backpack. So yeah, it's like, wow, he's just ditched all of his gear, but it's under there. But yeah, I was just like double take going, where's his running pack? And so yeah, it's hiding underneath there. So Baptiste in second. Behind Baptiste, not far behind Baptiste, I would imagine, is Joaquin Lopez. And those two are 20 minutes behind the charging Ben Demon.
And we've been talking about the gap between Ben Demon and the rest of the men's field, but there's also quite a gap on the women's side between Blondine Handel, Rachel Entrekin, and then the rest of the pack: Gareth Arnold, Martina Valmasoy, and Emily Schmitz.
Yep, this is, we've already talked about them this morning. This is the German speaking, because one of them's German, one of them's Italian, but the German speaking train of Hannes Namberger in front. And that is Tobias Geiser behind him. So, no, it's not that.
That's not Hannes in front of him.
No, that is, I think that is Gautier Boncarat. So that means that Tobias has kind of dropped Hannes. He's also dropped Zach Miller. So, yeah, these, there we go. So there's a little cluster of athletes about to crest the top of the Grand Col Ferret. So that was definitely Tobias Gieser. I think that was Gautier Boncaret. No,
Gautier Boncaret has already crested Grand Col Ferret. So, wow, look at that focus. We will get an update on the timing in just a few seconds. There we see number 53 going over. That was Jean-Philippe Chumet from Switzerland. So going over the Grand Col Ferret, following Gauthier Bancader, that was Tobias Geiser. Then we have Virgil Morisset from France, followed by Jean-Philippe Chumet. And waiting for Zach Miller. So it looks like Zach has fallen back on that climb going up out of Arnuva.
But yeah, Virgile and Jean-Philippe, they really moved up on that climb. So they've jumped right into the top 10 and been pulled along by Tobias Geiser. So, and then, yeah, that's 9 over the top of the Grand Col Ferret in the front of the men's race.
There we go. And that's Hannes Namberger coming in 10th. So our top 10 men have gone over the Grand Col Ferret. Now the gap between Ben Diemen in first and Hannes Namberger in 10th, wow, is over 30 minutes. So 38 minutes. And there we have Ben Diemen. He's looking so smooth, really relaxed. Just running on his own.
Yeah, we were expecting to see Ben in the next 15 minutes down into La Folie. He's already down by not that far away from the road. There's no aid assistance from for Ben in La Folie, but he may have somebody for the teams down there just to get some intel. Maybe, how you doing? Do you need anything?
He needs a pole. That's exactly what he needs.
Exactly. So yeah, that's going to be something up to resolve once they get to Champex. And yeah, we like the dad joke in there. Thanks for explaining the policy around exchanging of the poles.
And thank you, Martin. Uphill notes, Tobias, Hannes, and Andreas are all training buddies. So cool to see Tobias and Hannes running quite closely together on that climb.
Yeah, they've dropped their third buddy. Sadly, Andreas Reiter. Andreas has withdrawn.
Yeah.
So we've seen Baptiste in second place, and now we've got a visual on Joaquin.
We've had Baptiste Cointentiec from France go through the Grand Col Ferret, so still waiting for Zach Miller. So he has dropped back quite a bit.
Yeah. We're also waiting for Drew Holman. There's Zach. There we go. Talk of the devil. Zach's just kind of like locking down the poles.
Come on, Zach.
Yeah.
Looks like he's having a bit of a low here.
Yeah, different kind of body language to the athletes we just saw charging over the top of the Grand Col Ferret. But Zach is not unfamiliar to this course. He's also not unfamiliar to suffering for the cause.
But he is coming off of Western States.
Yes.
And, you know, this has been a familiar story, a familiar question amongst the athletes who have been running OCC, CCC, UTMB, whether they can recover in time, whether they can do that turnaround. Western States and UTMB, both 100-milers, very, very different races. You have to have speed, a quick turnover to be able to succeed at Western States, which Zach did. You know, he hadn't entered Western States for so many years, finally lined up, had an incredible top 10 performance. But now to turn things around to come to UTMB, it is a big ask on the body.
Yeah, I think Zach was asked about this in terms of, is he ready to do this and do back-to-back? So he was kind of talking about the fact that the sport's evolving. People are fueling now. They do threshold. They heat train. It's not new stuff, but it feels more focused, more serious, more dialed. Where do I land in all of this? Is the sport faster? Am I slower? Can I still hang? Will my knee and my hip hold up? And he said there's only one way to find out. Put yourself in and see if it sticks.
That is such a cool way to answer a questionnaire, just with a bunch of philosophical questions that you can't answer yourself. You never know. You never know what's going to happen until you get out there on the course.
We all have those self-doubts, just showing that Zach's human like every single one of us.
Yeah.
Ben Demon is still motoring. And he's going to land this next checkpoint ahead of the algorithm the way it's going. So, yeah.
Now, we will expect Gareth Arnold through Refugio Bonatti in the next few minutes. We don't have visuals at Bonatti. We have been able to have visuals at Bertoni. But that section there, we do not have visuals of. So we're going to need to wait until Blandine Lehandel and Rachel Enterkin come through Arnuva. So Blandine is actually expected to come into Arnuva around the same time that Gareth in third is expected to come into Bonatti.
I saw the cameraman jumping in the car to try and get some help because Ben Demon was going too fast for him, I think, even after, such a huge amount of elapsed distance in the race. So, yeah, La Folie is going to be at, where are we? La Folie is 114 kilometers elapsed into the race. Still 60k to go, 60 kilometers to go. They've already done 6,500 meters of climbing, so 3,500 still to go. So 2/3 of the climbing already in the bag for Ben Demon. Absolutely well-oiled machine.
And it's funny, you can see how well that Ben Demon is moving because when you look at the cameraman looks like he is running so quickly to try to keep up with Ben Demon when they were going at the same speed, if that makes any sense. It's just the level of effort that we're perceiving from the viewer side. As you say, 112 kilometers into this 171 kilometer course. UTMB started 2 hours late last night due to the weather, and the strategy worked because it looks like the runners were able to avoid really the worst of it. Oh, look at that sunrise. Look at that sunrise as Zach descends down on the Swiss side after Grand Col Ferret.
I like that. Zach and the cameraman kind of like matching outfits or matching colors this morning. Ben Demon, we're also looking at the speed, comparing Tom Evans' times from last year to Tom. Horrific weather, let's not forget, from that first night. But Tom Evans came into La Folie 12:19, which is almost 45 minutes. So Ben Demon is 45 minutes ahead of the time of our champion from last year.
And we know that Ben Demon is competing against his former self. And when he came into La Folie last year, it was in 12 hours, 29 minutes. So almost an entire hour. And he only spent 1 minute and 1 second in the aid station. So let's see how quickly he can go through La Folie. And that is right. You can see in the ticker on the bottom of the screen, it said Ben Demon has a significant lead. Absolutely, he does. We are really not used to seeing such a big gap at the head of the men's race. Wow. And there is Blandine Lehandel, our women's leader. Fantastic. Coming into Arnuva. And she is looking strong.
Yep, in and out. There we go. Blondine into a station and out.
So she's coming through 11 hours, 36 minutes into this course. Let's just do a quick check on when Ruth came through. Here, Ruth came through last year, 12 hours, 29 minutes.
Yep.
So again, the women's and And yeah, the women's leader is now coming through almost an entire hour quicker. Better weather conditions. We
Yep.
need to keep repeating that, but still significantly faster. Oh, just trying to listen in on the conversation there, but camera cut out. Whoop. And Ben Demon is out of La Folie.
Next up,
And Marina, I fully agree with you. The way Ben is going at the moment, it is absolutely within reason that Ben will do a sub 19 UTMB. Steph Case, sub 19 UTMB. That is absolute. Tom Evans, 19 hours and 18 minutes last year. Ben Demon is going to do a sub 19 UTMB, which he's making it look incredibly easy. And it's not like, but he is absolutely flying.
And here we are back with our women's leader, Blandine Lechandel. She is an absolute fan favorite, particularly in France. But at the moment, she's charging through Italy, about to head into Switzerland. So coming out of Arnuva, she has that big climb up to the Grand Col Ferret, and she is ready for it with her poles. And she's got a good strategy here with her outfit, with the t-shirt on and the arm warmers. So as soon as when the sun starts to rise a little bit more, it starts to get warmer, she will be able to take the arm warmers off without needing an outfit change. So all of these decisions save you seconds, which, as we know and as we have seen, can add up to a difference in placing in the end.
And big thank you to all of our wonderful audience, especially the ones who are hanging out for the women's race. Your patience has been rewarded. So there we go.
And no, we see there, you are never allowed to have pacers in UTMB. Pacers are really not part of the trail running culture over in Europe. It's much more of an American thing. So I can't actually think of a single race over on the European side where you're allowed pacers.
There is a race in Switzerland that somebody called us out in the last couple of days. Not called us out, just kind of said it might be called the Swiss Epic Trail or something like that. But there is one that we're aware of. But as you said, also because of the high volume of runners that are doing the races in Europe compared to the US a lot of the times. If you then throw in the pacers, oh my God, we've already got enough. Imagine Lake Contamine last night with pacers as well. It was, So it's just not part of the trail running culture. And I've seen Killian kind of questioning whether going forward is pacers right or fair for the Western States.
Yeah.
So we'll leave that with Sophie Gaylord, the brand president, and the team there to discuss. But it's a conversation.
It is. And, you know, there is one factor. Pacers do help with kind of safety elements in some of these longer, harder races. But even Tour de Géant, which is a 330-kilometer race, stopped pacers after 2014. So it's been quite some time. Back with our men's leader, Ben Demon. And we are awaiting, or I'm keeping an eye on the head of the women's race. There's Blandine Lerondel looking back behind her to see if she can see Rachel Entrekin coming up behind her. But so far, we do not have Rachel clocking through at Arnuva yet. She is expected there in 8 minutes. So Blandine has been able to widen, as I mentioned earlier, widen her gap on Rachel Entrekin. And I will see an overview of the course. So you can see that climb that the top men have done to Grand Col Ferret, where they go over into Switzerland and start making that long descent down to La Folie, where they will attempt a quick turnaround. And there's our men's leader, Ben Demon, running like a demon.
a speed demon.
Yeah.
100%. And, you know, we've got two incredible athletes at the front of the two races right now. And Blondine's been racing at UTMB every year since 2021. So she won the OCC. Then the year later, she won CCC. And then she's had third and fifth places at the UTMB. And then she went back to the CCC. So this year, right now, Blondine is on course to join Ruth Croft, having in the women's side, having won UTMB, CCC, and OCC. On the men's side, the French athlete Xavier Thévenard has won all three, and he's actually also won the TDS as well. So Blondine, Ruth Croft, and Xavier Thévenard, if that's the way. We saw Theo before the start of the race yesterday, arriving into the start area.
He's taking a moment.
Yeah. It's a philosophical, why am I doing this?
Everyone has that.
Yep.
If you don't question that at some point in the race.
I think...
Oh, listening.
On va finir, on va rallier l'arrivée. Je fais que vomir là depuis. Et mal de bide depuis du bonhomme. Ça fait un petit temps déjà. Mais on va finir,
Well, I wasn't able to pick up my French is pretty good, but I wasn't able to pick up much more than his tone there. Maybe it's not as good as I'd like when I'm on this little sleep, but seem to be at least in good spirits.
Interesting feature there on that pack. I think he's a Brooks runner, but I don't know if that's a Wise running pack that's branded up Brooks. I don't know. But the water bottle actually loads into an elastic from the side and it pushes up, whereas everyone else is loading from the top. So that was a side loading front pocket on that running pack.
So a few more interesting facts about or background on Blondine Leyrandel, our women's leader. She's a practicing OBGYN. And she still does hospital shifts, if I've gotten this correct.
What did you say? She's a practicing?
OBGYN.
Which is what?
Obstetrician gynecologist.
Didn't know that acronym.
Really?
No.
Oh, yeah. It's,
so just in case anyone else in the chat is as stupid as I am, I was like, what?
No.
I thought you said OB. She's a practicing Obi-Wan Kenobi. I was like, wow.
No, obstetrician gynecologist.
Very
no worries. She still does hospital shifts, on-call duties that can last up to 72 hours. So,
wow.
At least in her background, I don't know if that's still up to date given the level that she's racing at, because that's quite difficult to be able to manage all of that. But, you know, the women and the men, the athletes who are able to maintain careers outside of running is quite impressive. So if you are a Blondine fan and you know whether she is still working alongside her running, let us know in the chat.
In the chat, someone's kind enough to explain what Theo Detian was saying. He said he's been vomiting since the Col de Bonhomme. That's a long time. And he said that it's been tough, but he's determined to finish. So thank you to Lulu de la Face for that help. So, yeah. And also, our champion last night, Ingvild Kaspersen, she is a doctor back in Norway.
There you go. I mean,
so
these women are knocking it out of the park.
I just set you up for that one. But yes, they truly are. So yeah.
And Blondine said that she barely did sport until she was about 25. She said that she was a med school party girl. So she must have loved the crowds last night.
Right.
I'm a fan, and I'm becoming increasingly more of a fan as I see her determination and just her attitude with the volunteers, with the crowds. She has the right approach to this course. Also a winner of Diagonale des Fous, not an easy race by any stretch of the means on La Réunion. And for that race, a very tough 100-miler, you're not allowed to use any poles. So in some ways, this is a bit easier because she's able to use poles to get up that climb up to Grand Col Ferret. Look at Ben Demon, our men's leader, tackling this descent.
This is a masterclass in trail running on the UTMB course. Yep, it is, I guess, the true testament to any athlete in any sport is that they are making something that's ridiculously hard look pretty much straightforward. So no, Ben Demon is delivering a masterclass right now.
And we are still waiting for Rachel Entrekin, our second woman, or possibly Gareth Arnold to come through Arnuva. So Blondine has a good lead now over the rest of the pack. She came through, Blondine, just as a reminder, came through Arnuva 11 hours, 36 minutes into the race, or 7:24 local time. It's now 7:36 local time. And at least the algorithm says that we should expect Rachel Entrekin through in a couple minutes.
Yeah, that's a bit of a jump in that gap. So Blondine doing what Blondine does, Ben doing what Ben does. So it's all the bees today at the front of the men's and the women's course.
And really the French and the Americans are dominating here at UTMB.
But we also have yesterday's winners in the CCC from Italy and from Norway. So, yep, Christian Minoggio and Ingvild Kaspersen. We've had two incredible women's races so far this weekend, and Blondine's like, right, I am not going to buy into this. Somebody coming in from the back. So, yeah, Blondine is just, yep.
If you're just joining us, we are following the 100-miler UTMB overnight. Unfortunately, previous winners, Courtney Dauwalter and Vincent Bouillard, DNF'd. We had some other notable drops. Last year's third place, Josh Wade, also withdrew from the course.
We've had this morning one of the other, let's say, considered favourites, Andreas Reiterer, Team La Sportiva. So Andreas has also withdrawn.
Yeah.
There we go. Here's Rachel. Let's listen to her conversation with the aid station.
She's looking a little less sparky than we're used to seeing, I have to say.
But we did get to sleep in a bed last night.
Yeah, she didn't take in a lot of food, just a bit of watermelon.
Yep.
But yeah, she's focused. I think she knows that there's still a lot of race left on this course. But yeah, that kind of perky American spark that we are used to seeing in Rachel has been put in a pocket for the moment, shall we say.
Yep, 13 minutes and 20 seconds was the time gap between Blondine and Rachel on this climb.
Yeah.
What this does mean, looking at the demeanor of Rachel, is that Kareth and Emily and Martina are going to be closing in on Rachel. It's going to be interesting to see how this pack shuffles up on this next big long climb of 800 meters up to the Grand Col Ferret.
just the difference in energy between Blondine and Rachel is pretty stark at the moment. Blondine keeps looking behind her, but Rachel will be nowhere in sight.
No.
And you can see even the algorithm is expecting a widening, quite a big widening of that gap. With Blondine expected to reach the Grand Col Ferret in 40 minutes. And the gap expected with Rachel Entrekin by then to be up over 20 minutes. And there we are with our second place on the men's side, Baptiste Chassagne. Running down towards La Folie. And we will take a look to see how he moves through the aid station.
Yeah, we're all waking up now and getting out onto the trail to cheer the athletes. I think there's going to be some exceptional crowds now all the way Saturday. And the weather's good. So, yeah, the athletes are going to get a lot of love from the crowds through Switzerland, and Italy, Switzerland, and back into France. And Baptiste, he's got not the biggest CV when it comes to 100-mile races, but he still does pretty good. So when he does show up. So yeah, second at Diagonal de Fou. So, sorry, one Diagonal de Fou. Second at the UTMB back in 2025 when the third place athlete Joaquin was there. He was also 10th here back in 2023. So he tends to do 100-mile per year and delivers pretty well on those.
And that's a smart way to go.
Yeah.
Doing well at multiple 100-milers in 1 year it's a risky strategy.
Yeah. That was Ben Demon. So we've got Ben on the lower half, the second half of the 10K. So it's 10K from the top of the Grand Col Ferret down to La Folie, where Baptiste is right now. And then Ben is on that second segment that brings you down to Pras de Four.
And we will just be going to an interview with Baptiste now.
Je me sens bien, je me sens serein et apaisé. Et je dirais aussi enthousiaste. C'est une course effectivement qui a une saveur extrêmement particulière au sens où c'est la plus grande course du monde.
He's feeling good. This is a very unique course.
Côté, on va passer vraiment à 200-300 mètres de la ferme où habitent mes parents, à quelques kilomètres de Combloux où j'habite et où je m'entraîne quotidiennement. Donc, en fait,
he lives in Combloux, which is not too far away from the course.
L'aspect course locale fait que ça crée une forme de bouquet un peu d'émotions qui est très particulier, très singulier et ce qui en fait pour moi le Graal en termes de compétition à laquelle participer. C'est une des raisons pour laquelle j'aime l'UTMB, c'est que pour moi ça consacre l'athlète et même l'homme le plus complet du peloton, au sens où il faut savoir courir sur les portions roulantes, il faut savoir grimper, il faut savoir descendre dans le technique, puisque le dernier tiers de course il est vraiment pas donné. Plus tu avances, plus ça devient dur et exigeant. Il faut savoir aussi répondre à une certaine forme de pression. Du coup, il faut maîtriser tous les paramètres qui font d'un athlète de haut niveau et c'est pour ça que je l'aime autant, c'est que je trouve que ça consacre pas les athlètes qui ont vraiment un point fort très affirmé, mais plutôt les athlètes qui n'ont pas véritablement de points faibles et qui sont, comme je vous disais, extrêmement complets et polyvalents. Donc c'est un peu la quintessence de ce qu'on peut aspirer devenir en tant qu'ultra-trailer. C'est forcément en fait la deuxième place à l'UTMB 2024, ça a été un véritable révélateur pour moi, au sens où j'ai pris conscience de mon potentiel, je pense, et j'ai aussi légitimé tout le travail et tout l'investissement que j'avais effectué en amont. Du coup, ça a été, il y a vraiment eu un avant et un après, et je le considère effectivement comme un point d'étape extrêmement positif. C'était un socle de sérénité en se disant j'ai déjà fait deuxième en 20h22 dans un certain contexte, en étant l'athlète et l'homme que j'étais en 2024. Donc si je suis capable de faire 20h22 dans ces conditions-là, si je progresse par la suite, ça veut dire que j'ai le potentiel de faire mieux. Et quand tu commences à jouer sous 20h22, tu te rapproches de choses plutôt sympas. Pour tout te dire, d'habitude, j'arrive sur l'UTMB avec la volonté de courir parce que j'en ai marre de me préparer, parce que je suis un peu rincé de la préparation et qu'il me faut une course, et parce qu'ensuite je sais que la coupure va arriver. Là, cette fois-ci, je ressens pas ça, je suis presque déjà nostalgique de la préparation, j'aurais encore envie de m'entraîner, donc je le prends de manière plutôt positive et je me dis juste qu'il faut que j'arrive sur la ligne d'arrivée, mais suffisamment, j'aime pas le terme détruit parce que j'aime pas détruire mon corps, mais suffisamment repu d'efforts pour me dire ok, là pendant 3 semaines, 1 mois, je retourne pas en montagne et juste je me repose. Et je pense que je vais vraiment avoir besoin d'aller loin dans l'effort pour avoir ce sentiment-là, parce que je me sens particulièrement frais et enthousiaste à l'idée de continuer de m'entraîner en montagne. Donc voilà, c'est vraiment comme ça que j'aimerais le vivre. Et j'ai 3 mots-clés que je peux te partager maintenant. Je me suis donné 3 mots-clés pour cette course, c'est grandir, jouer et y croire toujours. Donc voilà, si j'ai respecté ces 3 mots-clés, tu me retrouveras satisfait sur la ligne d'arrivée.
And there we have it. That was an interview with Baptiste Chassagne, born in Lyon, but now lives in Combleu. So that is a village in the Haute-Savoie region in Mont-Blanc. So he's running trails and training on trails that are right around UTMB. And really just talking through his motivation, his feelings coming into the race, his approach to training. What's interesting is that we do have a parallel between Baptiste Chassagne in second and Blandine Lerandal, who's in first. They have both won Diagonale des Fous, which is a nice, interesting little stat for you. But, you know, his big performance in 2024 when he was second in UTMB behind Bouillard, you know, is something that will obviously be forefront in his mind, the success that he's had before.
Turn the volume down. The volume.
Yeah. So, you know, as we said earlier in the course, his stated goal for this weekend was to beat the guy that he was in 2024 and go faster than that 20-hour 22 run-up time. The way that he describes how he races is kind of medium fast for a long time. So, you know, he's quite a patient runner. So the fact that he's sitting in second, I mean, wow, look at him go. There's a big gap between him and Ben Demon, but he's a smart runner. He's a patient runner. He has succeeded on this course before, and he is looking focused today.
Thank you, Steph. We probably should be working on having subtitles on those interviews in the future to save you the job.
I mean, I wasn't going to try to translate without Martin here. Certainly, I wouldn't be able to do nearly as good enough of a job. But you know, it's interesting how much you can pick up just from seeing the faces and the emotions. But just to give you a little bit of background on Baptiste, I really do like how he approaches the sport and you know, his own training and the race itself. You know, he's got such a good head on his shoulders. Let's see how he does coming through this aid station here. And thank you again, Lulu in the chat, helping us with a little bit more of that translation from the interview. Again, saying Baptiste feels like he has the potential to beat his 2024 time. And, in years before, he was kind of tired of training and just wanted to race to be done with it. So mentally, he's grown a lot since 2024. Thank you for those additional details, Lulu.
So gap now is up to 24 minutes. And here we go. Joaquin Lopez, he's not that far behind Baptiste Chassain. So this is exciting. And this is exactly how they finished previously in UTMB. Baptiste in second, Joaquin in third. So second and third running close together, and also Caleb Olsen and Antoine Chavelin kind of were relatively close together as well. So they're going to be our next two runners down here into La Folie in around about 8 minutes.
So that gap that Ben Demon had over Baptiste up at Grand Col Ferret has stayed pretty consistent. Wow, look at that. Joaquin Lopez just powering through, not even bothering to go inside the aid station, just taking water, getting rid of his garbage here. No food, no fuel, and he is off.
We also saw just before Joaquin arrived into the aid station, there was somebody from the support team running alongside Joaquin. They were just exchanging intel. So they're getting ready now in Champex-Lac, the big aid station, and that's going to be where the teams get to see their athletes. So that's going to be a big marker. And in the last few years, we've always talked about the race starting in Champex-Lac, but Ben Demon's probably got some alternative ideas on that. But Champex-Lac is going to be at kilometer 127, so just under 50k before the finish line in Chamonix.
So tight race between second and third, but Ben Demon is making sure that no one is going to catch him, at least unless something major happens. Yeah, exactly 1 minute between Baptiste Chassain and Joaquin Lopez, but I think Joaquin went through the La Folie aid station quicker than Baptiste. And then, about 25 minutes. So actually a little bit wider. Ben Demon has in terms of a lead over Baptiste Chassain. Now, if we are...
So on the screen, we got some good graphics for you. Kind of shows the difference between the gap between the difference comparing Baptiste to Ben Demon. Are you understanding the graphic though, Steph? It is, yeah. They caught us out. We weren't expecting that.
We'll get it next time. So turning back to the women's field, we had Blandine Lerondelle go through Arnuva with a bigger gap on Rachel Entrekin than we saw at Refugio Bonatti. We are still waiting for Gareth Arnold, who will come through, expected in the next 5 minutes, followed by Emily Schmitz, a HOKA athlete from the U.S., and then Martina Valmasoy and Lucy Bartholomew, two teammates from the Solomon team.
So yeah, so we got on camera right now, you lovely people, we got, there we go, there's Joaquin Lopez to Ben Demon. So that's, they're not leaving the graphic up long enough to us kind of, so I was just comparing the last three segments of the course, whether Ben or the others have been gaining or losing time on them.
I'll try to take a photo of it next so we can analyze it.
Yeah.
So 113.5 kilometers into this course. That is roughly 2/3.
This is Caleb. Yeah, that is Caleb Olsen now already crossed the river, so working his way down to La Folie, and we should see him. He's predicted to be in the end station in the next
4 minutes.
4 minutes. So yeah, he's right on time. So Caleb also now up to fourth, and he's kind of gapped Antoine Chavelin on that descent from the Grand Col Ferret.
So running very well with
good.
purpose. Yeah. And here we are back with our second place woman, Rachel Entrekin. She was looking like she had a little bit less energy than we're used to seeing at the last aid station at Arnuva. Not running with the same energy and drive as we saw from Blandine Lerchandel. And interestingly, she's not using her holes.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Maybe she's just waiting for the for the gradient to go a little bit steeper. But this is a long climb up to the Grand Col Ferret, and maybe after she passes the bridge, that's when you have to switch more to a power hike. We'll see her pull those pulls out.
Yeah, and we're still waiting for third, fourth, fifth to arrive into Arnuva, which should be pretty soon. So Careth Arnold should be third. Emily Schmitz in fourth, and then Martina Valmasoy and Lucy Bartholomew are there in sixth.
Now we're seeing Rachel back with the pulls as we expected. Yeah, she's just looking tired. She's looking tired.
Yep, and Blondine
Is
just seems to
looking good.
have that spring in the step that we've also seen from Ben Demon.
Yep.
Maybe it's a fueling thing.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, we know that Rachel can do long distances. We know that she can go through multiple nights after her incredible performance at the Cocodona 250, which she won outright, and that kind of catapulted her profile really into kind of super celeb status, I would say. Also crossing over into the mainstream.
Oh yeah, people I know that don't even go running are like,
yeah,
this woman that beat all the men on 250 miles. That was pretty much the narrative, and that was the fact. So yeah,
not just beating all the men, but beating Courtney. I think that that's more impressive than beating the men because.
Well, for those people that are not runners,
I know
that's the narrative, if you like. So, but yes, and Courtney, and so if you're just joining us this morning, Courtney Delwalter and Vincent Bouillard, two of the big favorites here, they have both stopped, as has Josh Wade, as has Andreas Reiterer.
Yeah, and again, this is a very different course than Cocodona 250.
Yeah.
Someone said in the chat yesterday, yeah, but Cocodona 250 has the same elevation as UTMB. If that is indeed the case, it's a very different. It's very different to do 10,000 meters of climbing over 100 miles versus 250.
Yep.
Cocodona 250 is a running race, and UTMB, as you can see, has a lot of power hiking through it. So requires different training, different skill set, different mentality. Oh, let's listen in.
I've been hit by a bus. About 40 miles ago.
Hit by what?
A bus.
A bus, really?
I mean, yeah, but I should.
Huh. Like crossing a road?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Rachel vient de me dire qu'elle a pris un bus en traversant la route. Apparemment, est-ce qu'elle me dit.
There we heard Rachel Entrekin saying she felt like she got hit by a bus. I think she said about 40 miles ago, and then the camera runner translating that in French to the French production team. So, yeah, that kind of confirms what we are seeing. But Rachel also said, as I should, she said, I'm feeling like I was hit by a bus, but recognizing that maybe this is what's supposed to happen. This is par for the course on a race like UTMB. So let's see if she can find her second wind.
Yeah, we always see the best trail runners are the one. They're all problem solvers, and in 100 miles, it's not all good, and it's just kind of like dealing with the lows. And as Ben Demon says, turning pessimism into optimism. So we'll see. And but we know Rachel is a tough cookie, so no doubts whatsoever about that. So there we go. So Kareth Arnold has now gone through the aid station at Arnuva. So Kareth was 20 minutes behind Rachel, and Rachel was 13 minutes behind Blondine. So that is 33 minutes between Kareth and Blondine, or your top three spread, if you like. Oops. That way. So this is that's Antoine
Sullivan.
So we didn't see Caleb go through here, but Caleb oh. Just waiting for
Wow, in and out. That was also a very quick transition, like we saw with Joaquin Lopez.
Yeah, I was just trying to give you a time check of both Caleb and Antoine into that aid station, but
Caleb, for some reason, we saw him coming up towards the aid station, but
we did, and he was ahead of Antoine. But neither Antoine or Caleb's times have been updated yet.
Théo d'Etienne, just.
That's this one. Oh. There's Kareth Arnold looking very purposeful going up the climb.
Yeah. Yep.
So Kareth Arnold came through Arnuva 20 minutes behind Rachel, but the way that she's moving, she is going to make up time on this climb.
Yeah, definitely moving with more purpose and making those poles work. How about Rachel's got into the rhythm now?
I think she, we've been seeing her look behind her. I think she's going to be aware that Kareth will be on the hunt. And Kareth has experience out here. Winner of TDS, which is no joke. TDS has more elevation gain per kilometer than UTMB and is more technical. So if you can succeed at TDS, you are set up pretty well to do a good performance at UTMB. And we are also seeing that with Martina Valmasoy, also a winner of TDS, who is out here in the top 10 at UTMB.
Yep, and if you're just joining us, so at the bottom of the Arnuva, it's 4.5 kilometers to, there we go, 4.6K and 760 meters of climb. So you can see where Rachel is right now, or sorry, Kareth is right now on this course, courtesy of our graphics. And there you have on the left-hand side the splendor of the Mont-Blanc Massif. Our race leader further up the climb, Blondine Lirondelle. And yeah, so Blondine, she's got about another 15 minutes of climbing here. And then she will be saying goodbye to Italy and welcome to Switzerland. And as the day goes on and Blondine gets closer and closer to France, the crowds are going to start gathering.
Now we've had Emily Schmitz from Team HOKA go through Arnuva really just 6 6 minutes behind Kareth. So that is our top 4 women going through Arnuva, and expecting Martina Valmasoy in next, with her teammate Lucy Bartholomew just behind. There we can see the stats on the right-hand side of the screen. Blandine Lerondel, 13 minutes behind her. We had Rachel Entrikin, and then 20 minutes behind her, Kareth Arnold. There you can see on the screen just where the top women are going up that climb to the Grand Col Ferret.
Yeah, so yep, Blondine's 15 minutes from the summit, just to kind of give you some time gaps there.
And this is Virgile Morisset coming through in La Folie. Now, we've seen the last couple of runners just get water from the taps outside the aid station, not even going really through the aid station to the tables at all. Virgile, you can see he's got some kind of carb powder ready in his flask that he's adding water to. Making sure that the runners stay on top of their fueling is so critical at this stage of the race. Fueling, hydration, electrolytes, you have to keep everything in the stomach in as perfect a balance as you can. Otherwise, if your salt is off, if you're a little bit dehydrated, it just makes it that much harder for the stomach to work to absorb the calories that they're trying to put in.
Something weird's happening. So Virgile is actually moving incredibly well, and is actually be interesting to compare the times. Caleb Olsen and Antoine Chaveline have already gone through, but the system's not showing that. So actually, if you were looking on looking on our website right now, you would be seeing Virgile in 4th place. He's actually in 6th. So Caleb 4th, Antoine 5th, and Virgile is 6th. And behind Blondine, the wonderful view all the way back down the Val Ferret that goes all the way to the Col de la Seine, the border between Italy and France. So yeah, this is why this section of the course is considered the most beautiful. And Blondine, in terms of, I was just looking at, Blondine is currently 40th at Arnuva. Blondine is 40th overall, and obviously our women's race leader. So just ahead of Blondine and Arnuva, we had, especially for the English-speaking channels, we had Cody Lind, Tommy Sullivan, Tom Joly, Daniel Klaassen from South Africa. Deng Guomin.
Comme à chaque fois, c'est toujours un vrai plaisir, un réel plaisir d'être ici à Chamonix. Donc voilà, j'aime bien moi les jours d'avant-course où le temps s'arrête, on prend soin de soi et voilà, on fait nos petites affaires. Les journées, on les remplit comme on veut. Non, c'est chouette. Bon, moi je trouve que c'est toujours l'aboutissement de la saison. Ça peut être l'aboutissement même parfois d'une carrière. Ça représente beaucoup parce que c'est un peu on n'a pas la chance d'avoir des Jeux Olympiques en trail, mais c'est un peu ce qui ressemble à nos Jeux Olympiques. Donc depuis que je fais du haut niveau, pour moi c'est un événement incontournable parce que c'est la course où il y a le plus de niveau, le plus de confrontation. Donc c'est quelque chose qui est très important pour moi. Je suis pas sûre que ce soit celle qui me corresponde le mieux parce que ça court beaucoup. C'est une course qui est assez nerveuse, qui a pas mal de plats et puis bon quand on veut juste la finir, ça peut être assez intéressant, mais quand on veut vraiment aller le plus vite possible, il faut courir sur ces portions de plats. Et c'est vrai que parfois je coince un peu moi quand je dois beaucoup courir. C'est vrai que je me suis rendu compte vraiment, par exemple à La Réunion sur une diagonale des Fous où c'est beaucoup de raids, beaucoup de montées où on marche et de descentes où on trottine, ça m'allait mieux. Mais après c'est quand même assez complet comme course, l'UTMB, parce que je dis il y a du plat mais il y a aussi quand même plus de 10 000 mètres de dénivelé. Donc il n'y a pas que du plat, il y a aussi des montées raides, des montées moins raides. Donc je pense qu'au final, il faut être complet et ouais, c'est une course où il y a de tout. Bah, ma stratégie, ça va être surtout de partir, j'ai failli dire lentement, dans mon relatif de lentement. Ouais, j'ai un petit pépin physique qui m'empêche de pouvoir aller trop vite. Je me dis, j'espère, hein, j'ai essayé de voir le verre à moitié plein et j'ai essayé de me dire qu'à cause de ce petit pépin physique qui m'empêche d'aller trop vite, peut-être que du coup ça va me permettre de ronger mon frein dès le début et espérer d'en garder un peu sous le pied quand les autres vont commencer un peu à craquer. Donc ma stratégie, ouais, ça va être vraiment dès le début d'être très attentive. Bon, l'avantage, c'est dès que je sais que j'augmente un petit peu l'intensité et l'allure, j'ai ma douleur à la cuisse, enfin une douleur qui apparaît. Donc ça pourra jauger, ça pourra me dire si je vais trop vite ou pas. Et vraiment de rester dans ma bulle, de ne pas me fier au chrono, de ne pas me fier aux places, mais vraiment que au ressenti. Parce que je pense pas que sur un ultra, si on commence déjà à jouer à la place ou au chrono dès le début, ça peut être très long. Peut-être y penser en fin de course, mais pas dès le début. Ce serait déjà de la finir. Sans souffrir. Enfin, sans souffrir. Non, je vais reformuler. Ce serait de la finir, mais ouais, sans avoir de pépins physiques. De faire une course pleine. J'ai déjà fait 2 fois l'UTMB. J'ai une petite pointe de frustration parce que je sais qu'il y a 2-3 petites choses qui pourraient être corrigées. J'ai jamais fait vraiment la course dont je suis satisfaite à 100%. Donc je voudrais finir cette UTMB, quelle que soit la place ou le chrono, même si c'est un chrono qui est plus long, qui est plus élevé que les années d'avant. Si je me dis que j'ai optimisé tout ce que je pouvais optimiser et que j'ai pas fait les erreurs des années passées, déjà ce sera une bonne chose.
Okay, that was an interview with Blondine Lerandel, really talking about the course, how it compares to Diagonale des Fous. Her strategy going into the race, really to start off slow. Everyone starts off super quickly, but that she kind of wanted to be intentional and start off conservatively, and to make it the full loop. Really, you can't control necessarily what place you come in, but to finish strong and to finish well was really in her mindset. She was talking about some frustrations that I didn't pick up. Apologies, my French is not good enough, but. There we go. We have a little bit of info from our women's leader, Blondine Lerandel, and it looks like she is really executing her plan at the moment just perfectly. We did have a question in the chat about what is the best ranking of a woman overall in the rankings in UTMB so far, and I think that would be Rory Bossio.
I think both
7th
Rory and
overall?
Courtney have managed to come 7th overall.
Courtney has as well. Okay, so
I
Rory did
believe
it
so,
in
but-
2013.
Yes, and Rory's performance was well ahead of, almost ahead of her time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And let's fact check Courtney, and we will come back to you
Are
on.
you going to fact check me? But no, I think
Just to find out what year it was.
I seem to remember there was this symmetry between both Courtney and Rory. So yeah.
Okay.
That we on the visual right now we have our race leader Blondine Lerandel. Just before that we saw Hannes Namberger and Tobias Geiser running together. So Germany and Italy, both German speakers, and they also train together. There is a glitch in the system right now. So Caleb Olsen and Antoine Chavelin came through La Folie already, but that's not showing correctly. So Hannes and Tobias are 7th and 8th, and not 5th and 6th as it's showing on the chats. So right now, Blondine is set fair as she continues to lead the race to join Ruth Croft and Xavier Thevenard in terms of having won all 3 of the World Series final distances at some point or another, OCC, CCC and UTMB. And Ben Demon is well and truly on course to go sub 19 on this adjusted course. The UTMB in all of its 23 editions has never ever had exactly the same course. So there's always been fine tuning. So we normally talk about the fastest time rather than any course records. And currently the fastest time on the full course, including the pyramids, would be Jim Walmsley for the men and Katie Scheid for the women. And the times for those, just out of interest, so would be Katie Scheid's time from 2024, which was 22:09, and Jim Walmsley's time from 2023, which is 19:37.
So it looks like so far it is indeed Rory Bossio and her 7th place. That is the best women's finish overall. It does not look like, I'm still digging, but it does not look like Courtney has reached that. Nope, you are right. And Courtney Dauwalter just digging a little bit deeper. There you go. Way to go, Keith, for the win. Courtney Dauwalter finished 2021 UTMB ranked 7th overall. So Rory and Courtney both have an overall 7th place finish, which is pretty impressive.
Oh, and they were both fantastic performances. I think Rory's was it 2013?
It was indeed
2013. So that was 13 years ago when the gear and the nutrition and the training was nowhere near what it is today. So Rory definitely was, for so many reasons, ahead of her time.
She really was. And I remember, I don't know if it was that year or one of the other years, where she actually ran to the finish. Her headlight had died, and she ran to the finish using the light from her iPhone.
Yeah.
And on those technical trails, we have been talking about how important light is. On those technical trails, I cannot imagine finishing and winning with the light from an iPhone.
And then the one more last appreciation of Rory Bossio. That same evening, after winning, setting a course record, finishing in the top 10, Rory was, that nightclub doesn't exist anymore, but Rory was doing her stuff on the dance floor here in Chamonix.
Was it the nightclub underneath the street? Yeah, the bunker club.
So yeah, she was ahead of her time, and she was kind of rock and roll California style.
And you know what? Someone else as well who had a full career alongside running. She was still is, I think, a neonatal nurse.
Yes,
I believe.
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, taking care of the sickest babies. I remember conversations with her, just thinking, wow, the extremes that she had in her life. And just shout out to Rory. I'm sure she's not listening, but to all of her fans, I will always and forever remain a massive fan of Rory Bossio. So her record tied with Courtney for having the highest ranking from a woman in the overall field in UTMB still stands.
And I think Rory became a mum at some point. She became a mum, and so we miss you, Rory Bossio.
We do.
I think Catherine Paletti was really confused by Rory. She was like, Rory, why are you coming running into the aid stations, jumping around and being so happy? Rory's like, Catherine, in the US, when we get the trail running races are predominantly in the wilderness, and there's a lot of solitude. In the European races, there's people everywhere, and if you're the first woman coming into the aid station, the crowds go wild. So why would I not be like that? So yeah, so 100%.
And thank you, Lulu, for a little bit more of that French translation from the interview with Blondine, who we're seeing on our screen. Blondine said that UTMB is not her favorite race because it's a fast race with a lot of running, and that she prefers climbing. Hence why she prefers that Diagonale des Fous. And her main goal today was just to finish, as we said, get around the loop healthy and uninjured.
Well done, Blondine. Welcome to Switzerland.
Whoop, whoop.
So far, so good. And we're going to do a a Blondine Ruth Croft comparison. We know the weather was it was horrific last year. So Blondine over the top of the Grand Col Ferret, 12 hours and 31 minutes.
And Ruth Croft came through in 13 hours and 26 minutes.
So, yeah, there is 55 minutes difference. We also saw a significant, almost the same with Ben Demon and comparing Ben with Tom. So, and we know the context of that from the weather. Tom's finishing time last year for UTMB was 19 hours and 18 minutes. So we are confidently predicting at the minute that if Ben Demon continues to move the way he's doing so, he's going to be a sub 19-hour UTMB finisher. And Ruth's finishing time from last year is 22:56. So Blondine right now is on track to do sub 22. And Katie Scheide's time, including the Pyramid Calcaire, is 22:09. Just so we're talking fastest times, not course records here.
And we've had a question in the chat. How is John Albon doing? He's still in the game, but he's running in about 27th. So definitely further back than where he would like to be, just knowing his training and his focus on this course. But of course, he DNF'd last year. So, whoa, no. Blondine. Okay, she's down, but she saved herself. That was a good save.
And that's, that's all it takes. So well done, Blondine, for jumping back from that. We saw that with Naomi Lang taking a big fall in the OCC. And these trail runners are made of robust stuff.
Indeed. Normally, it's Sarah Alonso. We have seen multiple times on the UTMB live feed take tumbles. Luckily, not this time, not in the finals. But yeah, sorry, just going back to John Albon. He has crossed the Grand Col Ferret and is heading towards La Folie, expected there in about 31 minutes. But yeah, coming off of a DNF last year, his goal might be to, he's always so competitive. So he's going to be trying to better his 27th place at the moment, but also getting a finish under his belt is going to be key.
Mm-hmm. And the nature of UTMB compared to how we've already been watching OCC and CCC. So this course, there's a lot of shuffling that's going to happen in the final third of the race. Some of the athletes have gone big early on, and they will be running on fumes towards the end. And then there'll be others that have decided to go with a slightly more conservative approach in the night. And so we will definitely be seeing some hunters and chasers towards the end of both the men's and the women's race. And here we go, right? There's a little celebration of our current race leaders and the smoothness of that. So Ben Demon is still on the descent down to Praz. Hang on. I'm going to check on the visuals here.
And repeated questions in the chat. Yeah, I know this question is continuing to come up. What happened to Courtney? We don't know exactly why she dropped out at La Combal in the middle of the night. Courtney ran Hard Rock just in mid-July, so 6 weeks ago. A fantastic win there. It is difficult to make the turnaround from Hard Rock to UTMB. She's done it before. But all we can say at this moment is that she is unfortunately no longer in the race, along with another previous champion, Vincent Bouillard.
So Ben's actually already he's already completed the full 20-kilometer descent from the top of the Grand Col Ferret to Praz de Four. You saw Ben on the climb there. So Ben now is working his way up to the aid station in Champex-Lac. So this is the next big gathering for the teams. So Champex-Lac and the climb up from Praz to 4. That's where Ben Demon is right now. And that climb is around about 4K. 4 kilometers and 450 meters. And it's not steep. Through the enchanted forest, all of the mushroom carvings inside the forest there. So yeah, and then we will see Ben and his support team in Champex-Lac.
I think Champex-Lac is the only aid station on the course where they actually have some Asian food. Some
Asian food?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, wow. To accommodate our Asian athletes, or just to offer a bit of a menu alternative for everybody?
Both.
Okay. Wow.
I think it was one of the local restaurants. I'll look this up, but I think it was one of the local restaurants.
That's good. I like that.
Yeah. Let me tell you here. Yes, new in 2026 at the Champex-Lac aid station. They're providing runners with a selection of Asian products, noodles, soups, buns, and it is only available at the Champex-Lac aid station.
Wow.
For UTMB and CCC. Yeah, it's quite cool. It was an initiative that was developed by UTMB and a restaurant called Shay Yang. The Company du Mont-Blanc and Super U du Chamonix.
Shay Yang, is that owned by Billy Yang by any chance?
It is not. It aims to offer...
I was like, wow, Billy's kind of like broken out into some new enterprise. That would be pretty impressive.
Rather a common name, but...
Here's another question, because obviously now we have the... we've got the, let's say, the non-traditional Coca-Cola. We've got the Coca-Cola that's kind of made in a SodaStream-esque setup. There was also the conversation around bananas, and in Switzerland, with Switzerland being at some point, they were only sourcing a certain amount of product that was available in Switzerland. So a couple of years ago, there was like banana drama. Is there going to be any bananas?
Banana Gate.
We were calling it banana drama in here, and then we had Coke Zero because there was no real Coke. So yeah, but I noticed that Stephanie Case is fully fueled this morning, still recovering after a little jaunt around the TDS course early in the week. So yeah, you're kind of like you're taunting all the runners with having real Coca-Cola here in the studio.
I have a reverse sponsorship with Coca-Cola.
Right.
I sponsor Coca-Cola to the tune of probably thousands a year with the amount that I take in. And this must be Emily Schmitz.
There she is. Yep.
She has moved into 4th. Emily doing incredibly well. I am excited for her. Now, she has a bit of a kind of home advantage here. American, but living out here in Chamonix Valley, training on these trails. Emily is someone who's fairly quiet in terms of her public persona, but such a strong athlete, I think, underrated by many. And she is looking good, smiling as she pushes up this climb. I think we're going to see her move up the field. Yeah, Emily. I'm excited for her. And there's Rachel moving much more slowly, looking behind her. Looking at the views.
Rachel Entrin. I know the sunglasses are out now.
Yeah.
Maybe that's going to give us some solar power on the way up the climb. We can also say behind Emily, Martina Valmasoy has also gone through Arnuva, as has Lucy Bartholomew, as has Kasia Dombrovska, as has Antonina Yoshina. So, yeah, first 8 runners through Arnuva, and we've already seen our first runner, Blondine, is over the top here at the Grand Col Ferret. What a stunning morning around the Mont Blanc Massif. Woo!
Woo! And look at that split screen. Blondine is flying down. There is 2.4 kilometers difference between them. Now, it's these distance references are useful, but it's also good to kind of remind ourselves that one is on a climb, one is on a descent. So we should see that distance between them stabilize on the descent when they're both on similar terrain. But until until Rachel reaches the top, that gap in distance will widen just because of the speed that Blondine is able to move at on the descent.
Abby Hall through Arnuva. I think Avery was just asking, is she dropping out? Well, she's gone through Arnuva, so...
and there we have a replay of that.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not going to call it a fall. I'm just going to call it a little dance with the dirt.
Well, no, Blondine managed to find the only rock that wasn't attached
yeah, she did.
to the ground. It was like, yeah, but hey.
She did.
Yeah.
She recovered quickly. And wow, look at her move.
Yeah, it was not a big fall. So yeah, she's good. We're seeing in the chat, but we're not, I don't know if we see confirmation on the screen anywhere. Anna Carlson, a lot of love for Anna overnight in the chat. Is withdrawn, but I haven't got.
She has.
She has.
That is confirmed on the website.
Okay.
I heard the last checkpoint. What she went through being the Courmayeur Sports Station.